We are on the record in case number 2025-00257, Kentucky Powers rate case, and we are ready for applicant to call next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The company calls Michael Spaeth.
Good morning, Mr. Spaeth.
Good morning.
Would you raise your right hand to be sworn? Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury?
It is.
Thank you. Please be seated, and if you will, tell us your full name and your business address.
My name is Michael Spaeth. Business address is 1 Riverside Plaza, Columbus, Ohio, 43215.
Okay, counsel.
Good morning, Your Honor. Mr. Spaeth, can you please state your employer and job title?
My employer is American Electric Power Service Corporation, and my job title is Regulatory Pricing and Analysis Manager.
Thank you. And did you file direct testimony in this case?
I did.
Did you file rebuttal testimony in this case?
I did.
Did you file responses to data requests in this case?
I did.
And do you have any updates or corrections to your testimonies or data requests?
I have 2 corrections to my direct testimony.
Yeah, can you describe the first one?
Yes. The first correction is on page 5 of my direct testimony, line 11. And the rate for the fuel adjustment clause is stated as 0.03880, and that should be 0.3380.
Thank you. And this rate was used in the company's application to develop its cost of service and adjustments, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And is the number that was used in the calculations correct?
Yes, the number that's written in testimony was just a transcription error.
And then can you describe your second correction, please?
Yes, that is on page 25 of my direct testimony. At line 20, the sentence begins with sales revenues by $3,776,112, and the word is increases. That word should be decreases.
And again, this was an adjustment that was made in the company's to the company's test year expenses. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. It's a customer annualization adjustment, and naturally, if the firm sales revenues decrease for that adjustment, the operation and maintenance expenses would decrease as well. So,
And then the number that was in the actual calculation is correct. It was just described here incorrectly.
yes, the description is just incorrect.
Okay. With those corrections, if I were to ask you the same questions that are in your testimonies and in your data requests, would you give the same responses?
I would.
Thank you. Your Honor, the witness is available for cross-examination.
Mr. West?
Yeah, just a few. How are you doing?
Good morning.
Do you have the settlement agreement available for review?
Yes, I do.
Specifically, Exhibit 2, the settlement agreement, which is the billing impacts of the post-settlement.
Let me take a quick peek. I have the copy of Ms. Walsh and Mr. Wolfram's testimony.
Yeah, it was the first exhibit to his settlement testimony.
Okay, let me find that.
And then, yes.
So it's Settlement Agreement 2. It starts on page 22 of 32 of Exhibit TSW S1. Looks like this.
I am there.
Okay. So, can you just describe what this is, focusing on the residential piece?
Yes, this is the column that says settlement base rate increase on total bill, is showing the dollar and percentage increase on the total bill. That column in the thick black boxes. And then the columns next to it, which is the settlement increase with the DTL rider, shows the same bill increase as compared to current with a dollar impact and a percent change for the residential and all other classes that we report in the typical bills.
Okay. And this is broken down by the amount of metered energy used, ranging from as low as 100 kilowatt hours up to 5,000 kilowatt hours. Is that correct?
Yes, it would be just a representative, billing example.
Can you just describe maybe going from low to high usage, what happens? Just break it down for us.
Yeah, no problem. So if we start at the metered energy of 100 kWh, the bill increase is going to be 1048 with the without the DTL rider and 975 with the DTL rider. And so that's a function of 100 kWh on the new energy rate in the settlement and the $26 Tier 1 basic service charge. So as we step down or increase our metered energy, the percent changes reduce, they go lower until you get to the 2000 inflection point for the Tier 2 customer charge to come into play. Before that happens at 600 kWh is when the Block 2 energy rate, the reduced rate, comes into play to offer those bill savings as the kWh increases. So once the customers get past that 600, you can see that the percentage increase decreases. So the bill impact is reduced once the customers cross that 600 kWh threshold. That's a function of the Block 2 energy rate being lower than the Block 1 energy rate. So at 2,000, that's that inflection point of the Tier 2 customer charge, the $40 coming into play. So the Tier 1 is not being calculated anymore. The customer will only pay that Tier 2. And they're now they've only been paying that Block 2 energy rate, the reduced energy rate. So as the usage steps up past 2,000, those percentage increases and the dollar bill increase both dramatically decrease as compared to when we started at 100. Was that clear enough, Mr. West?
Yeah, I think that's a good start. Just to kind of level set as far as average ratepayer, my recollection is that the average metered energy usage on a kilowatt hour basis is 1183, or at least it was in 2024. Is that about where it is now, to the best of your knowledge?
So on our analysis in the test year, it was 1210, about 1210.
Okay.
So that's why 1210 is 1,210 is reflected in the typical bill analysis.
Instead of just using 1,200.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so for a user at 1210, excluding impacts of the DTL rider, you're looking at an increase of 12.3%. If you use more in a month, it's going to be a less of a percentage impact. If you use less, it's going to be more of a percentage impact. Is that generally correct?
Yes, in a general sense, yes. That's correct.
Does the higher usage customers, no distinction is made for why they're higher usage, correct?
No, what my team does and what we did in this case is we looked at all customers, every customer bill on the system for the test year, evaluated where they landed, evaluated where their billing units were during each month. And, we were hearing the customer bill complaints, high customer bills in the winter months, and that's the avenue that we approach to target winter bill relief for customers. So that is why when the usage steps up past 2,000, those percent bill increases decrease as compared to the average.
And so to just, put that to a point, if you have a customer who's using 3,000 or 4,000 kilowatt hours in a month, or maybe less, that may be an extreme example, but you have no idea whether that's due to poor housing stock or whether they just have a very large house, correct?
No, it could be a function of either, poor weatherization, poor housing stock, and or a large home requires that.
And do you have any information as to the number of customers out of, I believe the system serves 160-some thousand customers, correct?
It's about 130,000 residential customers.
Residential
if we're
customers.
sticking with residential.
Okay, so of those 130-some thousand customers, do you have any information about how many of them exceed a specific threshold in terms of kilowatt hour usage in a month?
Is a percentage basis okay with you? I can do math.
Yeah,
on the
that's
stand
fine,
if
that's
you
fine.
want. I had something flagged. I know above 2,500 kWh, it's about 16% of bills fell in that range in the 12-month test period. So,
On average?
no, that is an actual bills received in the test year.
Well, I guess what I'm asking is above 2,500 for their average, that residential customer's average bill throughout the year, or is that during the peak months?
I'm looking at the, not bill totals, looking at where their energy usage is in a particular month for a bill.
Okay.
So when we think about, not in dollars, but per kWh usage, 16% of customer bills in the test year were above 2,500 kWh. So that would be under 84% would be below that.
Okay. 84% of, so each customer has 12 bills?
Yes.
Yeah.
So there's about 1.55 million bills in the test year. We divide that by 12 to arrive at approximately 130,000 customers. Like as Mr. West said, every customer has a bill a month, so the bills are a function of the customers. It's the most exact, precise way to
Sure.
understand where the bills land in the test year.
Okay, I understand. I believe that's all I have.
Okay.
Thank you.
Ms. Kelly.
No, Your Honor.
Joint interveners.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. I do have some questions. Forgive me, I'm going to jump a little bit from my original line and just clarify a couple of things that were just asked. First, on the corrections, I just want to make sure I got those down right. The first one on page 5 of your direct testimony, that was line 11, right? And that should say $0.3880 per kilowatt hour.
0.03380.
Okay, 0.033, got it.
The first 8 should be a 3.
Okay, so it's not dropping that leading 0, it's changing that first 8 to a 3.
Yes.
Thank you. That helps a lot. The second correction, I think I got. Okay, and then jumping back to what Mr. West was just asking you about in the settlement testimony. He asked you to describe that exhibit to the settlements briefly. I just want to clarify the last 2 columns, the settlement increase with DTL rider. That's in year 1 with the DTL rider, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so with the DTL rider in year 2 would look different.
Yes.
Okay, and that's not reflected in this exhibit that I see.
I wasn't involved in the settlement agreement, but I
Okay.
would assume, I'm guessing that was not presented.
Okay, just wanted to make
Yep.
sure I understood. All right. So, you said you work for AEP Service Corp, right?
Yes,
Okay. And the company that owns your company also owns Kentucky Power. I think I've been through that with a couple other witnesses.
Correct.
You'd agree? Okay. And you did the rate designs in this case, correct?
yes, I did.
But I understand you presented a few options to Kentucky Power, and they made the ultimate decision?
Yes, I would say that I prepared the rate design. This rate design was not in any way influenced or directed by my team or myself. It was in close collaboration with Mr. Wolfram and the Kentucky regulatory team, as well as Ms. Wiseman had final input and say over what was presented before the commission.
Okay. So you just sort of did the math, I guess? Not to diminish your role in this by any means. That's something beyond my capabilities, but,
So I think the way to think about what the Service Corps provides in the regulatory space is we have the ability to focus on and analyze across the country what other utilities are doing and what other options are available. So when Kentucky Power is contemplating a base rate case, they can come to us with what issues or problems they're seeing within their service territory. I should also mention that we work with the regulatory team in Kentucky very regularly. So Mr. Wolfram, Ms. Khan, Ms. Coburn, constant communication with them. But my team's able to leverage the service core analytics and data sets that we have to provide options for consideration for Kentucky Power of how can we tackle these high winter bills? How can we do that absent, at this time, AMI metering? What levers can we pull to, provide some winter bill relief for Kentucky Power's customers? So it's close collaboration. We workshop possibilities that could be used in rate design, and then the Kentucky regulatory team kind of says, that looks good, let's keep going down that path, or that's a non-starter, let's start over.
Okay. So you presented, they came to you with a problem and you presented them with the options.
Yes.
That's what I hear. Okay. Moving on to the specific rate design in this case, you mentioned, and in your rebuttal, and I think even here, the sort of volatility of bills month to month. Generally, are you aware Kentucky Power's winter peaking, right?
In a general sense, yes. I believe there is some class allocations that are on a 6 coincident peak, which considers summer peaking as well. So I don't want to unequivocally state that Kentucky Power is a winter peaking utility. There is PJM planning purposes, which is summer peaking RTO.
Yeah, so I wasn't trying to get to that either.
Oh,
Just
okay.
for like an average residential customer, their highest bills are going to be in the winter. I should have said winter peaking. I'm talking about PJM stuff when I start saying that.
So
yeah.
yes, I would agree that the primary concern in this proceeding and what we've heard from customers is the winter bill peaks.
Okay.
In a dollar amount.
And is typically the coldest month January, I think?
I don't have the test year weather normalization off the top of my head, but I think you could comfortably state January, February is the colder months.
January or February, probably. And you mentioned high rates of electric heating in homes, correct?
Yes, Kentucky Power is, disproportionately electric heating. I think it's 63% of all your customers in Kentucky Power are electric heating, and that jumps to 66% that are on light heat.
And I wanted to get to one specific point in your rebuttal on page 7 at line 15. Let me know when you need it.
You say page?
Page 7,
Page
line
9.
15.
Okay. I'm there.
Okay. You state the combination of poorly weatherized homes, particularly mobile homes, and electric heat pumps can lead to high electricity usage in Appalachia's harsh and volatile winter months. Did I read that right?
Yes. I
Okay.
apologize. I was the paragraph below, so it should not have taken me that long.
Oh, no, quite all right. Important to be sure we're on
Yeah.
the same page here. I just want to clarify one thing. Sort of a difference between heat pumps and electric resistance heating, isn't there?
So for the actual heating function, heat pumps would be different than resistance heating.
Okay. Do you know how much of that 63% is heat pumps versus resistance heating? Or do you just have numbers on how many people heat using electricity generally?
We have the ability to classify electric heating or non-electric heating. As to the source of what they're using for electric heating, we don't have that granularity of heat
Okay.
pump versus resistance heating.
And I wanted to clarify because heat
Yeah.
pumps tend to be more efficient than resistance heating, don't they?
I'm not an expert on how the efficiencies work for those heating apparatuses. I think they both have pros and cons.
Okay. And then as to that particular line, that could state just as easy, just electric heating can lead to high electricity usage, right? It's not just heat pumps that lead to high electricity usage.
I believe that when we have looked at customer complaints and things of that nature, when a customer has offered as to what their heating source is, heat pumps is brought up. I think we could state that, to your point, they could have said electric heating.
Okay, heat pumps are brought up as a problem?
If it was, say, I have an electric heat pump or it's not functioning properly. I do
Okay,
believe when they don't function properly, that becomes a very large issue in increased usage.
are you on the customer service team?
No, that would be Witness Coburn that was
Okay.
up earlier.
So you don't review complaints directly yourself?
No.
Okay, so that's just the information that's been relayed to you?
No, well, that piece, yes, but during the
Okay.
course of this case, my team and myself reviewed a lot of the public comments, viewed some of the YouTube videos that were, public comment related and/or informational sessions. So we do have some familiarity with what the customers of Kentucky Power have been vocalizing.
Okay. In your rebuttal, moving to page 11, you give two examples of conservation incentives from the inclining basic service charge. Let me know when you're there.
I'm on page 11.
Okay. You start at line 3, but just without quoting you specifically, I think the two examples you give are a ratepayer who uses 1,900 kilowatt hours in December and therefore has a direct conservation goal. And then the second was a new FlexPay program user who gets a notification at 1,500 kWh, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Taking those one at a time, you state the first one, a ratepayer who uses 1,900 kWh in December, and state they have a conservation goal for January, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Can you describe why that is?
So the idea behind that is when you think about price signals, if you were to look at the proposal in this case, at first blush, it might seem like we're playing chess, but in reality, it's a little bit more like checkers because it's two customer charges that just come into play at two different energy usage levels. And then the declining block energy rate is to offer those bill savings for customers as those winter month spikes hit. So if you bifurcate those out, the customer charge, that tier 2, tier 1, is sending the price signal to customers that staying below 2,000 will incentivize them to not receive that second tiered customer charge if they're able. The declining block energy charge in the past may have sent the price signal that if you want to use more, you pay less. However, when these work in tandem, the tiered customer charge and the blocked energy charge, if you use more, if the customer does use more, their bill will increase. But it increases at a lower rate than would be a single energy charge. So that customer that's at 1,900 kWh, and if they're going into the next winter month, if they were able to stay under that 2,000 kWh, their price signal would be to, as best as they can, maintain the status quo of their energy usage.
Okay. So the incentive there is to stay under that 2,000 kWh where they get an extra $14 added to their bill, potentially?
Their cost responsibility moves up to that tier 2 customer charge, yes.
Which is an extra $14, right?
Yes, it is
Okay.
$14.
And we agreed January and February tend to be the coldest months, right?
Yes.
So their goal is to turn down the heat from December to January to stay under 2,000 kWh, basically?
I would say that adjusting temperature of your heating source could be a lever that you could pull. There's other appliances or other mitigation weatherization of your homes, things of that nature. I'm not an expert on PE programs. I know a bit about them, but the heat level, whatever temperature you're setting your home at, if you adjust it down a degree, may be helpful. Those are just levers in conjunction with the other pieces and parts of how a home is weatherized and how appliances are used.
But in that 1 month example, going into the coldest month, the expectation is they might turn their heat down. That tends to be the biggest use in these poorly insulated houses that we were talking about, right?
I would not argue that that is probably the highest usage
Okay.
source.
Your second example is a ratepayer on the new FlexPay program who gets a notification at 1500 kWh, right?
Yes,
Okay. You said you've reviewed a lot of the complaints. I assume you've heard a lot about folks on fixed incomes then?
I've heard that, yes.
Perhaps folks who only get, one social security check a month or something like that? Okay, so they get a notification on January 15th, say, that they're at 1500 kWh. Their goal is to stay under 500 kWh for the rest of the month then?
I think that the idea behind when AMI is deployed and used and useful by the company is customers can get those communications. I get a weekly communication that states, for an example, your usage this week was 115 kWh. Your usage last week was 100 kWh. If you want to stay within your bill, try to reduce your usage by, stay in line with what you're used to paying. So that's an AMI type communication that can be used to customers to inform them weekly as to where their projected energy usage will be at the end of the month. So you can kind of extrapolate that out for 4 weeks. So 4 times 100 in that would be a 400 kWh monthly usage. The idea behind the 1500 to approaching that 2000 kWh is, sure, the tier 2 customer charge, if it's unavoidable and the customer has to, keep their home at a livable temperature, that $14 increase to the tier 2 will come into play, so they will have that $40 customer charge, but they will be benefiting from that. If we look at the settlement rate with the DTL rider, that 11 cent kWh second block energy charge. So those, as the kWh increases, we're currently seeing the kWh increases on customer bills. If you're getting a $600 customer bill in a complaint, you're using north of 3,500 kWh in a month. So with the tier 2 customer, or the block 2 energy charge, that energy rate is demonstrably lower than what is currently in the company's tariff book. So those rate increases or bill increases that they would see in those months where it's unavoidable to stay under 2,000 to be in a livable temperature, they'll be less than what customers are seeing now. That's why those percentage bill impacts are lower and are lower than the class average when we're looking at that TSW exhibit in the settlement testimony.
To be clear, I think that you went over with Mr. West, that high usage is certainly something that you saw complaints about, right?
Yes, sir.
But that's not the majority of customers or bills.
So the way that we approach this and the high usage, I know that's been a topic of conversation for the past 3 days, is we are seeing much higher usage in Kentucky Power's service territory in those winter months that bears some sort of investigation. However, we want to try to understand why customers are receiving or using this much energy first. And then what the rate design is accomplishing here is lessening those bill impacts for those customers in the winter months so that they're not feeling that, I guess you would say, energy burden when it's the coldest months of the year.
Okay, I guess I'm getting at two things. First, for those customers who are on the fixed income with that 1500 kWh example, does that price signal or the FlexPay program help them conserve energy?
I think that how it's described in my rebuttal as integrating the FlexPay, is what Ms. Coburn presented, so that's why those are interwoven together. The customer communications with AMI meters and this tiered customer charge and blocked energy charge can work absent FlexPay. So if you are not on FlexPay, those communications via the AMI meter and whatever customer services program Kentucky Power lands on, if it's a weekly cadence of this is what your energy usage is, that's where integrating AMI with this rate design can be helpful for customers to understand where their usage is falling during the course of a month, so they can make corrective measures, if possible, to either stay below that 2,000 kWh to avoid that tier 2 customer charge, or just reduce their bill in those winter months if it's unavoidable to get below that 2,000. So make corrective measures, have an understanding of where their usage is, as opposed to being somewhat surprised when the bill comes due the next month. Because with an AMR meter, customers can go out and read their meter at regular intervals and know their kWh usage. I'm not sure how many customers actually do that.
But that's a difference between AMR and AMI, not a difference between flex pay and traditional pay, right? Anybody with an AMI meter, even traditional pay customers, could now monitor their usage on a regular basis more easily, right?
Yes, that's what I was getting at.
Okay.
Is it can be divorced in this context of my rebuttal is remove the flex pay piece out of it.
It's just the
is
AMI
helpful.
is the important
Yes.
piece there. Okay. And then I guess the second piece I'm getting at here, for that 2,500, 3,000 kWh user, does this declining block rate send a conservation signal to them?
So when we talked earlier about how the process works for developing rates, and in discussions with Mr. Wolfram, Ms. Wiseman, and the regulatory team, the issue of high winter bills was paramount and top of mind for how we're going to address this. So the declining block is an appropriate measure to do so. I also described earlier in my testimony of how the customer charges are developed, right? So the fixed customer-related costs the customers should be receiving in Kentucky Power Service territory is around $46 per month. Now, in the interest of gradualism and rate shock and bill impacts to low usage customers, where those percentages that we went over earlier in the bill impacts, the percentages are an outsized or a larger percentage. That's just a function of the fact that when you're lower than 1,000 kWh, your bill is primarily made up of the customer charge. So when we were discussing with Mr. Wolfram, if we were to go to if we did a standard rate design, one customer charge, one energy charge, increase the fixed cost to kind of align cost recovery with cost causation, the bill impacts, those percentages for the low-income customers would have been even higher if we would have offered something to the point of $30 per month. So that percentage, if we're sticking with the settlement rate impacts, that 25% with the DTL rider would invariably move north of 30% for a 100 kWh user if we were to offer something like a $30 customer charge. So in this instance, we came in at a 30% increase to the customer charge at 26 for those customers that are, if you consider under 2,000 lower usage. And then that $40 kind of picks up the rest of those customer-related costs. It still doesn't eliminate the subsidization, inter-class subsidization of high usage customers, but it helps move Kentucky Power into that right direction of fixed cost recovery. The more costs that are recovered through the energy charge, the more customer bills will kind of yo-yo or go up and down throughout the course of a year, and the more those winter bill impacts will be felt by customers.
So I think I heard two things from you just now. I think you said when Kentucky Power came to you about rate design, that the high winter bills were paramount. Is that what you said?
Paramount would be top of the mountain, but I would say that they were, yes, they were the most pressing need to be addressed.
So this high usage customers and lowering their bills were your first concern. And then aligning cost causation and recovery were another concern?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So conservation signals would have been somewhere lower down the list than those two things?
The tiered customer charge is a conservation signal of conserving energy.
But the declining block rate goes the other way, right?
So if a customer, with an engaged customer, if they were reading the company's tariff book, and you're looking at if the tiered customer charge in the customer, it was in the tariff book, you would see tier 1, 0 to 2,000 kWh, $26. Tier 2, 2,000 kWh and a plus sign or above, $40. As a customer, I would glom onto that fact that that's a $14 difference. The declining block energy rate would say 0 to 600. I don't have the rates off the top of my head.
That's okay.
Like 15 cents. Block 2, 600 and up, 11 cents for the settlement. So as a customer, I would probably look at that $14 differential of the 2,000 as a kind of a bright red line of that's probably the one I want to pay attention to. So that would be the price signal that we're sending here.
But for other customers, say between 0 and 2,000 or between 2,300 and 4,000, it's probably less of a concern that they could address at least in a given month.
I think that can you state the ranges that you just had?
Just
Okay.
using examples, somebody who never uses over 2,000 or somebody who never uses below 2,000, I guess, for those groups, because there are certainly customers who probably never see a bill over 2,000, and there are probably other customers who never see a bill below 2,000, at least during the winter. For those groups, that $14 is kind of irrelevant, isn't it? I mean, not irrelevant, they're paying it, but it's
Yes.
not a goal they can hit, right?
So during the test year, I kind of gather where you're at here. During the test year, over the course of the 12 months, with that 1.5 million bills that we were talking about earlier, like 2.2% of those bills during the course of the non-winter months are floating around that 2,200 to 1,900 kWh. So those would be the customers where they can move up or down depending on whatever the month is. And then the winter months, I'm sorry, that's 2.2% for the winter months. During the course of the year, it's like 1.1%.
Okay.
Can move between that tier 1 and tier 2 customer charge. So it is an area of the customer base that Kentucky Power has, but it kind of was it was moved to a lower rung than the winter bill spikes that we were trying to address here.
Thank you. Wanted to move on to just two other quick things. Were you asked to study anything like an arrearage management program or a lifeline rate and what the impact on rates would be?
No, I wasn't. I
Okay.
think that would be coming out of if Kentucky Power would have, directed that sort of analysis, we would have had to work with, Ms. Coburn's team to kind of figure out where we land there. But no,
Okay.
we did not.
Okay. I'm going to look at what I asked Mr. Wolfram really quickly because I think he punted a couple of questions to you, and I just want to make sure that I covered everything. So give me just one moment, apologies, but I think that's everything. Okay, yeah, no further questions. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Mr. Spinard?
No questions.
Mr. Kidd?
No questions, Your Honor.
Staff?
Yes, Your Honor, we have questions. So if I were to ask you what class of residential customers does the proposed rate design benefit the most, how would you respond to that?
It benefits the most high usage customers in the winter months.
Are there any outlying customers that could be harmed by your rate design?
I wouldn't use the term harmed. I think that when we're thinking about, we talked earlier about the cost causation principles and fixed cost recovery. We're moving in the direction of recovering our fixed costs through the customer charge, but on a percentage bill impact basis, I would say that the lower usage customers have a larger percentage, but in a dollar basis, it's kind of relative to the total bill of the customers. So I hesitate to use the term harmed.
So if you were to describe an outlying customer that you were referring to there, how would you describe that?
Well, Mr. Colton, for the joint interveners, did his analysis was primarily, median customer driven. So that's, when you're considering outliers, I think the outliers could be considered the customers that are north of, 3,000 kWh in certain months. The incredibly low usage customers, if you look at the typical bills, it starts at 100 kWh and then moves up to 600 where that declining energy block comes into play. But there could be customers that have, a second home, a second cabin to where they're, not living in that 12 months out of the year, a seasonal type residence. Those, I guess, the harming aspect or outlier, those would be an outlier in our mind.
And what percentage would be, you referred to the cabins, and do you know the percentage of customers that would be?
Oh, that was just an example. I don't know exactly the housing stock. If we,
Is that something
So-
you could give I'm sorry, go ahead.
oh, if your question is about specifically the housing stock, I don't have that, but 28% of customer bills were less than 600 kilowatt hours during the test year. I don't know if that's helpful.
Even in the winter?
So it's the way that I have it. We can get you that data as to the monthly data. This was math that I was kind of doing during the course of the hearing of call it a frequency distribution where customer bills land during the test year. I don't have it broken out by month on me, but we can get that. So that's over the course of the 1.5 million bills or thereabouts. So in March, April, May, June, July, it's inclusive of those. So I'm not sure how you would heat, if you had a hunting cabin or something of that nature and you were not using it in January, what the level of energy usage would have been to keep that. Maybe you just turn everything off. And so that could come into play as a extremely low usage customer bill that we see in winter month.
Thank you.
And we may ask you a follow-up data request on that. I'm going to ask you to refer to your rebuttal testimony, and we're going to try to pull that. We may have that to pull up on the screen, and page 4, starting at line 23, and then that's going to go on to page 5, lines 1 through 3. And let me know when you have that.
Page 4, starting at line 23.
Yes, and then we'll go on until the next line. So this is about the residential rate design, and so you state that the tiered customer charge sends a clear and understandable target of 2,000 kWh for conservation and cost savings. And that's pulled directly from that page. And then going forward, it says, however, adding additional tiers may muddy the intended price signal. So would it be fair to assume that customers who are already well above the 2,000 kWh threshold may benefit from additional, more achievable tiers?
So the way that the rate design works is what we did was I set the initial tier 1 customer charge. So if we said, in this case, $26, and then it was determined to try to recover 61% of customer-related costs through the customer charge. And that is kind of a toggle in our workbook to take those revenue targets that come out of Witness Kuhn's class cost of service study and then design rates based upon those. So if the full cost customer charge, as I stated earlier, was around $46. So that would be 100% of customer-related costs are recovered through the customer charge. If we put the $26 as our starting point, and then we took the entirety of our test year bills, so we have every test year bill for every customer, and then we bucketed them based upon their usage during the test year, that $26 recovers X amount of customer-related revenue. The tier 2 customer charge then is going to pick up that differential, so we're at 61% of customer-related revenue. Whatever's picked up in tier 1 the tier 2 picks up 61% plus that piece of tier 1. Then the remainder, because we're not even to full cost customer charge, flows through the block 1 energy rate. Every time you introduce a new tier, it makes the energy rate, so if we go north of $46, the company didn't really feel it was appropriate to over-collect customer-related revenue. And it sends kind of a price signal to, if a customer were to read the application and see that Kentucky Power's customer-related costs are $46, and I'm a 3,500 kWh energy user, and I'm paying $50 a month for my customer charge, they may have questions as to why it's more than what you stated it should have been in the application. So we didn't feel it was appropriate to go north of that. The blocking came into play for the energy rate to where we were like 3 blocked energy charge or 3 block declining energy charge or 3-tiered customer charge. The 3-tiered customer charge, the way that the rate design worked after the cost of service determined the costs, you'd have too many customers that were going to yo-yo between customer charges during the course of a year, not even winter time, to where that could cause customer confusion as to what should I really be paying in a fixed cost basis. So in the initial blush here, we wanted to make it simple, but I do believe that we stated that in the future we could try to fine-tune it, maybe introduce a 3rd blocked energy charge to introduce more savings to customers. But that's the reason. It was more of a customer services standpoint of 3 customer charges seemed to be a bridge too far for customers.
I guess so 1 kilowatt or so 1 kWh could cause the customer to go from the lower customer charge to the higher customer charge, right?
That's correct. There has to be a line somewhere.
And how do you explain that line to the customer that may be confused?
So from the customer services standpoint, I am not a customer services representative, but I would, you would kind of look at it from the customer standpoint that if you're at 2,001 kWh, that's your example, you have moved into the tier 2 customer charge. But if you were at 599 kWh, you did not get to move into the block 2 energy charge that's lower. So there's trade-offs when you make a rate design that is kind of predicated upon where a customer's usage lands. So the idea that a customer if a customer sees the tier 2 customer charge come into play and their bill states that they use 2,001 kWh in the month, I think that from that standpoint, I don't want to say that they got unlucky or anything to that effect, but that is just the fact of how they needed or how they consume their energy in that given month. So I don't know that there's a clear and concise answer to give to a customer if they use 2,001 kWh. But when you're doing rate design and things of this nature, we deal with it in commercial classes, things like that, that there has to be, breaking points between rates that are not just a single customer charge, a single energy charge, because that's clearly not working currently.
Okay, so I want to move on to your rebuttal, still in your rebuttal, but page 6 and lines 9 through 12. And it's mentioned that 14,662 residential customers were above 3,500 kWh in January 2024, and a portion of those were above 4,000 kWh. So is it typical for an average residential customer to experience usage of 3,500 kWh and above?
in the month of January of 2024, there was 11%. I don't know that that would be typical. It's certainly less than 50%. I think that, I mean, the test year analysis showed on an average basis, the bill customer usage was 1,210.
So if you say that's not typical, is there anything that could be done to address that?
So when I say it's not typical, the reason that was pulled out is, while it's not typical, it is alarming, right? That's a lot of customers that are using north of 3,500 kWh. So I think that that is what, Mr. Wolfram and Ms. Wiseman were talking about earlier, is trying to get to the bottom of what is driving this high usage in these winter months, and what can we do to address that. And one piece from the customer bill perspective is this proposed rate design, which lessens those bill impacts as compared to if we would have just presented a single customer charge, single energy charge. I fear that Kentucky Power would continue to receive the types of calls that they're getting now.
So I want to discuss a little bit more about the declining block rate, and why wasn't that set at the average of 12,008 kWh?
Why didn't the block 2 come into play at 12,008? Well, had that been the case, so I apologize, I keep flipping back to this bill distribution breakout.
Just to clarify, you meant 1,208, not 12,008, correct?
I did, yes.
Okay, sorry.
My apologies. And if that is something that would be better in a post-hearing DR, we would be able to give that.
No, that's fine. I wanted to give some color with numbers around that. So what we have is 28% of the customer bills were below 600 kWh during the test year. So with the block set at where it is at 600 kWh versus where the average is, we're able to allow more customers, because I think that there could be differing interpretations of what a high customer usage would be. Some may say north of 2,000, some say 2,500. I pulled out 3,500 kWh in the month of January. But, so 72% of customer bills were north of 600 kWh in the test year. So the bulk of customer bills were above 600 kWh per month. The block 2 declining energy rate was set at that point to allow more customers to benefit from that reduced pure energy rate. So if it was set at the class average, as you asked earlier, there would be less, those bill impacts that we were looking at would not have ratably decreased from 100 until it hit that inflection point of the tier 2 customer charge.
Okay, thank you.
Does that make sense?
So we're still on page 6 of your rebuttal. I want to go to lines 6 and 7. And so you stated that roughly 14.6% of residential customers had usage over 2,000 kWh, over the threshold, over that year. Could you explain how you calculated that 14.6%?
Yeah, so we have a software system that is able to extract all customer usage bills, and it's by billing type. So for commercial and industrial classes, we can look at demand, energy, the blocked energy, customer charge, things of that nature. So for the test year, we were able to look at the number of bills that fell into the kWh ranges. So by 100 kWh steps, and then by month where those bills fell. So in January of 2024, 14% of the bills would flag for, there would be a 1 for each piece or the number. Like 100 bills were between 2,000 and 2,100. There were 500 between 21 and 2,200, and then it's kind of just a function of that over the total bills in that test year period.
I'm going to ask you to flip to your direct testimony at pages 13 and 14. And we're going to actually pull that up here for reference. So in general, my understanding of these pages is discuss how to reduce bill volatility. Could you explain how this bill volatility is reduced for a customer who fluctuates between the two customer classes throughout the year? I believe MMS3, that's,
Fluctuates between the two customer classes? Is that what you asked?
yes.
Are-
The customer tiers, I'm sorry.
Okay. So the idea here is figure MMS3 is the bill increase, right? So that's on dollars. So that is kind of looking at where the average electric heating customer would land. And the red line kind of shows the bill stability, because I think I brought it up earlier that the more costs are recovered through the customer charge and less through energy charges, that kind of stabilizes a customer's bill throughout the year, because the energy rate would be reduced when more costs are recovered through the customer charge. The current standard electric bill increase, that is as compared to what we calculated as the 61% of customer costs through the customer charge, that's that $28.16, and a energy rate of nearly 14 cents. So when the electric heating customer starts using energy at a higher rate in December, January, February, March, and starts to decrease, the $28 basic service charge and that higher energy rate causes that bill to spike. But under this proposal, that bill remains fairly flat for that customer. And that's a function of the Tier 2 customer charge and that reduced Block 2 energy rate. So their bill increases month to month will not be as dramatic as compared to what customers are currently seeing.
And moving on to, so your direct, page 10, lines 12 through 14. And I'm going to ask you about the energy block 600 kWh threshold. Could you just, in general, explain a little bit more how that was decided on?
So when we went through the rate design process here, so this was kind of our, Kentucky Power was there was a more robust analysis of what the test year bills were actually telling us than what would normally be done, and that's just a function of Kentucky Power communicating to us and working with us on what they're seeing from customers and what they're want to address through rate design. So when we talked earlier about the where that block threshold was set for the energy charge, that's where this came into play, because what we did was we analyzed every customer bill in the test year, where it fell in its usage patterns, and then through our software we were able to bucket them and analyze different scenarios. So say 3 blocked energy charge, 2 tiered customer charge, and that's linked to what we're looking at as a typical bill impact. So where do those typical bills land? And so if I think we looked at 600 kWh, 750 kWh, lots of different levels. But once those ran through the typical bill, it would produce rates, calculate typical bills. We would evaluate where the percentages and dollar increases were. So if when we're looking at that settlement typical bill increase, if you adjust any piece and part of these 4 rates that are shown here, the low usage customers, so those customers, like if you're starting at 100 kWh, those bill increases can go north of 35%. And in talking with Kentucky Power and direction from them, that wasn't really palatable to, reflect a north of 30% increase on a low usage customer. And that also would commensurately usually decrease those high usage customer bills. But that wasn't comfortable with Kentucky Power to do so. So we were able to keep the class average at 15%, which was what the noticed revenue increase for the residential class was, because that was another somewhat of I don't want to say sticking point, but we didn't want to represent to the commission, staff, interveners, a typical bill increase, because this is different than what's shown in some pieces and parts of the revenue increase for the residential class. We didn't want to show any percent change for the average that wasn't what was noticed to customers as the residential class increase. So that, I don't want to say that was a constraint, but that was one piece that we had to take into consideration. So with the 600 kWh, it landed at a somewhat more palatable increase for low usage customers while providing that winter bill relief for high usage customers. So it was sort of a process of checking and adjusting what our percent of customer related costs recovered through the basic service charge would be, what our starting point for the energy rates would be, and what our starting point for the tier 1 basic service charge would be.
Okay, so I want to move on to another topic and just talk about the customer count. We have some specific questions on that. I'm going to refer you to PSC 1-55, attachment 28. We may be able to pull that up. Work paper, so work paper 8, exhibit H tab. So on this document, the year-end adjusted customer total for residential customers is 130,110. Could you explain how that number is calculated?
Yeah, so that's when we're doing our adjustments, so when we're at the end of the test year, we take the number of customers, and so that would be the representative sample of the number of customers, and we restate through our billing determinant software that number of customers, whether it's up or down, for each month prior to the number at the end of the year or end of the test year. So what that does is I'm able to design my rates based upon a representative sample of the test year ended month. So and you'll have the year end adjusted KWH. It's reflecting the year end number of customers, and then it adjusts the KWH by a ratio. So if customers move up or down, gain or loss during the month, some may come online, come offline, come online, come offline, but the test month end is where we determine that is the number of customers that we need to spread across the prior 11 months.
So are you referring to customers that come off and online? Is that the ones that are disconnected for non-payment, reconnected with that?
There's no analysis from the billing unit that is necessary to know why or why not a customer came online or offline. We're primarily concerned with the number of customers at the end of the test year and restating the test year to reflect that number for every month prior.
I want to refer you to another document. We're going to pull this document up as well. It's PSC 2-19, attachment 1. And in this document, the customer count is 145,297. Why is that number different than the number we just talked about, the 130,110?
Where should I be looking here?
guess we're trying to understand the difference between these two numbers that reference.
This
What two numbers?
sheet looks like customer, this is usage. I don't know if I'm looking at the right screen or understanding what the question is.
So the 145 is the total customer count for the test year, is that correct?
What, I don't mean to interrupt, but could you point the witness to the 145 that you're?
We might just have the wrong thing up on the screen.
Oh,
Starts at line 30.
Staff, would a
So-
10-minute break help?
So this is weather normalized energy usage. So that doesn't impact, the weather adjustment only impacts energy usage, it doesn't impact customer count. So what we look at for that is our economic forecasting team provides, what would they're now using 20-year average weather would have been for Kentucky Power. We look at the test year and we say, did Kentucky Power's test year billing units, were they higher or lower? Does a weather factor need to be applied? So if Kentucky Power had a unseasonably cold winter, your billing units, the usage the customers would have been billed on, would be higher. Now, if it's unseasonably cold, we wouldn't want to design electric rates to recover the revenue cost for the residential class on overstated billing units, because that would create a revenue insufficiency. Because if weather is normalized or is more normal going forward, there would be less billing units to collect the charges that were designed in rate design. So we weather normalize our billing units, but that only affects energy.
Okay, we may circle back around to that one.
Staff, would it help to take a 10-minute break? Would you like a few minutes to organize your exhibit?
Let's
or-
take, yes, ma'am, thank you.
Okay, yeah, no problem. Let's go ahead and do 10 minutes. We'll be back. 00257. And staff, are you ready?
We're ready, thank you. So this chart that I have in front of me, 2-19 attachment 1, would you agree that each line represents an account, a single account or customer?
Is it possible to look at the discovery response or request? 219,
Yeah.
the wording. If it takes too long, I can probably talk around it.
I think we almost have it pulled up, and then we'll probably do a post-hearing data request on this just to clarify.
Perfect. Okay.
Does that impact your answer with the previous document about what each line represents?
Yeah, it wasn't clear to me that if you want to pull up the Excel document again. So when we're looking at the residential rate design, we used every test year bill for the residential class, the residential standard class, so not TOD, because they're not impacted by this proposal here. The 145,300, I think, is what you're referring to as a customer count. But when you're looking at annualizing the number of customers, if we look at line 145,292 and 291, you can see this is where we're talking about the customers coming online, coming offline. So you can see there, that customer left the system in February of 2025, and then the one below it entered or took service from the company in January of 2025. So what the customer annualization adjustment will do is this is, coincidentally, a one-for-one swap. You have gained a customer at the end of the test year in May, but also lost a customer. So that kind of nets to nothing. If that row that you have highlighted right now did not exist, so say that customer did not come online, that customer loss in the row above would be reflected in every month prior during the customer annualization adjustment to adjust down the customer account and the commensurate KWH usage. So this 145,300 is overstated in the number of customers because there's going to be a function throughout this sheet of customers coming onto the system or off the system. We did something a little bit different in this case, in this proposal, to use the actual test year billing units to design these rates to be more representative. The KWH amounts in here are individually weather adjusted though. So they're not unadjusted billing units. They're weather adjusted billing units, but that's why these rows are overstated. And then the 130,000 that you showed for my exhibit, I believe, in a round number, that is what we present in the notice for the by class rate increase. Those units, that 130,000, those are unadjusted, just actual billing units for the test year. So there's no customer annualization adjustment applied to that when we notice the increase.
So the difference between those two numbers is about 15,000. So what could have caused that?
Well, the number of customers is billed plus estimated customers in the tariff summary that we use in the notice, right? So if, do you have that Excel document still available? So if you sit on that 130,110 cell, and then go, if you right, or I don't know if you can double click and go to that worksheet. No. So if you go to the monthly number of customers, just right click on Exhibit H, the worksheet. I'm sorry, the arrow next to it. And then go to monthly number of customers. So this is from our tariff summary, so these are not adjusted. So what it's pulling from here, the annualization adjustments and stuff are off to the side, but this is just our 12 months billed and accrued. I misstated billed plus estimated, but it's billed and accrued tariff summary from that we provided to you guys in Discovery. So that's just the monthly number of customers on the system. What we were looking at before is our billing software, what we've extracted from the billing system. So there might be, decimals. It's more of a, what the billing system is seeing versus what like the tariff summary is showing here. So this is presentation purposes for the notice, and then the sheet that you showed me, which is the actual customers, what we have seen during the test year with the adjusted KWH, because we had to re-block them into the tiers of the customer charge and the blocked energy charge. So we had to analyze every customer. That's why we didn't want to adjust any of the customers, because it is still reality of what customers saw during the test year, if that makes sense, for the rate design for this proposal. But the 145,000, that 15,000 difference when you're counting the rows is just a function of it has a row for every customer, whether they're on the system at the end of the test year, off the system at the end of the test year. That's why you'll have, rows kind of stacking on each other where it doesn't have a full 12-month picture of energy or customer count.
So is the on or off the system, is that a disconnection or something else?
Well, it would be they're not taking service from Kentucky Power. I don't have any, we're not dealing with any of the whys when we're doing the rate design piece. That can be, we can query and look at why a customer left the system outside of the fact that it would be disconnect or final bill. So if you have a final bill, it's usually if you're moving or something to that effect.
Okay, I'm going to move on from that, and we're going to move into the customer notice, which is application section 2, volume 1, exhibit F, page 7, and we'll have that pulled up here for easy reference. So how does Kentucky Power determine the average usage for purpose of the rate case notice?
So that's a function of basically the adjusted KWH and the annualized number of customers divided by the total KWH. So total energy for the residential class divided by the total number of customers.
So I'm going to refer to the customer notice, and it says $183.37 for the current average residential bill. And referring to the application's typical bill analysis. So the base bill for an average customer is 1,210 kWh, which would be approximately $147.70. Are you able to explain the discrepancy between the $183.37 and $174.70?
Well, it's certainly not to KWH. It could be a timing. Kentucky Power has a fair amount of rate changes in a monthly basis. I know we have to get the notice out quite a bit sooner before the case is actually filed with the commission. For that discrepancy, I can certainly, we could provide some data behind where that discrepancy lies. But as I'm sitting here looking at it right now without looking through, if you go to the notice, if that 183, we're on the web. I was gonna say if that's hard coded, but
We'll just do that post-hearing. And I want to move on to, unless you have another, do you have any more response to that?
no, that's fine. I think we
Post-hearing,
can
okay.
definitely get you that discrepancy.
And I want to move on to base bills versus bills with surcharges. And could you explain how different riders or additional billing items on a residential user's bills impact the overall total bill?
I think on the total bill, I mean, riders and surcharges are a part of what the customer realizes on their total bill. So I'm fully cognizant of that interaction. I'm not sure if there's there's a variety of programs that, Kentucky Power is authorized to recover through surcharges. So, I mean, sure, there's like the FTC credit is a credit to customer bills, and then, the power purchase adjustment, DSM, things of that nature. So they do make up a portion of the bill. Off the top of my head, I don't know what the,
Are they percentages of the underlying bill, or are they a straight dollar amount every month for each residential customer?
so if you think about like your SSR rider, that's a percentage of total revenue. So that's gonna take a percentage of your total base bill, excluding certain riders that are spelled out in the tariff. So it'll take a percentage of that revenue. The revenue that it's, calculating on is primarily driven by usage. So, because if you think about the energy charge that makes up a portion, if it makes up an outside portion of the revenue that the percentage of revenue is calculating on, that'll be an energy, kind of more of an energy-driven percentage of revenue recovery. That's where the basic service charge as the flat sort of monthly fee, if you will, that the customer is assessed to kind of, that percentage of revenue will be calculating that and the energy charge in the base side. But I think Kentucky Power has two percentage of revenue riders, and the rest are per KWH for residential or per customer.
They have two what?
I believe off the top of my head, I don't have the tariff book in front of me, 2% of revenue riders, like the SSR, environmental surcharge, I believe are the two.
Okay, very well.
They're all based on percentage. Some are based on percentage of revenue riders, and some are based on percentage of KWH that's used. Is that what you're saying?
No, Your Honor, they would be based on just a per KWH charge. So,
I think that's what I was trying
yeah,
to say.
Sorry.
They're all variable, right? Nothing's $1.63 a month for every customer.
I don't believe so.
So would the surcharges be volumetric based? Would that be fair?
Volumetric or percentage of revenue based.
And moving on to the LIHEAP, so this may be something that's better for a post-hearing data request, but would you be able to provide the past 3 calendar years of LIHEAP data with KWH usage?
Yes, I believe joint interveners asked us for a fair amount of LIHEAP data. We may have already provided it. I'm not sure if it's in the format that you're requesting, but yeah, we could certainly. We have the associated KWH and like dollars received for LIHEAP customers, yes.
And I think maybe the point of this would be to compare it to the last case, so we'll have that out in the DR. And finally, I want to move on to the QF tariff. And if you would turn to your rebuttal testimony, page 21, lines 5 through 8.
I'm there.
And if you could tell me based on the statements in those lines, if with the settlement, is the revision proposed there necessary?
So I think that one of the sticking points that, for the cogen tariff was the deposit. And it was, I think it was kind of amorphous in the fact that it didn't say whether or not the company was going to require a study or deposit for said study. But I think that this language here sort of clarifies it for the intervening parties that were, I guess, somewhat objecting to not having some sort of spelled out how the proof of deposit would actually work and when it would be necessary from the company standpoint. So I think without reading Mr. Wolfram's settlement testimony in full, he may be better suited to answer whether this excerpt should be included in the tariff, but from my understanding at the time of rebuttal testimony being composed, this was something the company was able to come to somewhat of an agreement and spell out for the intervening parties to satisfy their concerns with the study deposits.
So I asked you to turn to your rebuttal testimony, page 22, lines 5 through 12. And this is regarding the demand rate requirement for QFs greater than 10 kW.
Yes.
So you state that this requirement is specific to non-residential customers. So, but however, isn't it true that once the company stops offering net metering service, the provision could apply to a residential customer?
I think, well, it sort of feels like a mischaracterization that the company will stop offering net metering. I think that Mr. Wolfram, in discussions with him, I don't think there's any intention to stop net metering, and I think I had a table in my testimony of somewhat of a megawatt projection of where we would be approaching the current threshold of the 1% of energy sales, and it's 2036. And since that customer cap, if you will, is ever changing based upon the prior year's 1% of energy sales, this projection could increase or decrease, and the threshold for the company offering net metering could increase or decrease. But the intention here was to say that there's no intention or concern of sunsetting net metering offerings for residential customers in the near future. And I don't want to speak entirely to Mr. Wolfram, but from the company standpoint, there's no intention of sunsetting net metering. But back to your demand metered question, the company won't force or require a residential customer to take service on an optional residential demand metered rate schedule. They will not. The company won't force a residential customer onto a tariff schedule that requires a demand charge.
Are you familiar with Mr. Barnes's direct testimony regarding strictly enforced timelines for providing information on estimated study costs to prospective QFs?
I don't believe. Can you point me to where you're referring to specifically? I'm not sure I have his testimony in front of me.
Let me point you first to, we'll start with your testimony, your rebuttal, page 20, lines 20 through 21. And in this, you indicate that Kentucky Power will only require a deposit for system impact or facility studies if the engineering team deems additional studies are needed.
Yes, that's the way that our DIR team, our interconnection team kind of operates. If they have to do the due diligence in the study for the system, they determine whether or not that is necessary from their expertise standpoint.
And this may have already been addressed in the settlement, but just for our record, I have a couple questions about the engineering components. And so how long would it take an engineering team to determine whether additional studies are needed on a prospective QF?
I think from where I sit right now, that question could be better answered from the interconnection team. And if possible, we could get you that timeline for, post-hearing data request. I hesitate to, offer that off the jump, but I wouldn't be able to state the factual answer.
We can ask these questions in a post-hearing DR. And only two more questions, and these were, in my understanding, deferred to you from witness Wolfram. So I will go ahead and, do you have his rebuttal testimony in front of you, witness Wolfram's?
I do not.
I think I can summarize that. So in his rebuttal testimony, page 12, lines 5 through 12, Mr. Wolfram indicated that the company expects the Cogen SPP customers to be served via the existing AMR meter throughout the AMI deployment schedule, but that the company would be willing to evaluate eliminating the separate meter charge for Cogen SPP customers in the future once AMI system is deployed.
I do have a copy of that if I can provide it to Mr. Spade.
Absolutely, thank you.
I have page R12, is that correct?
R12, yes, lines 5 through 12. I guess the question on that would be if a situation were to arise where a Cogen SPP, a customer, where the AMI was deployed ahead of schedule, would the separate metering charge still apply to that customer? Or would there be a separate metering charge?
If the prospective Cogen customer received an AMI meter,
Yes.
I think Mr. Wolfram's rebuttal state that the company is proposing to maintain the separate metering charge throughout the AMI deployment. But I can't state, from my point of view, or my answer couldn't be different than what Mr. Wolfram, believes from a Kentucky Power standpoint. So I can't answer that question.
Okay. Actually, I think that is all my questions, Your Honor.
Okay. Commissioner Wood?
I'm going to ask a few at the risk of making us go till 9 o'clock tonight. I did have a few that I thought needed to be explored.
If we go to 9 o'clock, I think very little of it is your fault.
I salute the company's willingness to think outside of the box in terms of a rate structure. It could be one small way to, help the residents in this territory. But I wonder, was there any exploration done of this rate structure with any other utilities? Has anybody else done this? And if so, what has their experience been?
Yes, there's actually AES Indianapolis Power and Light has a blocked or tiered, I believe they might refer to it as a blocked energy charge for high-low usage customers. So they charge a different, theirs may be daily, but no, theirs is monthly. So they charge different basic service charges for customers based upon their usage. And then in, I believe, Arizona, they have similar structure. Theirs is on a daily charge rate, so you really just have to multiply it by 30, 31 days, 28 days to arrive at what, our tariff book reflects as a customer charge. In Indiana, their blocked customer charge structure has been in place for, I think, north of a decade. So theirs seems to be very successful since they haven't been asked to adjust it or change it. And then I believe in the Arizona utility, which we can certainly provide. I think I have it in Discovery but I don't know that I want to belabor since we have the 9 p.m. issue, but to where we provided the tariff examples of what these two utilities, because we did get that question, has anybody else done this? So from our standpoint, the AMI rollout is going to be fantastic for customers, and from a rate design standpoint, if you think about, there's more possibilities with AMI or time-based rates, things of that nature. But we're kind of constrained at this point with AMR metering and what we can do to help with these high winter bills that customers are experiencing. So outside of the usage problem, we're talking the dollar impact issue to customers. Like I brought up earlier that if a customer's calling in and complaining about a $600 bill, they're using north of 3,500 kWh a month. So that is an issue, but the bill for that customer is the more pressing issue, the dollar amount. So this proposal here helps that side of the
If they can
problem.
adjust their usage, right? I mean, there are some
Well-
people who are inelastic when it comes to their usage, and that might be a renter or somebody in poor housing, poorly constructed housing. I mean, there's half a dozen reasons why people may not be able to adjust their usage like it's intended through this tariff. Is that right?
I totally agree, Your Honor. But if we would not have proposed this, those percentage increases for those customers, so if they're not able to adjust that usage, if that 3,500 is, as you said, inelastic, and that is what it's going to be, this proposal here reduces those bill impacts that they would have received otherwise under a single energy charge, single customer charge. Those bill impacts and the bills they would be receiving they would still be higher than what they would be comfortable. This at least helps mitigate that bill increase with that second blocked energy charge. It's lower than the current rate that's in the tariff.
So who pays more? And you may have answered this a dozen times already, but who pays more under this proposal?
Oh, with the bill
Yes.
impact? So right now, when we're talking about, I think, with the staff attorney asking like who's harmed in a more roundabout way of asking who
I
pays
used a
more.
different word. I noticed that.
So we're trying to strike a balance as to, you've got and we were talking earlier about outliers. So you've got high usage customers, low usage customers. There's, behind you it says United We Stand, Divided We Fall. So we have to think about this as like a united front, right? So there will be winners and losers in any rate design. Ideally, in a perfect world, I could design rates for you. I could design rates for you, Your Honor. Your Honor is separate rates. Everybody pays their individual rates, but that's not how it works because we have to look at it as the class entirety. So on a percentage basis, the lower usage customers do pay. They're more effective, but on a total dollar basis, they're the least effective.
So somebody who's got a meter for a barn is going to be relatively unhappy compared to somebody who uses more electricity. Is that what you're saying?
Well, if you have a meter for a barn, then, and I'm not entirely familiar with what the average usage would be for said barn, so say it was 500 kWh a month or something to that effect. You would be paying they would be in that tier 1 customer charge. So with the revenue ask in this case, the revenue, the Kentucky Power is seeking, there's that baked in increase, but the new rate structure, that customer in the barn would have say they'd have a $6 increase per month, and then somewhat of I think 3-cent increase per kWh. So it wouldn't be an outsized, now I don't want to speak for everyone because everybody has different economic factors in play at their homes. But if we're thinking in the $9 to $10 a month increase for that barn. Now, a normal, not normal, but a standard user that, you know, lives in the home and uses their electricity to, for day-to-day lives, this rate design does help those users that are, if we're talking those ones that are 3,500 and up and they can't get down to that 2,000 tier threshold, their bill stability is vastly improved based upon that graph that, you know, the staff attorney brought up for my direct testimony, the red line and then the dotted line of those bill spikes. And their winter bills will be necessarily less than what they would be if the company proposed a single customer charge, single energy charge.
Just that, did those graphs that you were referring to, and I'm sorry, I don't remember them, was that sort of a linear regression of what the current customers sort of pay and what they would pay under the proposal? And if you don't have one of those, could you provide those as sort of I'm more of a graphic learner than I'm I guess a word learner, so to speak, and plus I'm new. So I've got a double excuse to want to see that in a graphic form, and if you can provide that, that'd be terrific, and if not, I'm not going to hold your feet to the fire. Did the companies consult with any of their customers about this? Was there any, I hate to say was there a focus group, but is there any sort of grassroots support for this in the territory, or is this just something that you see has worked in Indiana, therefore you're going to try it in Kentucky?
From my understanding, I can't state either way whether the company has engaged customers on the proposal. We have engaged our customer service reps on what this proposal does, because as I brought up in the beginning, it's, you look at it at first blush, it might seem like the chess checkers thing. It's not overtly complicated. It seems like it could be, but it's just the understanding of where those customer charges come into play. And we believe that the declining energy block is somewhat, the customers would understand that. So I hesitate to go into you have the price signal aspect of it, but when you divorce the two pieces, the price signals are operating in different fashions. Declining energy block, some may think, oh, that means use more. But that tiered customer charge, when you introduce that is you use more, there will be charges coming your way. And that's a function of the fixed cost recovery piece, as well as allowing for those bill impacts for lower usage customers. But to your point, our customer service representatives have been engaged by us to explain it to customers that may call in when the case was noticed. This is what may be coming, things of that nature. An engaged customer may call in and say, hey, I see that Kentucky Power has filed in their case for this new residential rate design. And you could have customers that say, they might think that the customer charges are additive. You know, you've got the $26 plus the $40. And so our customer service reps have been engaged to explain to them how it works.
Very well, that's all I have.
Commissioner Regis?
I, in addition, appreciate what you're trying to do with the rate design. I'm concerned that a customer isn't going to understand it. And so I'm wondering if there's a way to, maybe we can do this in a post-hearing request, give you maybe 4 scenarios, and you could, and just map out kind of like a flow chart and what discount there would be. I think this is going to be confusing to people. Not that it can't be overcome, I just think it's a little confusing, and I know what you guys are trying to do, so I appreciate that.
No, that is perfectly doable by us. I think the customer education is going to be a paramount process that Kentucky Power and the Service Corps will assist with to educate the customers on how this works, what they can do to achieve realized bill savings, and just how the function of, I think the basic service charge explanation of how those two work. But yes, in a post-hearing data request, we can certainly. We have literature and presentations for our customer service reps that could easily be tailored to how Kentucky Power feels their customer base best digests information. So sometimes it's emails, workshops, focus groups, things of that nature, so.
Because we're doing this all the time and we're confused, so I just think that they're gonna be a little more confused, so, that's the only question I have. Oh, no, I did one. If this would be approved, would a tutorial online be an option?
Oh, yes,
Okay.
like, yeah, there could be.
To walk through maybe different bills?
Yeah, we could build that, certainly.
Okay, thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
You mentioned the Indianapolis territory and the Arizona territory that have tried this before. Do you know anything about those territories? Are they similar? Do they have a similar issue with high heat, high electric heat users? Or if you don't, that's fine. I'm just curious, like, what would lead those two areas that are very different from each other and different from Kentucky?
So
Yeah, that direction.
the Arizona territory, I believe, was dealing with loss of for KWH sales due to net metering, distributed generation, things of that nature. And Indianapolis Power and Light is Indianapolis, so it's an urban center, so it may be more akin to your Louisville, Lexington type service territories. But from their standpoint, they enacted the charge like more than a decade ago, and finding information from their filings as to the why would prove to be a little bit difficult. So I don't want to state why or why they chose to provide that to customers.
Understood. Are there other AEP affiliate areas that might benefit from this, or is this is just a unique for your Kentucky Power customers?
I think that Kentucky Power has the unique ability from this case proceeding to be first, but it could be offered to other similarly situated utilities in AEP's system. So if you think about like Appalachian Power, I work in that jurisdiction and for that company as well. We have been directed in Virginia to offer multiple offerings to leverage the AMI deployment that they have realized. Virginia is 99% deployed. It's nearly complete for AMI deployment. West Virginia is approaching 90% deployed. So as I stated earlier, is once you have that AMI deployment, the Virginia Commission has basically stated, let's leverage that and let's see what the utility can propose as a standard rate schedule for their residential customers. So for the Virginia piece, I can't state what will be ultimately proposed, but this would be a consideration.
So you were saying that in Arizona they do daily usage rather than the monthly count? That wouldn't even be possible without AMI.
You would need the AMI metering.
Okay, you can't roll a truck to every house every day.
That feels like it would be not cost effective.
Yeah. So it will be interesting in 4 or 5 years when we get the AMI rolled out, what that can tell us about our customers.
I think we'll have more data to digest and make more informed decisions. We will also be able to offer more optional tariffs for customers based upon the real-time data that we receive from them via the meter. So there could be more time-based rates, as I brought up before. Along with some of these comes the customer education part that we talked about earlier too. As some folks may not understand that when you have the AMI deployment, why does the time that I use my electricity matter for the price that I'm paying? So that's just one consideration for a time-based rate.
And your customer service reps I don't envy them. I mean, assuming you get an opportunity to try this, it's very difficult to explain. And you'd said earlier, we need to think globally, or we need to think as a team, or I can't remember what the word you used was, that these people think as individuals, and there are already some very angry customers in this territory. I know that's not news.
No, and it was definitely, myself and my team we read public comments, we viewed the, YouTube comments, the various road shows about where what the Kentucky Power's proposal is and what it means for customers. Some of it was, oversimplified when it's explained to customers, to where we were a little bit concerned that what was being told to them wasn't exactly correct, in especially how this rate design functions and works, because you can take a lot of information from this typical bill analysis and view the percentage increases. When you view those in isolation, you see how it steps from, I still have the settlement in front of me, so it steps from 25% downward to the tier 2 customer charge. And then you start realizing that benefit after that declining block enters into play from the 2200 and up. So those customers realize they're better off rather than a standard rate schedule. But the communication to customers is, Kentucky Power's, the 25% bill impact. Well, that's mostly a function of like the customer charge increase in the tier 1, which is just a function of aligning customer-related cost recovery with the customer charge. So we went from $17.50 in the 2020 case to $20 per month in the 2023 case, and that was only 40% of customer. That was only a benefit to recover 40% of customer-related revenue. This is 60%, and that's just, we're getting the 60% by bifurcating between the two, tier 1 and tier 2. So it's the 30% increase in the tier 1, which most customers will pay, the tier 1. That will encompass 84% of Kentucky Power's bills over a test year. So 84% of your customers will realize that $6 basic service charge increase and get the benefit of that declining block energy charge. The $40 increase kind of picks up a fair amount of that remainder, but we're still at 61% of customer-related cost recovery. So in the case that may or may not have, without this proposal, and it would have been in conjunction with Mr. Wolfram and Ms. Wiseman, as to where that customer charge would have landed if we didn't do this proposal, it could have been $30, and then those percentages, the communications that customers would have been getting from various stakeholders would have been probably worse than what we're receiving here. I think a big part of this is just confusion as to what it is, while ignoring the benefit of that declining energy block in the winter months for our customers.
So you said the explanation offered to customers was oversimplified. Was that at our presentation at the public comment hearings?
Oh, no. There was, if there was a post-hearing data request, I could get you we viewed a stakeholder group that wasn't related to the commission at all.
Yeah.
It was, I hesitate to use the word roadshow, but it was like a meeting where customers were informed about what Kentucky Power's case in chief was, and this is how it impacts you.
Okay, because it is a struggle to create that presentation in a way that it's understood but also accurate.
Oh yeah, it wasn't the public comment hearings.
How will customers know that they are on the threshold, the 2,000 kilowatt? Can you send them something in their paper bill that is red and huge? Or, what are the chances that people are going to look at their bills and say, oh, I'm at 1,900 kilowatts, I have to be so careful this month? How can they be told that they're in that group that could, that 1 kilowatt hour is going to cost them $14?
So I think that the way that we can think about it is, if you have a customer and they have their past 12 months bill history, they will have their monthly KWH spelled out. So this is what I have done in the past 12 months. So if they're a customer that is floating around that 2,000 KWH energy range in the past 12 months, again, Joint Intervener's attorney asked me, we were talking about winter peaking. The primary concern is the winter months. There is some July, heat spike when the air conditioners, jump on. But the customers, if they're in that threshold area, that's when they can start thinking about what small changes can I make to like drop below that 2,000. The customers that are above by thousands, the 2,000, they will realize the benefits of the declining block energy charge, but they can also, we would ideally like them to work to curb some of that usage. But right now, the customer would be reading your AMR meter. You can do the differentials you can do it weekly, bi-weekly, every 2 weeks. Just you jot down the number of what it was, and then the difference is your kWh usage of when you read it in future date. There was talk with Kentucky Power of if they can build out some sort of customer communication system utilizing whatever existing metering data that we have via the AMRs to communicate to customers from a past balance. So like if it's January and your bill comes from December, there has been some talk, and maybe Mr. Wolfram, if he comes back up on the stand at some point, can talk through this piece, but like they could get some sort of bill insert or on their bill of you used 2,100 kWh. Had you reduced your usage by 101, and then there'd be like a sample bill calculation. This is what it would have been.
And
So
the example I was about to use is when I'm about to go over my cellular minutes, I get a notice, you got 100.
Text.
Yeah.
I get a text.
And I think that was where when we were discussing the flex pay piece, the 1,500, that's why it was kind of interwoven there. But there can be that communication of, like, I get my weekly usage, I get my usage sent to me. So I can just keep totaling it up, or I can log into my dashboard on the website and it'll give me my usage for the month, by period, what it was what's my average usage, are you in line with what you've been using in the average, or are you doing better or worse? But those communications, once AMI is deployed, can definitely be tailored to Kentucky Power for the most informative, to empower customers to.
I think that the effectiveness of the proposal definitely goes down without that education component. If it changes no behavior, you just have more and more people still angry and now also confused.
I do agree that customer education is huge in this case, but I in conversations with Kentucky Power, Mr. Wolfram, Ms. Wiseman, they stand at the ready to, try to empower their customers.
Earlier, Joint Intervenor Council asked you about groups of customers that are always under 2,000 kilowatt hours, and that there are other groups that are always above the 2,000 kilowatt hours. Do you have data already for how many customers you have that actually do switch back and forth?
Yes, I can, and if we can clarify, and if you wanted a post-hearing data request, but during the winter months, we're at about 2.2% that are in that threshold. That
I
100.
put that down. 2.2% of bills are floating around that area.
Yeah, the 2,000, and then over the 12-month non-winter, the other 9 months, or if you want to include March sometimes in winter, it's getting colder in March these days. Those other 8 months, it's about 1.1%, kind of hover around there, the break-even point. But to your question of movement between the two, I think we could definitely provide you a customer count of customers that during a 12-month period would have moved between the customer charges, if that's what you're asking, Your Honor.
So about 130,000 residential customers,
Yes.
and at 2%, that's 2,600 customers. Okay. Okay, I think that covers my questions. Yeah.
Do you see the high usage issue that we can't seem to identify why that is? Do you see that out of West Virginia at all?
I was involved in the last West Virginia base case. Yes, we do, but it is not to the level seen in Kentucky. So it's not an apples to apples comparison because the test years don't overlap. But I think Kentucky Power's high energy usage, so like those above 2,500 is higher than Apple in West Virginia. So yes, there is a discrepancy or there's a problem there, yes.
Anything further, Commissioner Wood? Okay. Redirect?
Yeah, just a couple real small, quick questions.
Mr. Spinard has made himself sane.
Your Honor, I apologize for the interruption, and I don't think we need a break where everybody leaves the room, but before they conduct their redirect, as a signatory to the agreement, I'd like to be able to confer with them for just a minute about their redirect.
Yeah, I'm okay with that. You don't want a break, though, or?
I don't think we need one, because.
Probably move off the record.
All right, Glenn, let's go off the record for, let's take 5 minutes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, thank you.
for a short break and redirect.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Spaeth, you remember a few minutes ago, Commissioner Wood asked you some questions about the type of surcharges that Kentucky Power has?
I do.
And there was a question about whether we had any, the company had any fixed surcharges?
Yes,
Okay, and does the company has two fixed surcharges, is that right?
they do, yes.
And one of them is the residential energy assistance surcharge?
Correct.
Now, that one where there's a 40 cent per meter per month charge on the customer's bills?
Correct.
And then that 40 cents is matched on a 2-to-1 basis by the company, is that correct?
Yes.
And that's used to help with their home energy assistance programs, is that correct? Sorry.
Yes.
Sorry. And then there's also the Kentucky Economic Development Surcharge,
That's correct,
and
yes.
that's a $1 per month per meter surcharge, is that correct?
Yes.
And that's also matched on a dollar for dollar basis.
Yes.
And that's used for the KPEG grants, which I should remember what they stand for, and I don't, but I apologize. But the economic development grants, such as the one that we discussed yesterday about the remote work benefits, Company Witness Coburn talked about.
Yes,
Okay.
that's correct.
And then there were some questions from commission staff regarding the cogen SPP part of your rebuttal testimony.
Yes, I remember that.
And that rebuttal testimony was filed prior to the settlement being reached?
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes.
And the party, Kaisia, whose testimony was what you were responding to in that rebuttal testimony, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And they've agreed to and they've party to the settlement agreement?
Yes.
And some of the issues that were raised are addressed in the settlement agreement, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And for example, on section 6G of the settlement agreement talks about the timeline for conducting interconnection studies,
Yes, 140 days.
140 days, right? So and I know you weren't involved in this, so it's asking you questions about stuff, but your understanding is that the company's position with regard to the cogen SPP issues raised in the case are addressed by the settlement agreement, is that correct?
Yes, the settlement agreement addresses those.
Okay, and then one final question. You know, we talked a little bit about fixed charges and customer charges and stuff, and just so we're clear, those customer charges are the costs that are incurred by the company to provide service to its customers that are independent of the amount of energy that customer is using, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So it's the amount to like run a line to them or connect a meter. Or do
Yes.
something, right? And the company does not collect all of those costs in its rates now.
No, they do not.
Through this customer service charge, I'm sorry, they collect them, but not through the customer service charge. Is that right?
Yes, it's set low relative to the cost of service to connect the customer.
And so I don't mean to use the word the excess, but the amount that's not recovered through the fixed charge is currently recovered through the energy charge, right?
Yes.
And so that varies per, how much of those fixed costs are recovered depends on how much of those fixed costs are paid for by a customer. It relates to how much that customer uses, right?
Yes, it's dependent on customer usage in the month.
Okay, and so in the testimony, it was $46 was the cost that was developed, $46.19, I think. And so if you recovered $46.19 through the customer charge, you would, the energy rates would just be based on what it would cost based on usage, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So the proposal we have here strikes a balance between increasing the customer charge to recover all the fixed costs through a fixed charge. Is that right?
It's set to recover, it's set to recover 61%. We didn't go full 100% customer charge collection. It's sort of flies in the face of gradualism.
Right,
But yes,
right.
it's increased.
Yeah. And so some portion of that fixed cost energy charge fixed costs are recovered through the energy charge in that first block. Is that correct?
First block only, yes.
Okay. If the commission were to deny the multiple block customer charge and 2-tier energy charge, the company would have to redesign its rates to address cost recovery. Is that correct?
Yes, there would have to be a rate redesign, yes.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Reed Cross?
No, Your Honor.
Any reason why this witness couldn't be excused? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
And when you're ready, we'll call the next one. Did we need to address timing?
I'll speak for our witnesses. Our witnesses had articulated to me that they were hoping to make a 5 o'clock flight out of Lexington. And so any effort we could make to help them meet that goal would be appreciated. I don't know how many questions people have for various witnesses. Obviously, we need to allow time for everybody to ask anything they want to ask. But
Nobody will intentionally cause them to
yeah,
miss the flight.
but if there's anything we can do, if we can take a shortened lunch or anything,
Okay.
accommodate that.
Let's get to the next one then.
Okay, thank you. The company calls Franz Messner, and he'll be presented by Mr. Schuler.
Morning. Would you raise your right hand to be sworn? Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury?
Yes.
Thank you. Please be seated and tell us your full name and business address.
My name is Franz Messner. Business address is 1 Riverside Plaza, Columbus, Ohio, 43215.
Counsel.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Mr. Messner.
Morning.
Could you please state your title and employer?
I'm Managing Director of Corporate Finance for American Electric Power Service Corporation.
And did you cause direct testimony to be filed in this case?
Yes.
And did you also cause responses to data requests to be filed in this case?
Yes.
And you also adopted certain portions of the direct testimony of Jeffrey Newcomb and certain discovery responses as identified in the notice of adoption that was filed in this case on January 2nd, correct?
Yes.
Do you have any corrections to your testimony or discovery responses, including those ones that you adopted?
No.
If I were to ask you the same questions today contained in your testimony and those data responses, including the ones that you adopted, would you give the same responses?
Yes.
With that, Your Honor, I'd offer Mr. Messner for cross-examination.
Mr. West.
No questions.
Count.
None, Your Honor.
Join over here.
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Gary.
Thank you.
Mr. Spinard.
No questions.
Mr. Kidd. Staff.
We did have just a few questions. How you doing, Mr. Messner?
Good, yourself?
Good. I was looking at page 13, line 19 of your direct testimony, just about the credit ratings for Kentucky Power at the time that you filed your direct testimony. I think you indicated it was BBB stable outlook for S&P, Baa3 stable outlook for Moody's, BBB plus stable outlook for Fitch. And I just was wondering if that's still the current ratings or if they've changed since the time of your direct testimony.
That's still the current ratings.
On page 14, line 10 of your direct testimony, you indicated a negative outlook that I think, S&P I think had shifted to a negative outlook and then it shifted back to stable. What caused that shift to the negative outlook? Or did they cite a reason for it, I guess?
I'm not sure if I provided that change in discovery anywhere, but I would have to go look, and the language is typically in the credit opinion when they make a change to the outlook.
Okay. I will do a post-hearing request if it's not in there and double check on that. On page 13, line 21 of your direct testimony, you talk about how credit card or credit rating agencies consider regulatory support in looking at the credit ratings. What are kind of the primary things they look at with respect to regulatory support or the regulatory environment, specifically with respect to a state commission?
Just, they evaluate, the regulatory outcomes. Are they reasonable outcomes? We've had outcomes in other jurisdictions that the company has considered unreasonable, but they very much take notice of that and get on the phone with us to discuss, why did this outcome happen? And they also describe that in the credit opinion themselves.
Do they describe the specific decisions which give them concern, or do they just speak generally about?
I would have to check on that. They may, point to a decision if something was made that was very unfavorable, or viewed as very unfavorable. But generally, they kind of have conceptually referred to it as the regulatory environment, the regulatory construct in a given jurisdiction.
And I guess I was trying to get at too, and I know I guess you could look at individual reports and see specifically what they've mentioned, but, I guess favorable and unfavorable is in the eye of the beholder a little bit. I was wondering, what are the things that they would typically focus on as being, favorable versus unfavorable? And I know this wouldn't be a comprehensive list, but some things that you've noticed.
Yeah, so I've had conversations with Moody's, and they asked me directly, there was another utility in the same jurisdiction that received an ROE significantly higher than one authorized for a company that I was representing. I know in Kentucky, they viewed the securitization as favorable because it allowed Kentucky timely recovery of the costs that they had deferred. Does that answer the question?
Yeah, to some extent. I guess is mostly what they're looking at is financial metrics.
Right. Generally, yes, because they're providing a service to lenders who are interested in a company's ability to service debt.
Okay. On page 10 of your direct testimony, let me look at the line really quick. Page 10, starting on line 17, but really going down to line 19 is what I was asking about. I think you said it's within Moody's target. You talk about, in 17, you talk about Kentucky Power's equity ratio, and then the next line talk about Moody's target debt to capitalization range for a vertically integrated utility is 45% to 55%. I was curious, obviously, I understand generally the higher equity you have, the rating agents would see that more favorably. Just generally speaking, it would weigh in favor of a higher credit rating, whether or not it would change it. Is that correct?
Yeah, it would be viewed favorably, yes.
I guess my question is really just the range. Obviously, the ratings for Kentucky Power that we talked about earlier with the three, one is the lowest investment grade, or?
Moody's is Baa3, yes.
Okay, and then the other two, are they the second lowest investment grade, or are they the?
They're in the middle of the investment grade rating.
Okay.
I mean, Kentucky Power is not an A-rated company, so they're in the lower tier, but they're not at the bottom rating before investment grade.
I guess my question is, when credit rating, when they're looking at capitalization and the debt to capitalization ratio, as long as you're within that 45 to 55, is that something they consider reasonable? And typically it would be other financial metrics that are kind of bringing your rating down. Like, could you still be or I don't know about AAA, but one of the higher rated investor-owned utilities with the 45 to 55% range if your other metrics were performing well? If the other metrics that they considered were more favorable?
Generally, they view all the metrics. I believe 40% of them are quantitative, and the other is qualitative. No one metric, if it's out of bounds, would necessarily result in a upgrade or downgrade. They look at things kind of holistically, and I don't have offhand what the next higher debt to cap is. I think it's 40 to 50% to be in the next higher rating.
Okay. So, and if you're in that range, if you're in the 40 to 50% range, or would it be?
It's debt to cap.
Do they overlap like that?
The 45% to 55% is for debt to capitalization.
Yeah.
So the equity layers would be the inverse of that. At 45% debt, 55% equity, it was just.
Yeah, I understand that. I guess I didn't know if the ranges, would they overlap 45 to 55 and then 40 to 50, so you could actually be in two of the ranges?
I believe so, yes.
Okay, you don't need to double check
Okay.
it, I was just, do the credit rating agencies indicate, with respect to the quantitative metrics, do they indicate, the weight that they place on each?
Moody's does have a weighting that they apply to all the measures, both quantitative and qualitative.
Is that something that's publicly available?
I believe, yes, I believe so. I can provide it if we haven't already.
Okay. I might ask that as a post hearing. I'll talk to see if anyone.
I would suggest that I believe the credit ratings agencies' reports are often confidential based on a subscription service, but they can be provided.
Sure. I didn't know if the metrics that the rating agencies use was confidential, or if they post those publicly as part of a.
We could take a look at that, but just wanted to, so it wasn't a surprise.
No, that's fine. Thank you. There's been talk about the funds to operations, or funds from operations to debt ratio, and the importance of you maintaining a certain level. I guess, what are there specific ranges with respect to the funds from operations to debt ratio that the credit agent, the reporting agencies are looking at?
Yes. And again, I have that available as well in the same document as the other.
Okay. I might just do a post hearing request then for that. Are Kentucky Power's credit ratings lower than other AEP operating companies, or where does Kentucky Power fall in the range as far as ratings?
Kentucky Power is probably the lowest of the rated AP utilities.
Okay. And obviously, generally speaking, an increase in the rating would, all else being equal, lower borrowing costs, at least to some extent.
Yes, it definitely could lower. It basically would be viewed more favorably by lenders.
It would act in that direction, whether or not it would change anything. Has Kentucky Power's credit rating been at these? Have the ratings changed much over the last decade or two, or have they been at this level for that period?
I would have to check on that last decade or two.
Would that be information that you would have publicly available?
It would be information that we could provide. Again, it's a subscription service, so but we've provided at least one set of all the opinions, most recent ones.
I said publicly available. I meant readily available.
Oh.
It's not something that you would. It's something that can be tracked down.
Yes.
Okay. I'll probably ask a post hearing for that then. With respect to Kentucky Power's historic debt, and I guess when you do a new debt issuance, do you maintain records of, I guess, the spread of the debt as compared to the I-curve or some other metric for all of the debt that you issue for a particular company to kind of track the performance over years?
We don't actively track it. We do obviously at issuance, the term sheet would have that, but we don't actively track over time.
Do you do anything kind of post-issuance to check the performance of an initial issuance, such as looking at the secondary market and whether or not the bonds are being sold shortly after the primary sale at a discount or a premium?
Yes, we get information from the banks, typically the banks that have participated in the deal, and then periodically we'll have our revolving credit facility banks for AEP will provide us pricing updates in which they'll show outstanding bonds and where they are relative to some of the curves you mentioned.
And have you looked at any of Kentucky Power's debt following an issuance to see the performance of it in the secondary market? And do you have any of that off the top of your head? Do you recall?
So we do, as part of our quarterly and annual reporting, the fair value calculation of the long-term debt. So we can see where it's priced relative to $100 par value. So for an example, in the current environment, if we had an outstanding bond that was issued during COVID and it's 3%, more than likely it's going to be something well less than $100. Conversely, if we have something at 8% in the current market, it would be priced above $100. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I guess I was more thinking immediately after an initial offering, to kind of check the results of the initial offering. Like, do you have any recollection of doing that with respect to any of Kentucky Power's debt to just see how?
Yes, we'll get information from the banks who were underwriters on the deal. They provide us, say, this is where this is trading, generally in the first day, sometimes the first week.
And I may ask a post-hearing for that. Would that be something that you would be able to provide as a post-hearing?
Yes, I believe so.
Sorry, I'm just checking. I'm going to cut some of these. There was a question that was sort of, I think, in some way punted to you. Are you familiar with the settlement agreement in this case at all?
I've read through it, yes.
Okay. There's a provision in the settlement agreement, and I'm just going to read. This is, let's see. It's on page 10 of the settlement agreement, referring to the other deferrals and accounting authority. And if you need us to pull it up, I think we can do it, but it's really short, so I don't know that you will need it. The provision is, if incremental short-term debt is needed to fund the DTL credits, the company may defer short-term debt interest costs in excess of the $0 in rates up to $2 million annually. And I have a copy. Oh yeah, feel free to take that.
My approach, Your Honor.
Oh, of course.
I guess my question is, would there be any way to distinguish the short-term debt that was incurred as a result of the payment of the DTL credits from other short-term debt that Kentucky Power would incur as a result of normal operations?
No. Cash is fungible, and I know the company has discussed this, how that would be tracked and what the process would be to set the paradigm for that calculation. But I don't know that you'd be able to track, you wouldn't be able to track.
Okay. I guess I believe that someone suggested you may have some information on it, but have you been involved in discussions of how you could possibly do it?
We talked about it probably for 15 minutes or so, just earlier this week. But there no official resolution as determined by the company.
I wanted to just talk about Kentucky Power's short-term debt generally right now, and I was going to refer to Section 5, Work Paper S3. It's page 2 of 2. It's kind of the schedule I think you supported reflecting the short-term debt at the end of each month. Do you have a copy of that handy?
If not, I know what you're,
But you know what I'm referring
Sure,
to?
yeah.
Okay, that's fine. It has the month, it has each month and each year, and then the
interest
notes
rates.
payable outstanding at the end of each month. And obviously, there's an amount at the end of each month from June 2024 to May 2025, but the test year reflects 0 short-term debt. I guess first off, what is Kentucky Power short-term debt? Is it just a revolving line of credit? Or is it more than one revolving line? Or I guess, how do they incur short-term debt?
Kentucky Power participates in what's called the corporate borrowing program, in which all the regulated utilities either borrow from or lend to, we refer to it as the money pool, but it's a means to allow the parent company, AEP, to borrow less to support that. So if you have 10 participants, each of the 9 of them are borrowed at $10, and one of them's invested at $10. Parent doesn't have to go out and borrow the full 100, it can only borrow the 90. Does that answer the question?
Yes. I guess, how is the rate set for that?
It's set based on the commercial paper market where the parent is borrowing from, and that rate is then applied into the money pool.
And is it the commercial paper market on any given day, or is it every single day of the month and then a composite is taken, or how is that determined?
I could get a better answer in a data request, but generally, our Treasury Operations team is placing commercial paper of various lengths. It could be overnight, it could be weekly, it could be a month. It's just, and then it's the aggregate rate that gets applied.
Okay. I might do a post-hearing for that, just to figure out what the rate would be. And I know in work paper S-3, the composite rate, I think, was 5.5%, and that was based on all the commercial paper that was outstanding during that period on a weighted average basis or something like that.
Yes, the rate can and does change daily, just based on, market conditions and when we've placed commercial paper or repaid it.
Do you have any insight into how Kentucky Power typically uses short-term debt as part of normal operations?
So generally, yes, so generally the Kentucky Power funds its operations from a combination of internally generated funds, short-term debt, long-term debt, and equity. To the extent the internally generated funds are insufficient to fully fund operations, maintenance, and capital spend, initially the company will borrow short-term debt. As that short-term debt balance increases, we will, quote, term it out with long-term debt, because Kentucky Power has a short-term debt limit of $250 million. So we would issue some form of long-term debt to pay down the short-term debt balance. And then we also manage the equity balance through a combination of retained earnings, capital contributions, or dividends.
With respect to the short-term debt, would it be fair to say that it typically ticks up over time, and then once it gets to a certain level, then you all work to refinance that into long-term debt, and it resets back to approximately 0? And then
Yes,
kind of ticks up again?
in recent experience, given the company's spending levels and capital program, over time it has trended up, and then we have termed it out with long-term debt.
Okay. I was going to do a post-hearing data request just to ask for kind of this schedule S3, just showing the end of month amounts, maybe going back just a period of like 5 years. Would that be something that would be readily available?
Yes.
Okay. And that would show it going up, and then if it's paid down, and over that period?
Yes, yeah. We typically, as you know, in the rate cases, we provide back in 2020, 2017, 2023, but I can get a 5-year period.
Yeah. I imagine you could piece together the last few rate cases, probably has all of it, but. That's all the questions I have. Thank you very much.
Mr. Wood?
Yeah, I'll just ask a couple. Do each of AEP's subsidiaries have their own credit rating?
No. The larger utilities do, but there are a couple, like Kingsport Power does not. We have a company called AEG, AP Generating. It does not. I'm not sure if there's any other.
But Kentucky Power does, right? And
Kentucky Power does, correct?
the ones we've been discussing today, sounds like they probably do.
Yes.
Are all those ratings approximately the same among the AEP subsidiaries, or
No.
do they differ in terms of their borrowing cost?
No, the ratings differ between different companies for a number of reasons that go into the methodology, but credit rating agencies typically view wires-only companies as less risky, so oftentimes their ratings will be better than a vertically integrated utility. And then those entities like AEP Transco that have performed very well and have good FFO to debt metrics, they have a higher rating than Kentucky Power and some of the other operating companies.
In terms of the borrowing cost, could you quantify the increased borrowing cost that Kentucky Power would have versus a bigger vertically integrated utility, under the AEP umbrella?
I could provide information that shows, we get information from our banks that shows pricing at any given time because obviously rates change and credit spread expectations can change. But it's basically a schedule that shows all of the operating companies and the expected issuance rates for, I think it's a combination of 3, 5, 10, and 30-year bonds. I could provide that, a recent one in a data request.
I'd love to see how the borrowing cost differs among the AEP subsidiaries at any one snapshot in time, if you could provide that. I don't want to
Yes.
keep us late, but finance is sort of my background, and I'm curious to see how
Right.
the way AEP is structured, how that affects their borrowing costs.
Yes, the borrowing cost, the real nuance is the credit spread assigned to the Treasury at any given time. We issue a bond back during COVID, the rates, all-in rates are going to be significantly lower than they would today, but the piece to focus on is the credit spread that gets added to the underlying Treasury to come up with the all-in rate.
So the credit spread for Kentucky Power is going to be higher than for Indiana Power?
Yes.
Can you quantify how much more that is for Kentucky Power? How much bigger the spread is for Kentucky Power than the other subsidiaries?
Yes, in a data request, we get bank pricing every week. So I would be able to show, compared to Indiana, Michigan Power, I can't, it's probably best that I just provide it to you, but, their spread on a 10-year might be 100 basis points, whereas Kentucky Power could be 120 or 130.
Very well, thank you.
Mr. Reagan?
You said that you had read through the settlement agreement.
Yes.
In your professional judgment, how does that compare to a litigated outcome?
I'm not the best person to answer that question. I didn't go through it in detail,
Okay.
nor do I know all the circumstances of what the regulatory team does.
Okay, thank you.
I don't have questions. Redirect?
Just briefly, Your Honors, thank you. Mr. Messner, you recall Mr. Bellamy asking you questions about the deferred tax liability commitments in the page 10 of the settlement agreement. You still have that up?
Yes.
Right. The questions about the short-term debt and how the company might be able to track that. You recall that line of questions?
Yes.
At the nature of the DTL credit will necessarily result in less cash coming in from customers to the company, right?
Correct.
And that could result in the possibility of having to draw on short-term debt, but not necessarily, correct?
Correct.
And you mentioned that cash is fungible in response to his question about whether whether that short-term debt can be tracked specifically to the DTL credits, right?
Yes.
You would agree that it stands the reason that if the company, just use 2026 for an example, has $25 million less in cash because of the DTL credit, to the extent the company had to borrow short-term debt up to that amount, could necessarily be attributed to that DTL credit, right?
Yes.
And one of the ways to track that would be to take a snapshot in time when rates go into effect of what the short-term debt level is and track back to that number on a monthly basis, for instance, correct?
Yes.
No further questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
Recross anyone? No? All right, any reason this witness can't be excused? All right, thank you, sir. Excused. And you ready to call your next witness?
Okay, great. The company calls Brian Saborik, and he'll be presented by Mr. Schuler.
Okay. And I should say I am thinking of doing a shorter lunch break, if that helps anybody to plan, maybe after this witness.
Thank you.
Oh, would you raise your right hand to be sworn? Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury?
Yes.
Thanks. Please be seated. Tell us full name and business address, please.
Brian Saborik, 1 Riverside Plaza, Columbus, Ohio, 43215.
Counsel.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Mr. Saborik. Could you please state your title and employer?
Yeah, Senior Manager in the Regulatory Accounting Services Department and AEP Service Corporation.
Did you cause direct testimony to be filed in this case?
Yes.
And did you also cause rebuttal testimony to be filed in this case?
Yes.
And did you also cause responses to data requests to be filed in this case?
Yes.
Do you have any corrections to your testimony or discover responses in this case?
I do not.
If I were to ask you the same questions contained in both of your pieces of testimony and your data request responses, would your answers be the same today?
Yes.
With that, Your Honor, Mr. Saborik is available for cross-examination.
Mr. West. Ms. Calvin.
None, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Gary. Mr. Spinard.
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Kidd. Staff.
None.
Well, I don't know why we didn't just release this witness. Well, thank you so much for coming to see us. I assume you don't have read.
No reading.
Thank you, sir, and you are excused. I hope you enjoyed that as much as we all did.
Good job, Brian.
All right, so if we have another real short one, we could do that, or if not, we'll break
I'll
lunch.
just let the parties know our intention is to call Andrew Carlin next.
Anybody
I'm
think
not
that's
sure.
going to be a lengthy one?
10 minutes. questions.
About 10 minutes? All right, let's go ahead.
All right, well then the company calls Andrew Carlin. He will also be presented by.
Oh,
Mr.
we've
Schultz.
made him, run.
You called me?
We did, yes.
You're up.
Thank you, sir. Would you raise your right hand to be sworn? Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury?
Yes.
Thank you. Please be seated and tell us your full name and business address.
Andrew R. Carlin, 1 Riverside Plaza, Columbus, Ohio.
Counsel.
Good afternoon, Mr. Carlin. Could you please state your title and employer?
Director of Executive Compensation and Benefits for American Electric Power Service Company.
And did you cause direct testimony to be filed in this case?
Yes, I did.
Did you cause rebuttal testimony to be filed in this case?
Yes.
And did you cause responses to data requests to be filed in this case?
Yes, I did.
Do you have any corrections to either of your pieces of testimony or your responses to the data requests in this case?
I do not.
If I were to ask you the same questions contained in both pieces of your testimony and your discovery requests, would your answers be the same today?
Yes, they would.
With that, Your Honor, Mr. Carlin is available for cross-examination.
No questions.
None, Your Honor.
No.
No questions, Your Honor.
Staff.
Thank you, Chair. Hello, Mr. Carlin, thank you for being here. I shouldn't keep you too long. I'd like to talk a little bit about the SERP expense. So if you wouldn't, do you have your testimony with you, your rebuttal testimony?
I do.
If you wouldn't mind turning to page R20, in case either one of us needs to reference that, just let me know when you get there.
I'm there.
Great, thank you. So one of the first things you mentioned is that there are two separate supplemental retirement plans, and my sort of understanding from how you discussed those is perhaps at some point the AEP supplemental benefit plan was selected over the CSW plan, and the CSW folks are basically just sort of grandfathered in. Is that right, or is there more to it than that?
Well, back in 2000, many years ago, we merged with CSW, and their plan stayed active as a term of that merger for the people who were in it. But new participants in the last 26 years have all been in the AEP plan.
Got it, thank you. There's a reference in your testimony, and I've lost exactly where it is. I think it's before the SERP testimony that indicated that compared to peers, that the retirement plan expense for Kentucky Power was, I want to say it was about 0.2% lower than market peers. Is that right?
That's correct. It depends on the study. There was another study in my rebuttal testimony that also showed it was very market competitive, a little bit less, but without both pieces of our retirement income benefits, it would be substantially lower than our peers.
And does that comparison include the supplemental plans on both Kentucky Power's end and on the peer comparison group?
The formulas are the same. That comparison is for, it's not for a high earning employee. It's just for employees in general. Even though the formula is the same, the study is focused on, I think it's actually new employees or one-year employees, something like that. So most of those new employees aren't going to be participants in the SERP. However, the formula is still the same. It's and probably true that our peers, if they have the same plans, use the same formulas for the higher earning executives as they do for other, or higher earning employees as they do for other employees and new employees. So I guess to the extent, let me change that a little bit. To the extent that higher earning employees are new, then they would be in that study.
Okay, thank you. The supplemental plans that Kentucky Power offers, am I understanding correctly that is only for employees that have already maxed out their contributions to the plan of it, to the other plans that are discussed in your testimony?
In some cases, it's a contribution from the employee, and in the case of the pension plan, it's a contribution from the company. So, and those contributions are limited by ERISA, the federal tax law, and the IRS tax code that limits the deductibility of those contributions by the company. The contributions aren't limited. It's just that we can't deduct it at the same time. It's a timing difference.
Okay, I understand. Thank you.
We do get to deduct it eventually, just not in the current period.
Understood. Can you tell me what all the SERP expense includes? So management fees, I would assume, potentially matching of contributions? Or, I'm sorry, no, you said there wouldn't be matching of contributions because employees are not putting anything in these accounts.
In the SERP plan, that's correct. It's going to be primarily, if not except for a de minimis amount, it's going to be contributions from the company.
Understood. How many Kentucky Power employees make use of these two programs?
I don't know that number, but it's small, it's a handful.
So a single-digit number,
Probably, yes.
all executives?
Well, yes.
I guess it depends on the definition of an executive, which might vary.
True.
Sorry, Mr. Collier, just to, not to interrupt, when you're referring to these two plans, because there's also the base,
Right, I'm
retirement,
referring.
you're referring to the supplemental benefit plan and the
Yes,
CSW?
Yes, sir, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to talk over you. Yes, the AEP supplemental benefit plan and the CSW executive retirement plan. So thank you for helping me clarify.
And both of you have said supplemental benefit plan. What we're really talking about here is the supplemental excess retirement plan, SERP.
Since it's a handful of people, do you know which handful of people that includes?
I don't, off the top of my head, it's probably 3 or 4 or 5 at most employees of Kentucky Power. That doesn't include officers of Kentucky Power who are employed by AEP Services Corporation. There's many more of those. More of those, and they are also participants.
Does the SERP expense include individuals that are employees of AEP Service Company or some other entity besides Kentucky Power?
The service company bill would have included a piece of SERP expense for those employees.
I believe that's all I have, Chair.
Okay, Commissioner Wood?
No.
Commissioner Rico?
I don't.
And I don't have questions either, so. Any redirect?
One moment, Your Honor. No redirect, Your Honor, thank you.
I'm sorry.
I said no redirect, Your Honor, thank you.
Thank you. Any reason this witness can't be excused? Thank you, sir. You're excused. Sorry we made you jog. And let's take a lunch break then, and come back. Let's just take 40 minutes and be back at 1.
Thank you.
for 2025-00257. Does the audio sound weird? It does to me. Okay.
I don't think so.
Okay.
Is it okay to me?
Whenever you're ready, call your next witness.
Oh, I can hear you a little more now than I could previously, but you sound great.
You sound fine. I sound a little loud. Okay.
Okay, thank you. The company calls Clinton Stutler.
Hello, Mr. Stetler. Would you raise your right hand to be sworn? Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury?
I do.
Thank you. Please be seated and tell us your full name and business address.
My full name is Clinton M. Stutler. My business address is 1 Riverside Plaza, Columbus, Ohio, 43215.
Counsel.
Thank you. Mr. Stutler, can you please state your employer and your position?
Yes, my employer is American Electric Power Service Corporation, and my title is Director of Natural Gas Procurement.
And did you cause to be filed into the record of this case direct testimony and responses to data requests?
I did.
And do you have any corrections or modifications to any of that information?
I do not.
If I were to ask you those same questions today, would your responses be the same?
Yes.
Thank you. The witness is available for cross-examination.
Mr. West.
No questions.
Let's go. None, Your Honor. Mr. Gary, or you wanted to go in a different order?
I spoke with Mr. Collier before the break. I think he may clear up most, if not all, of my questions, so we were going to request to go out of order if it's okay with the commission.
Yeah, that's fine. Mr. Spard, do you have questions?
No questions, Your Honor.
And Mr. Kidd?
No, Your Honor.
All right, then we'll have staff go first.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Stutler, thank you for being here today. I know that you're involved with natural gas procurement. Are you also involved in procurement of coal for the Mitchell plant?
I am not involved in the procurement of coal. I'm involved in the procurement of fuel oil for the Mitchell plant.
Okay, who makes the decisions about the Mitchell plant coal inventory?
Kim Chilcote is the Director of Coal Procurement, and then her and my manager's name is Eric James, who's the Vice President of Fuel Management.
Okay, thank you. Obviously, most of your testimony is with regards to the hedging practices of Kentucky Power, and so that's most of what I'm going to ask about. I want to make sure that I understand and that the commission understands how the process works, what sort of kind of the results are. So I kind of had to write it out as a chart, the different outcomes that can happen depending on different variables. So at this point, I'm just kind of going to tell you what my understanding is, and feel free to chime in and say, yes, that's right, no, that's wrong, you're calling it the wrong thing, that sort of thing. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay. So as I understand it, there are two main factors that affect the hedging process, which would be the price and the volume of gas. Is that fair to say?
I mean, those are two variables that are incorporated into the hedging process, I guess.
And you're making predictions about the price based on market factors, time of year, numerous other things that you've discussed in your testimony.
I wouldn't say that we're making predictions about the market price of gas. There's published forward curves regarding the market price of gas in future months, and so we're using those forward curves that are kind of actively being used by participants in the market to kind of ascertain what prices are going to be in certain months in the future.
That is exactly the sort of nuance that I'm looking for in this discussion, because I'm quite certain that I will misstate or oversimplify much of this, so I appreciate that. And then the volume factor is you are using, again, whatever data you have at your disposal to try to determine what volume of gas you will need for the Big Sandy plant in order to run it as needed.
That's right, and that's the more challenging piece of the equation is determining the volume. We understand what the maximum consumption of Big Sandy is, 72,000 MMBTUs a day. We understand, if the unit's running at mins, we understand what the minimum is. It's the area in between that it causes us to make a judgment, and so from a hedging perspective, we're buying 32,000 MMBTUs a day max to give us a nice base load quantity of natural gas at a fixed price that's not subject to future market volatility. So, we buy that gas at different points in time, and then when we get to the month of flow, we're balancing that gas with spot market purchases if the consumption is greater than that.
And so the purpose of the hedging process, and when I say hedging, the way I am interpreting it as buying in advance of spot market purchases to try to save money on fuel. Is that a good one-sentence summary?
Not exactly.
Okay.
It's not necessarily to save money on fuel. It's to mitigate the volatility associated with the spot market. So, we're analyzing what prices are in the future, conducting RFPs. We receive offers from multiple counterparties with offers of gas in future flow months, and then we're selecting the least cost offer based on that RFP. So from that perspective, it's least cost. But by the time that you get to month of flow, it's either going to be above or the market price is going to be above or below the fixed price that you had purchased, that you transacted at many months before.
Okay, so you're saying that the goal is more avoiding volatility as opposed to saving money?
That is correct. We're trying to provide price certainty and to avoid the volatility that's been kind of shown in the spot market over the last few years because it's been pretty tremendous.
But the bottom line with regards to, and this is excluding any gains or losses from the sale of the, gains or losses from incidental sale of gas. If you have an advance contract and the price is, and this is a very simplified version, if that's less than the spot market price, then you're going to have a gain.
If you were to sell that gas, most commonly the gas would just be consumed at the Big Sandy plant, and the customers would be benefited by a lower priced gas supply.
Okay. And so alternatively, if your advance and forward month, is that the better term? Is that the term you use normally? Forward month? Okay. Yep. So if your forward month price is greater than the spot market price, then you're going to have a loss.
Yes, or the gas would be consumed by the Big Sandy plant.
And I want to make sure I understand there are two different gains and losses involved, right? There's your actual, I would call it hedging gain or loss, and there's your, if you have excess gas, there's your incidental gas gain or loss.
That's exactly right.
Okay. And to map that out even further, once we include the leftover gas aspect of it, if you have a hedging gain and you overestimate your volume, and by overestimate I just mean you buy more than you end up needing, you would then sell that leftover gas, and you would have a gain on the gas because the spot market price is higher than your forward month price.
Yes, that's right.
And then if you have a hedging gain, but you underestimate how much volume you need, you'll then have to buy additional gas for more than your forward month.
Yeah.
Okay. And then if you have a hedging loss and underestimate your volume, you'll have to buy additional gas for less than the forward.
That's right.
So
if the hedge price, if the forward month fixed price is lower, is higher than the spot market price, and then we need incremental gas, then we'd buy gas at the spot market price that is less than the fixed price. So, the object is to kind of get a wide swath of contracts in terms of when they were transacted upon, to try to get to just to mitigate the market risk associated, rather than rolling the dice, putting all of our eggs in one basket and saying we're going to cross our fingers and we're going to buy the gas in the next day, the day before, or the day of flow, where who knows what the price could be at that point in time. We've seen some of these winter storms where prices have been double digits, even triple digits, even approaching quadruple digits in certain states. So, our object is to provide certainty and to mitigate the volatility of the price of natural gas as much as possible.
It sounds like you're trying to mitigate risk additionally by diversifying who you're buying from, what type of contracts.
That's right. It's kind of similar to dollar cost averaging to an extent, to where it's like you're making purchases throughout time, and then once you get to the time of flow, you have a basket of contracts at different prices and different quantities to kind of hedge yourself against market risk.
So I talked about three of the outcomes. The fourth one would be sort of the worst case scenario, as I understand it, where you paid more for your gas in the forward month contract than the spot market is charging now, and you overestimated your volume, so you've got to sell that leftover gas for a loss.
That's right.
And as I understand it, that is why you have net, on a net basis, you have net gas sale losses for the test period.
Yes, and I actually have I think a pretty good example to help kind of show you how this really works. So if you go back to, say, November 1st of this year, just a couple months ago, we were seeing very cold weather forecasts. We experienced very cold weather towards the end of November and then into the first half of December. Gas prices went up significantly, but we had bought a bunch of gas already, months and months earlier for the Big Sandy plant. And if you calculate the gains or the advantage from November 1st through December 20th, it was about $900,000 of gains. That's our hedge purchases were more advantageous than spot market purchases by about $900,000. And so as we're looking kind of towards the end of the year, the last 10 days of the year, it's like, okay, well, what's kind of happening? All right, well, you have the holidays, decreased demand there, but we were also seeing, 50, 60 degree days. And so it's like, all right, the market price is going to go down significantly over the holidays, this last 10 days of the year, because, there's going to be decreased demand. And so once we got to that point, we're just like, okay, well, if, PJM were to say, we're going to go ahead and DNR Big Sandy, meaning that they don't need it for generation because there's just a lack of demand for electric generation at that point in time, I did a look back. They didn't do it. They kept the unit online. They needed the megawatts during that final 10-day period of the year. But I did a look back and I said, okay, well, what if we had to sell the gas that we had bought? We made, it was a positive $900,000 for that 50-day period from November 1st to December 20th, and it was a negative $80,000 in the last 10 days of December. And so, in theory, you should look at kind of the entire package, in terms of the 80,000 negative is offsetting the 900,000, whereas just not focusing on the sale itself, So I just wanted to kind of provide that example to kind of maybe help everyone understand, I guess.
Sure, and I appreciate that, and, I would welcome any ratepayers or the commissioners to read your entire testimony, because it's clear that there are just an absolute ton of factors. There's all sorts of data that is involved and factors that are difficult to predict. I certainly don't want to beat you over the head with the numbers, but we do need to look at the numbers. So I think it'd probably be easier if I just put this up on screen instead of making you dig for a spreadsheet. This is going to be attachment 1 to the response to the PSC's second data request, item 94, and I want to make sure that I understand what we're looking at here. We've got column for hedge quantity, so that's the amount of gas that was purchased in the forward month purchase?
That is correct.
Okay.
So that's the total amount of gas that was purchased for that entire month, and it would be delivered ratably each day of the month.
Gotcha. And then the next column, forward month, that's the price that was in the contracts that were entered into
Yes,
ahead of the month where you actually incurred the cost.
Yes, so the RFPs that we conducted, buying the least cost offers from the RFPs, that is the price of those transactions.
And then the next column is the actual spot market price at the time you used the gas.
Yes, the weighted average spot market settlement for each day during the calendar month, yes.
Okay, so the first month that you started hedging, March of 2023, you had a net gain for the difference in spot market price at the time the gas was used compared to your forward month contract.
That is correct.
So that $248, that's a direct benefit to ratepayers, right? Because that's fuel is a pass-through, they're paying for that through the FAC. So if there's a net positive, then months down the road when the FAC is trued up, the ratepayers are going to see a benefit from that.
That's correct.
It doesn't benefit Kentucky Power in any way because no return is being obtained on that number, correct?
Correct.
And it has no effect on revenue requirement.
That's right.
The incidental gas sales does.
Yes, and that's what we're trying to get trued up at this point in time.
Right. And the incidental gas sales is not subject to the ROE, correct?
That's right.
Okay.
When you say the ROE, I'm not exactly familiar with.
So whatever the commission approves as the return on equity for Kentucky Power in this case, I think they're at 9.8 is what's in the settlement. If your gas sales and losses, they're not capital expenditures, so they're not going to have that ROE percentage be applied.
As far as I'm aware, in my simple mind, it would be treated as a fuel cost, similar to our fuel costs are treated.
So the hedging process is purely to try and, you said it was regarding volatility, but the bottom line is there's a combination of benefits or disadvantages for the ratepayers. They are going to, if there's a hedging gain, they're going to see a direct benefit from that. If there's a loss, they're going to see a direct loss, they're going to pay more. Mm-hmm. So the purpose of the hedging is only to benefit the ratepayers, correct?
That's correct. Yes.
That is the whole reason that you're doing this.
The whole reason.
And how did the hedging program for Kentucky Power come to exist in 2023 or whenever it was originated?
Yeah, so we've had some significant winter storms in our service territory, especially Texas, Louisiana, Oklahoma, elsewhere. And there were, and I'll just say this, for a period of 10 years, we'll say 2010 to 2020, it made perfect sense. You had low volatility in prices, you had low prices, so everybody in the market essentially just bought gas in the next day in the spot market. And so that was kind of the the accepted practice, and that's what we did for Big Sandy for all of those years. And then when Winter Storm Uri hit, and you're seeing gas prices at $300 an MMBTU, $400 an MMBTU, even up close to $1,000 an MMBTU, those numbers add up very significantly. And so, subsequent to Winter Storm Uri, and then we had Winter Storm Elliott, and we saw other price spikes throughout different areas, we kind of came together and said, we have to do something to better protect customers against these price spikes. And so we adopted the hedging program to essentially say, we're not going to wait, the day before to buy, all the gas that we need for a particular plant. We're going to create a process where we're analyzing 36 months in the future, 18 months in the future, and then 2 to 6 months in the future. And we're going to lock pricing in for these assets that are expected to run, essentially as baseload units like Big Sandy does, to protect customers against volatility in the spot market. And so, kind of looking at this, and the problem with I guess this, what we're looking at here is we were living in a declining market to where it's like gas prices were very low during 2020 during COVID. There was no demand for energy at all. Producers cut back on production, and then in 2021 to 2022. Demand came roaring back and the production wasn't there. So in 2022, we saw prices go $6, $7, $8 an MMBTU. And so, production then right-sized itself. And then we were in a decline in 23 and 24, and we were back, the market was back up in 2025. So that's kind of part of the story. But the other thing I'll kind of want to point out is that looking at our fixed hedge price for June, July, and August of 2023, which are peak summer months, we locked in pricing, below $1.85 per MMBTU for the Big Sandy plant. So when you're looking at that and just using like a generic heat rate of 10 for Big Sandy, I mean, that's less than $19 a megawatt for power. To us, that's a great deal. That's a great deal. Now, if we would have waited, we would have paid $1.50, $1.70, and $1.33. But the potential for those values to be greater than what we bought at, there was a lot of upside risk there. So again, the purpose is to layer these purchases in and to mitigate the price volatility risk for our customers. That's the purpose of the program.
I'm certainly no expert in historical natural gas prices, so I guess my question is, are the spot market prices from, say, 2024, was the low cost, was that unprecedented in the market?
There were certain times where it was unprecedented. There were several streaks where gas was setting records in terms of the base point, the NYMEX point, or the Henry Hub point was settling below $2, for consecutive month periods during some of these stretches. So it was low. But again, getting back to 25, 25 is a different story. 25, actually, the total value, I know that we've only provided, I think, through September or August here. But going back and doing this full calculation for 2025, the benefit would have been about 1.1 million. And so, you're going to ebb and flow. There's going to be years where it's a cost, and there's going to be years where it's a benefit. But the point is that we're trying to keep it very stable and to minimize the risk associated with the spot market volatility.
Like I said, it's not my intent to beat you over the head with numbers here, but I just want the commission to understand what these mean. When I'm looking at this $1.89 million, that is the net, and if you've got a better term for it, I was calling it hedging loss, independent of any sort of incidental gas sales. The hedging practices resulted in a $1.89 million loss, meaning that for 2023, ultimately, the costs that would be paid for that period in FAC charges on customers' bills, customers were having to pay an extra $1.89 million because your hedging didn't work out.
Well, I wouldn't say it didn't work out. We're doing this to mitigate risk. It's like an insurance policy. So it performed as we expected it to perform. The market didn't spike. The market was it was depressed. And that's the roll of the dice. We don't know if the market is going to be depressed or not. And, at some point in time, prices are going to go back up. They've started going back up in 25. There's expected market tightness, in 26 and 27 due to all the LNG export terminals that are coming online, data center demand, just general demand for natural gas. in general. So, prices are going to continue to be volatile, if not become more volatile in the future.
For 2024, the total amount of, again, what I've been calling hedging losses, 7.8 million. And then for what was reported through August 25 for 2025, a net hedging gain of 857,000.
Yes.
Would you be able to provide for me, as a post-hearing data request, the information since August 2025?
Yeah.
Do you know approximately what the net is on that?
Yeah, so if you look at the full year, calendar year 25, I believe the number was like a $1.1 million gain. And that was mostly made up in the November to December timeframe that I kind of referenced earlier in the example.
Okay. So based on the information you provided me for that period of time from the start of the hedging program until August 2025, it was about a net $8.8 million hedging loss.
That math is probably close to right.
All I did was, control, click on the three different totals.
Yeah, if you did the math, and I trust Excel calculated it correctly.
I hope so, or we're all in a lot of trouble. Okay, so approximately 8.8 million extra dollars that the ratepayers had to pay. But it sounds like you're saying to me that there is a benefit received despite having to bear that extra loss. I guess I don't understand it that well, even though you've tried to explain it to me. I want to give you every possible chance to clarify so that the commission's not, kind of misunderstanding, because I certainly came into this thinking this was about, what I've been calling the hedging loss versus gain, but I guess what I'm asking is if customers are going to have to pay an extra $8.8 million, how do you quantify the benefit of what they're getting in terms of less volatility?
Well, I did respond to a data request. I don't recall who asked the question, but I provided an example of, 98% of the time, price of gas is $3 an MMBTU, and let's say Big Sandy burned 11 million MMBTUs during that year. And then 2% of the time, the price spiked to some number, and I can't recall what the number was. That price spike would have caused the weighted average cost of gas for that year to increase by $2 per MMBTU. And that's how significant and how quickly those numbers can add up. And so, again, our point is, from a regulated fuel procurement perspective, we're conducting RFPs. We're buying the least cost supply that we can via those RFPs to flow in future forward months. Similar to any other commodity, look at coal. Coal can store that, they have a coal pile. Coal comes in, we don't need it today. We can put it in the coal pile. Unfortunately, that's not the case with gas. So this is kind of being looked at a different lens in terms of, you're selling the gas. It's like, we don't have any, if we don't need it today, we can't do anything else with it. We're liquidating it in the market. But to me, it's like, we're kind of, and I don't want to say we're kind of moving towards how coal makes purchase for coal plants in terms of making purchases years or 2 years in advance at, conducting RFPs, finding the least cost price, and that coal is delivered, a year or two in the future. That's kind of what we're doing for gas now. The problem is we don't have the luxury of having, gas storage at our plant. Otherwise, we would just store it at the plant and then consume it when we needed it. And so, to me, the judgment is, are you buying the least cost supply via the RFP that when you receive the offers? And, we are doing that. We don't have control on how the market behaves from the point in time that we make the purchases to when the gas is actually utilized at the plant. And it's the same for any other commodity, I guess.
So because you don't have the same, since you have storage restrictions with gas that you don't have with coal, you aren't free to, are you saying you're not free to purchase gas, say, a year in advance, or is that incorrect? Because you could always, just because you're buying it months in advance, that doesn't mean you're receiving it months in advance. So I guess what, if you can buy, if there are forward coal purchases for sort of the same purpose, why are there potentially years or months ahead advanced coal purchases, but not gas purchases?
Well, I think that's kind of what I am saying.
Okay.
I mean, so we're, I don't know, I'll just say, we're in January right now. We'll say 18 months down the road is June of 27. I'm making a number up, I don't know. But maybe we issue an RFP in January for gas to flow to us in June of 27. That's what we're buying. So that's what we're buying right now. We're basically saying, we want to buy gas to flow to our plant from June 1st to June 30th of 2027 at a fixed price, because we see what the market price is, and they're going to offer us approximately what the market price is right now for gas in this region in June of 2027. And then that contract we don't do anything with the contract until June of 27. That's when we start receiving the gas. So the gas starts flowing on those days. Those are the terms of the contract, if that makes sense.
And I assume that these suppliers have access to much of the same data as you, so if they perceive that prices are going to be lower, at the spot purchase date, they don't necessarily care, because I assume they're getting paid earlier, and the value of that money in hand ahead of time is no.
No, they're not getting paid until, I think, 20 days after the month of flow. So if the flow month is June of 27, they don't get paid until, I don't know, July 20th of 27.
And I'm kind of going in the weeds here, but it's helpful for me to understand sort of what is the motivation of the supplier in selling you gas ahead of time when the data may indicate that they would get more for it if they waited and sold it later?
I don't know. I mean, I know that there's a lot of interest. There's a lot of companies that are interested in this business with us, and there's a lot of companies that aren't interested in this business with us. And there's an element of risk that's involved with this, because they're guaranteeing to supply us gas at a specific price. So if the market does go up significantly, that's a risk that they're wearing, I guess. So, maybe they are taking a position and saying, you know what, I think the forward market is overinflated. But at the same time, they're providing us with a competitive offer. Otherwise, they're going to be way down the stack of offers and not have an opportunity to ever sell us gas. So, to me, it's like, maybe counterparties are taking a position saying, you know what, I think the market is overinflated right now, and I think this is a good time for me to go ahead and sell gas to Kentucky Power, and we're going to provide them an offer. Or maybe they have some other mechanism behind them that, they're just like, well, we have this asset, or we own this, or we do this, and it costs us XYZ to produce the gas, or to buy the gas from, a small producer, and then kind of gather it and sell it to AEP. And we can still make 10 cents on this if we sell this to Kentucky Power. So, I mean, there could be a lot of different motivations, I guess, behind somebody wanting to bid or not bid on these RFPs.
All right, I'll bring myself back out of the weeds and sort of get back to what we were talking about before, and sort of some of the numbers. Do you have access to data from other utilities regarding their hedging programs and what their performance has been, what their hedging loss or gains have been? Is that something you have available that you can analyze?
No, it's nothing. I mean, I know that, in different states, there are different utilities that are doing things similar to what we're doing. Natural gas storage is another alternative. That kind of provides some hedging aspect to it in terms of injecting gas into storage and then pulling it out when prices are higher. There are limitations to that. There's nothing that, we've asked our pipeline operator that serves Big Sandy if there's any natural gas storage capacity. Over the years, we've asked, and there's nothing currently available, but that's something that we'd evaluate in the future if it ever kind of became available, I guess.
Is gas hedging for utilities that have gas-powered plants, is that considered pretty universal strategy now to use?
Yeah, I'll say that other jurisdictions that we're in, other operating companies, we've kind of been, I don't want to say ordered or demanded to provide something more robust. I can say that the Oklahoma Corporation Commission, they've mandated a financial hedging pilot program that we're participating in. Years before Winter Storm Uri hit, so I don't know, 2015, 2016, the Louisiana Commission said, hey, we want you to go and buy fixed price natural gas for a period of 5 years, and we want to see how this performs. So there are orders and or directives from other jurisdictions that kind of tell us, hey, we need some more protection here. We don't want you buying spot market gas because it's too volatile. We want to provide some protection to customers, and we want to provide price surety. So we've adopted, taking all of this information, understanding the different markets and what the risks are, we've kind of incorporated this program for all the operating companies that we serve to protect all of the customers equally.
And is the timing of the start of this hedging program, is that just a function of the greater number of NGCCs and CTs, gas power generation compared to coal over the past few years?
I don't know that has anything to do with the generation. It has more to do with the volatility. If the price of natural gas was $2 day in and day out, we wouldn't be having this conversation. We would buy spot market gas, the exact quantity that Big Sandy needs on a daily basis, and that would be it. The problem is that the price of gas fluctuates wildly. Yesterday, the February NYMEX contract lost 9%. So it's just significant. The moves are significant. And, there are all kinds of wild reasons as to why the prices are moving all over the place. Prices decreased yesterday because there was an LNG terminal that went offline. It tripped offline. So that backed 2 BCF of gas back into the domestic market. So like things like that are impacting the price of gas. So it's a lot more dynamic market now than what we've seen historically. And the other thing too is, as gas production increases, and we're seeing 110 BCF a day of gas production, we've got more generation online. We have a lot more LNG terminals that are exporting gas. Gas storage really hasn't risen in accordance with everything else that's going on. So, your storage pot stays the same, but yet, you have all this other growth in these other areas. So, that's just more fuel to the fire to add to the volatility.
Do you have any perception on how much utilities are relying on more storage in the past few years?
Yeah, storage is at a premium. Natural gas storage is at a premium right now. You really can't find it. We do have some storage in our southern operating companies. We're able to secure some storage capacity, but prices has just gone up and up and up. And the other thing is that, we have these storage contracts that expire a year or 2 years in the future, and our counterparties are coming to us and saying, hey, we need to know if you guys want this storage going forward because there's other people knocking on the door. And so, if you want it, you better, do an RFP and secure it sooner rather than later. So storage is at a premium right now. Natural gas storage is at a premium. So and it's expensive.
Sure. Are you the one that's primarily making the decisions about the forward versus spot purchases since the beginning of the hedging program?
Actually, no. We have a very, probably a large team of people that are kind of involved in these decisions. And, I guess to kind of revert back to the hedging program, it's not necessarily about gas purchasing. Gas purchasing is a function of it, but what we're trying to do is we're trying to effectively hedge our customer load in specific forward months. And so, we look at what's our expected customer load, what's our target hedge percentage for this month, and what resources do we have to hedge that load? I mean, we've got a coal plant, so maybe we have coal purchased. It's like we have coal purchased at a fixed price, and that takes care of the hedge percentage for that month. Maybe we don't. Maybe now, okay, coal's out of the money. We don't have we don't have any coal purchased, but gas is in the money. On the screen that you were showing a little while ago, we were showing, hey, we can buy gas for $1.80. That's an $18 unit at Big Sandy. I mean, that's great. That's a benefit for customers. Let's go buy the gas for that particular month. So there are, those are the kind of discussions that kind of go on related to, what is the best resource that we have right now to hedge our customer load so that once we get to these forward months, we're not completely exposed.
Would it be accurate to compare it to, I want to say, insurance? You're trying to prevent the risk of paying an extreme outlier amount. So, yes, ratepayers may have had to pay an extra $8.8 million, but if prices had tripled, they might have had to pay $24 million extra.
That's right. And beyond the outlier examples that I kind of gave with the $100, $300 gas prices, that's catastrophic. When you're buying your full allotment of required gas supply at those types of prices, that's a terrible situation to be in. But not only that situation, but look at 2022, where the price of gas was $6, $7, or $8. I mentioned a little bit earlier that, people were anticipating market tightness in 2026 and 2027. We've already got gas bought in a lot of months in 26 and 27. So, if the market does take off, and it does look like a 2022 type situation where gas is $6, $7, or $8, we've got a nice, base of natural gas that at low prices right now. Now, the market could go the opposite direction, and it's like, all right, we bought $2.50 gas, but now gas is $2, but it could have been $8 or $9 or $10. So,
are the decisions that are being made about when and how to engage in the forward contracts, are those then being made by AEP personnel with your advice, or explain to me how that works?
yeah, so the hedging team is made up of employees on the American Electric Power Service Corporation, the regulated commercial operations group. So we have representatives from basically every applicable area of the regulated commercial operations group. I want to say there's probably 10 or 12 people that are involved in the meetings to kind of help define the strategy and, basically come away with a plan in terms of, okay, this is what we're planning on in these periods of time. And we're doing this every single month, and we're looking out 36 months, 18 months, and then 2 to 6 months out into the future to best hedge, customer load. So as the months roll on, you continue to pick up months in the program, I guess.
And I think I probably asked about this already in data responses, so forgive me if I have, but do you have a written hedging policy or manual?
We do not have a written hedging policy for Kentucky Power. We do have a fuel procurement policy that kind of references hedging. We've provided that policy during at least the last couple fuel adjustment clause hearings, and I know that we're preparing to provide it again. But we don't have a specific policy written for this specific hedging program for Kentucky Power.
I'm assuming that the more months go by, the more months of hedging experience that the company has under its belt, that there are all kinds of, fine-tuning measures that are involved. Are there any broad changes that have been made since 2023 based on the results of the program that have resulted in AEP having a wide change in a broad change in hedging policy?
I think in general, conceptually, it's kind of operating the same in terms of we're layering in purchases over time to minimize spot market risk and to hedge customer loads so that we're not subject to volatility. I would say probably the one change that we had made, initially it was a 36-month, 18-month, and 6-month look. So in the 6-month look, we wanted to be 100% hedged, 6 months and in. We decided to change that to give us the some, I guess, ability to make that 100% hedge position in the 2 to 6 month period. So that's probably one change that has kind of occurred in the last 3 years or so.
But for the most part, you are making very few spot purchases unless your volume is
I mean,
adequate.
No, I mean, here's the thing. We have no idea how much these gas plants are going to burn tomorrow, let alone months and months into the future. What I can tell you is that, Big Sandy can burn 72,000 MMBtu days, full load around the clock. Typically, on a normal day, I would say that number is probably in the 40 to 50,000 range, maybe 55,000. So if we're buying 32,000 of baseload gas, that still leaves us the ability to buy another 10 or 20,000, 25,000 in the spot market to balance that overall position.
Do you have your direct testimony in front of you?
I do.
Would you mind turning to page 10?
Go.
So let's see, online, where is it? Lines 9 and 10, your testimony mentions amortizing the loss on incidental gas sales through tariff PPA. And then Kentucky Power is proposing to recover those gains and losses under the tariff PPA. Is that already what's being done?
No. That's kind of why we're proposing this. Right now, we learned that the gains and losses from sales essentially go nowhere. There wasn't my understanding, and I may be getting outside my expertise here, but there was no mechanism to recover gains and losses from the sale of gas. And so that's the purpose of this testimony, essentially.
Okay, so going forward, Kentucky Power wants to recover this amount through the tariff PPA and then periodically add any additional losses to tariff PPA or no? No,
so this isn't, in my understanding, is not a fixed amount. This is just a base number that's being inserted, and then the gains and losses will be calculated, and then there will be a credit or a debit, I guess, applied against that number, depending on what the gains and losses are.
So any future losses outside of the test period would not be, recovery of that would not be determined until another rate case?
I don't know, I can't speak to the, how the determined, I don't know that.
We might ask Mr. Tanner Wolfram about that. I think that's all I have, Chair. Thank you, sir.
Okay, and back to Mr. Gary.
Yes, thank you very much, Your Honor. Just a couple of things to clear up really quickly. On the spreadsheet that was up there for a while earlier, we don't need to bring it back up, but I think that was response to PSC 2-94. For your reference, Mr. Collier asked you a number of questions about that. That was just the hedging gain or loss, right?
No, that was inclusive of the entire program. So that
Okay.
was the sales and then the hedging.
That includes those
Everything.
incidental sales then?
It was everything.
Okay, I just wanted to be clear on that.
Yep.
All right, I think just one other question then. So the incidental sales are sales of gas that the company, in this case Kentucky Power, doesn't end up using, right?
That's right.
Okay. So the gas is resold presumably to a different utility to use.
It's sold into the spot market at the applicable receipt point. So we're buying gas, we're buying it at a specific point. And so that counterparty supplies the gas to that point. Now we own it at that point. We sell it back to somebody else at that point, or we can resell it to the counterparty that we bought it from originally.
Okay, so it could be back to the gas company in that case.
That's right.
Okay. Is it ever sold to another AEP operating company?
No.
No?
No.
Prohibited or?
It's not conducive. I wouldn't be able to do anything with it at another AEP operating company. I'll say that.
Okay.
Meaning I wouldn't be able to transport it anywhere.
Okay, so there's no other AEP facility along that same pipeline, I guess, or?
There is, but we don't have firm transportation, and I wouldn't be able to move.
Okay.
So the cleanest course of action is to sell it back into the market at the prevailing market price.
Okay. The other AEP operating companies, I suppose, are buying on the market though, potentially.
Potentially, yeah.
Okay.
Potentially.
But not that same gas ever?
No.
Okay.
No. Completely separate product.
Okay. That's all the questions I have. Thank you.
Okay. Commissioner Wood?
No questions.
Commissioner Lincoln? And I don't have questions either.
I have a couple redirect. Okay, thank you. Mr. Steltler, while the gas hedging program that we've been discussing today, and that's included in your testimony, is new, relatively new, started in 2023 for Kentucky Power, both AEP and Kentucky Power, in reference to you and your team, are well-versed in purchasing fuel on the market, though, correct?
Yes. Spot market?
Yes.
Yeah, and we're doing that every single day still.
Okay. So you wouldn't consider the fact that this program is new to mean that you're still kind of learning on the job as you go?
No, not at all. No, very experienced team.
Thank you. So you've been a witness in Kentucky Power's, at least one or two of Kentucky Power's previous FAC cases, correct?
Yes.
And so then you're aware, and it's your understanding, that the price of gas actually consumed at the Big Sandy plant is reviewed in FAC proceedings, correct?
That's correct.
And so, let's say if we weren't hedging, as you've been describing, then customers are exposed to market price spikes through the FAC essentially immediately because of the way that mechanism works, correct?
That's right.
And this would be a pass-through cost because it goes through the fuel adjustment clause
Yes, correct.
directly to customers.
That's correct.
And so, as you've said, to tie a bow on that, this program helps mitigate that risk and that market exposure to customers, correct?
Yes, correct.
I have no further questions, thank you.
Okay, recross. Anyone? Okay, any reason Mr. Stetler can't be excused? Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you.
And did you need to recall?
We actually would like to recall Tanner Wolfram at this time for the specific purpose of discussing and responding to testimony that other witnesses have given regarding the settlement proposal and how it affects or may have bearing on the company's original proposals that have been discussed today, as well as maybe rebuttal or response to certain other testimony that other witnesses who are on the stand after Mr. Wolfram gave.
You'd like to do some direct?
Yes.
And since you were never excused, I'll just remind you that you're still under oath.
Yes, Your
Welcome
Honor.
back.
Glad to be back.
Hello, Mr. Wolfram, again.
Howdy.
So I think I will start with some of the issues that we have heard other witnesses discussing as they've been cross-examined And I'll start with with Mr. Carlin's testimony. Were you present and were you listening to Mr. Carlin's testimony?
Yes, I was.
Do you recall discussions about the operation of SERP expense, or Supplemental Employee Retirement Plan expense?
I do.
And you recall discussions about the operation of SERP expense and whether it's included in the case. Does the settlement agreement provide any context or information with respect to that expense?
Yes, so if you turn to Exhibit TSW S1 of my settlement testimony on page 21 of 32, the company in settlement agreed to the adjustment proposed by the AGKUC witnesses to remove SERP expense from the company's cost of service.
Thank you. Were you also present and were you listening to the testimony given by Mr. Cullop?
I was.
Okay, and do you recall testimony that he gave and questions that he was asked in cross-examination concerning EEI and Chamber of Commerce dues that are included in the cost of service?
Yes.
And can you, I think Mr. Cullop described some of the benefits that are provided by EEI. Are you able to provide any additional benefits that the company receives from its membership at the Chamber of Commerce?
Sure, so obviously we work through the Chamber of Commerce related to economic development, potential housing within the service territory. There are a variety of different functions that value that the company and its customers gain from the company's participation on the Kentucky Chamber of Commerce.
Regardless, though, does the settlement agreement also address those expenses?
It does. The company in settlement agreed with the AGKIUC recommendation to remove EEI and Kentucky Chamber of Commerce dues expenses from its cost of service.
Were you also present when Mr. Bellamy was asking some cross-examinations about the NOLC, the net operating loss carry-forward proposals in this case?
I was.
Okay. And are you able to discuss the impact of the settlement regarding rate impacts associated with the NOLC proposals?
Sure. So again, referring back to my exhibit TSW S1, the company agreed in settlement with the AGKUC position to remove NOLC from a prospective rate-making perspective, to remove that from rate base. Again, I will reiterate that the company never included or sought to recover the existing regulatory asset associated with the NOLC from its previous rate case in 2023. And so the settlement agreement functionally removes that amount from rate base, again, pending PLR or guidance from the IRS regarding the appropriateness of inclusion of those amounts in rate base in the future. It also allows the parties to maintain their abilities to make arguments regarding the proper amortization and calculation of that NOLC recovery to the extent that a PLR is received and the company seeks recovery of those amounts at a later date.
Thank you. And Mr. Bellamy had also asked some questions regarding the calculation of the NOLC. Does the settlement agreement also resolve those issues?
Yes, again, the settlement agreement specifically contemplates parties being able to make recommendations on the appropriate calculation of NOLC at the time the company would potentially seek recovery of those amounts.
Thank you. I'd also like to ask some questions about Ms. Ross's testimony regarding the TOR capital adjustment. Were you here and present for her testimony on those issues?
I was.
Okay. So specifically, I'd like to call you back to her testimony about that capital adjustment and the dollars that are intended to be spent on that program. Do you have a sense of what customers would experience basically on a revenue requirement basis as a result of that proposed adjustment?
Yes, so I think it goes back to the questioning around the dollar figure associated with the company's TOR plan moving forward. So company witness Ross laid out that the company expects to spend $18 million in 2026 and then $25 million in 27, 28 at least, related to vegetation management for trees outside of the right-of-way. So as part of the company's initial case, the company had a pro forma adjustment to begin collection of certain trees outside of the right-of-way, capital plant additions that it expected to have in service by the end of May 31, 2026. the total amount of that capital investment was $18 million, which is functionally the same amount that we plan to spend for 2026, because again, we were picking up the last few months of 2025 and then half of 2026. So for full 2026, we would incur, or plan to spend the same amount that we had included within the initial pro forma adjustment. So just for ease of reference and to make sure that we're all on the same page in terms of what that revenue requirement, what customers experience when we're spending capital dollars, or those amounts have capital treatment. So the $18 million would have resulted in a $1.6 million increase to rate base as proposed in the company's application, and then a $588,000 increase to the company's operation expense related to depreciation associated with those amounts. So I think that's what's important to remember here. When we're talking about spending $18 million of TOR, that's different than TIR, right? TIR is a $22 million expense item. And so when we're making rates as it relates to expense, that's a year-over-year annual cost. When you convert that into capital dollars, which is what the TOR program is currently, that revenue requirement is for an $18 million investment based on the company's initial proposal related to its ROE, cap structure. Those type of things all factor into the rate base amount. But functionally, we're talking about a roughly $2 million revenue requirement on that $18 million investment. So Ms. Ross had indicated and demonstrates, I think, the value that we expect to see from the TOR program. And that value now is being associated with capital dollars, which are a lower initial revenue requirement for customers as we spend those capital dollars. So that's why we think it's super important and very appropriate for us to make those investments, because from our perspective, customers are getting the most bang for their buck, specifically within rates, because that revenue requirement, because it's a capital expense, is getting spread out over a longer period of time. Specifically, my general understanding of Mr. Spanos's depreciation study, most of the TOR investment is included within distribution accounts that have 50-year useful lives. So we would be spreading that 18 million each year, or the 25 million, that's going to be a 50-year useful life. So that revenue requirement is significantly reduced as compared to significant increases in expense items like a TOR on a year-to-year basis.
And you just meant to say TIR instead of TOR?
Yes, I sure did.
Thank you. So how does the settlement agreement treat the TOR program proposals?
So again, as part of in agreement with the AGKIUC witnesses recommendation, we removed that pro forma adjustment, which I was using as a representative value for what the revenue requirement is. So that pro forma adjustment of that $18 million that we had proposed has been removed from the cost of service. And as part of that agreement, the company did get the additional deferral authority so that it can maintain the financial integrity on those balances while those amounts remain outstanding before they're ultimately included in rates.
Thank you. And at the time that the company does seek recovery of the revenue requirement associated with the TOR program that you've described, is it your understanding that the company will have to demonstrate the reasonableness and prudency of those investments at that time?
Absolutely. I think, again, I would use company witness Ross's testimony in this case as a like-for-like comparison of what the commission could expect to see from us in the future. Again, when we start to seek recovery of those dollars, we will have to demonstrate the CMI savings that would be associated with that TOR program and demonstrate the prudency ultimately before the commission would ever approve us to begin collection of those dollars.
And you were also just present in the hearing room when Mr. Stutler was testifying about the sales of incidental gas, or incidental sales of gas, and the proposals in this case with respect to recovery of those.
Yes.
Can you discuss how or how not those costs are being recovered from customers currently?
Sure. So when we're talking about the actual incidental sales of gains and losses on gas sales at this point, the company has no mechanism to recover those amounts. Again, as my initial direct testimony stated, our understanding, and I believe Duke, Kentucky also had a similar issue in prior cases where they also didn't believe that those types of transactions were appropriately included within the fuel adjustment clauses that each of the utilities had. So we looked at the various mechanisms that we had. And this is important, right, because as company witness Stutler points out, that applies for both gains and losses on sales of gas right now. So if the company were to have a gain on incidental sales of gas, we have no way to pass that back on to pass that credit back to customers. And so what we're doing is we're creating a mechanism that allows us to pay customers credits to the extent that we experience gains on those losses of gas, or, you know, we collect the difference based on the value that the customers are ultimately receiving from the hedging program. So that's why we ultimately propose to recover those amounts through tariff PPA, because we don't believe that the current fuel adjustment statutes and regulations allow for recovery of those type of expenses related to fuel procurement.
Or for that matter, to be able to credit them back through the FAC.
Correct.
Were you in the hearing room and did you hear the testimony of Mr. Spaeth?
I was.
Did you hear questions to Mr. Spaeth about the separate metering charge for cogen SPP being maintained in the company's current tariff?
I did.
And can you please explain why that was done?
Yes, so that was a recommendation, I believe, in Kaisia Witness Barnes' testimony to evaluate and remove that separate metering charge for cogen SPP customers. Again, the company is committed to evaluating that, but again, as we begin AMI deployment, we have to make sure initially that there isn't any additional programming required for those cogen SPP customers as they switch on to AMI. You know, for AMR meters, we either have to have separate metering equipment or make metering upgrades to serve those cogen SPP customers, because it's a bi-directional flow. So we have to make sure that the metering technology is available, but to the extent the meters do not require any additional upgrades to serve those cogen SPP customers, we will absolutely evaluate removing that separate metering charge for those customers.
Thank you. Did you also hear Mr. Spaeth's discussion of, with the chair, I believe, about the residential rate design and communications that the company has had or plans to have to engage customers with that residential rate design?
Yes.
And can you tell me a little bit about what the company has done and will do to educate customers about this new two-tiered customer rate design?
Yes, so I've had constant communication with our corporate communications team, because we understand that if we're going to try something like this, we need to be able not only to educate, but provide customers information that they can act on. And so we have started developing, potential marketing material, explanation material around the two-tiered customer charge to the extent that it is ultimately approved, so we can begin to educate those customers. I think it's also important. So we have a plan to address that even in the short term with AMR meters. But I want to reiterate, especially as we start rolling into this AMI deployment, we will have much more ability to communicate with customers on a more regular frequency to give them information related to this two-tier customer charge. I personally know at least a couple of the operating companies that do have AMI meters now. My understanding is there's at least some cadence that either weekly or bi-weekly that they will send emails to all customers and say, this was your usage for this week, or this is your usage for the last 2 weeks. So once we get that AMI rollout, we will be able to communicate to customers to say, 1 week of usage, you used 700 kWh in week 1, for an example. So if you continue with that current usage, there is a chance that you can get to that 2,000 or above kWh to flip onto that higher customer charge. And we would communicate that proactively to them in those type of communications moving forward, so that they understand, either that you reduce usage, or you need to understand that there is the potential for you to reach that 2,000 kWh threshold, at which point you would flip onto that higher customer charge. So we understand. I think the company as a whole has tried to be much more out in the public and explaining. I think Company Witness Wiseman, our corporate communications team, has had me on a couple podcasts already, so I'm sure I might be on another podcast trying to explain our residential rate design as well. But these are things that we understand. We're trying something different. And ultimately, we want this to be successful, and we want we are proposing this because we think it can help the customers that need it the most, and that's why we're doing it. And so we will do whatever it takes to educate those customers on the front end to make sure that we can be as successful as we can be with that program to the extent it is approved.
The chair had also mentioned that the commission is interested in Kentucky Power customers' high usage. And is this something that Kentucky Power is also reviewing?
Yes, absolutely. This has been something that we have, like I said, I've been involved in the last 3 Kentucky rate case proceedings in various different roles, each case a different role. But this is something that it's something we've tried to understand for a while. I think, as I spoke on a little bit the first time I was on the stand, we've had customer workshops to try to explain usage and understanding customer bills in the past. We want to continue to do that, and we want to be able to find ways and understand the differences. And so, one of the things that I wanted, and I don't think it came across initially when I was up here before, but I wanted to reiterate, we are committed and we are committing to trying to figure out what the cause of that high usage is. I think sitting here today, I think some of the discussion around the electric cooperatives, if they'll answer my phone calls, I will plan to call them and try to figure out what are they seeing, especially the ones around us. Like, what are you seeing? How many customers, if they can give me at least a rough number, how many customers are you seeing above that 3,000, 4,000, 5,000 kWh usage range? And if they're not seeing that same level of, customer at those high usage levels, then I want to understand from them, what are they doing that you're not seeing that same type of, usage pattern? Because we are serving similar areas. Obviously, there's always differences, but if they have actionable steps that we can implement, we will do it. And I think that's what we need to understand. And so I think all of us at Kentucky Power, and my team might be mad at me, but this is going to be something that we're going to hit hard here in the next, year plus, and try to figure out if there are things that we can identify that the similarly situated utilities, if they are actually not experiencing these types of scenarios with their customers, what are you doing differently? And if there are things that they are doing differently that we can implement, we will do so.
Thank you. Those are all the questions I have for this direct examination.
Cross, Mr.
No
West.
cross.
Ms.
No, Your
Cohen?
Honor.
Mr.
Just
Gary?
one quick follow-up regarding the continued workshops. I know this is something that's sort of just come up in this hearing. Would the company consider inviting other partners to assist in those workshops?
I don't think we're opposed to that. I know that we're currently working on a workshop with the community college in Hazard. So these are things that we're going to start implementing and trying to figure out. And it's an education step. And again, I think we can even tie this in with our DSM programs. We have to get more participation in our DSM programs. And, we have started as part of the DSM process, we have given our contractor customers that we have seen that have, high usage to try to communicate with those customers. But I think we need to keep evaluating that to see if there are other ways that we can reach those customers. So we are open to all options on that.
Yeah, thanks. That's exactly where I was going. And I'm thinking, some of the housing partners that we talked about before, so Fahe Homes, HDA, et cetera, the community action agencies, are those folks that you would consider inviting to those workshops?
I don't think anything's off limits at this point.
Okay. That's all I had. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Spinard?
No questions.
Mr. Kidd? Staff?
Yes, we did have a couple quick follow-up questions.
Sure.
I was looking at page 10 of the settlement agreement, Exhibit TSW-S1. Again, at the paragraph about the short-term debt, it says, if incremental short-term debt is needed to fund the DTL credits, the company may defer short-term debt interest costs in excess of the zero in rates up to $2 million annually. And there was a question asked on redirect to Mr. Messner. Were you here during that testimony? And the question was to the effect that, could you tell what was attributable to funding the DTL credits by looking at a point in time when it's zero and looking at the difference? Were you here for that testimony?
Yes.
That seems to sort of be what the second half of that sentence says. I guess if you use that method, are you getting rid of does the if incremental short-term debt is needed to fund the DTL credits, does that have any meaning? Or if short-term debt goes above zero and there's interest, are you just going to assume that there's credits under the settlement agreement?
Well, again, I think, as company witness Messner pointed out, our position within the short-term borrowing, the money pool, for lack of a better term, fluctuates on a day-to-day basis, right? There are instances where we are either invested in the money pool or we are borrowing from the money pool. So it's not necessarily a net zero when it comes to that. But what we're saying is we will look at our position based on where we are at a given point in time, specifically in this instance, when rates go into effect, to figure out where we are in terms of invested or borrowed within the money pool. And then we will track that kind of on a pro rata basis based on when we would have otherwise expected that incremental cash to come in the door, otherwise offset by the deferred tax liabilities to do that calculation.
Okay. And kind of as a follow-up to that, going up to the page before that, referring to the DTL rider.
Yes.
The DTL rider, as the DTLs are, in the first year, 25 million will be credited to customers. And then in the second year, 15 million. And as that 25 million is credited to customers, that's going to create a regulatory asset. Is that correct?
Yes.
And then there'll be a return that's calculated on that regulatory asset that's going to flow through the DTL rider. Is that correct?
Yes.
And right now, the DTLs are offsetting rate base to reflect the zero cost capital created by that tax timing difference, correct?
Yes.
So as the regulatory asset, as the credits are reducing rates, the point of that regulatory asset and the return on that regulatory asset is to reflect the fact that that portion of rate base is no longer being funded by zero cost capital. Is that correct?
Could you ask that question one more time?
Yeah. As the DTL credit is provided back to customers, 25 million in the first year, 15 million in the second year, the deferred tax asset, or the deferred, let me just see what it's called. Is it the DTL regulatory asset is generated and a return is calculated on that DTL regulatory asset based on the credits in each year. And the purpose of including that return is to reflect the fact that the zero cost capital that previously existed in the DTL that was offsetting rate base is no longer zero cost capital. You're adding that asset back into rate base and getting return at the weighted average cost of capital on that. Is that correct?
Mr. Bellamy, obviously, Mr. Wolfram can answer to the extent he knows. Mr. Hodgson is certainly the expert on this issue, and I believe he...
Well, if he can answer.
Yeah, if he can answer.
Yeah, I was actually just going to say, again, the extent that I can answer is that the return component on the regulatory asset is, to Mr. Hodgson's point earlier, to get us to a net zero. Anything beyond that, I would probably be out of my element.
Okay. Well, let me ask you this. And if necessary, we can do it as a post-hearing, but you're creating that reg asset, getting a return at the weighted average cost of capital, essentially replacing zero cost capital with capital that does have a cost to it. That's part of that DTL rider. If you then also accrue carrying costs at the short-term debt rate on that same amount, are you not incurring interest twice? Customers are paying the same interest twice.
Sitting here right now, I don't think I can answer that.
Okay, I'll do that as a post-hearing. And then the net operating loss carry forward, understand that the calculation of the amount that's kind of in dispute, that under the settlement, that would be decided at a later date.
Correct.
I guess I'm just curious, the federal tax change tariff, how are you indicated that a filing would be made. I guess my concern was just, would there be an opportunity, are you envisioning an application that would propose putting a change in place at a later date such that there'd be an opportunity for the parties to discuss the amount or determine the amount, or how would that work?
My experience with our regulatory filings, specifically our annual filings like FTC, is that we would make an application. Typically, those rates would be suspended for a period if there are questions around that. So either we would make an application to change that rate, either within the context of our annual filing, or if we need to make a one-off filing, given the timing of a PLR or other guidance, we would evaluate that.
So, would you anticipate filing testimony along with that explaining the method that you use for the calculation and things like that?
I think given the issue, yes.
Okay. I'm just wondering how it would be set up if it's outside of a rate case, basically. And then
I would say that's not necessarily uncommon to do in our annual filings. We include testimony, for example, with our DSM applications, our 2-year fact reviews. So there are certain annual filings or additional reviews with the commission that we file testimony with as well.
Okay. There was testimony from Mr. I think is it Mr. Stutler, regarding, I guess if you could just go to page 27 of your actual direct testimony. This is my last line of questioning.
Sorry, this binder has seen better days. I'm there.
The 19 million, it's approximately $1.9 million loss that's talked about there at line 17 of that page. Is that amount, will that amount be in base rates and then the over-under will flow through the tariff PPA, or is that amount being deferred in some way? There was a little confusion between your and Mr. Stutler's testimony, I guess.
Sure. So I think there's two components, and maybe that's the confusion. So the test year amount of losses on incidental sales of gas was approximately $1.9 million. The company included that $1.9 million as part of its base revenue requirement. The company also sought deferral of authority of the actual, again, so from a rate-making perspective, that $1.9 million will be built into rates on a prospective basis. So during the test year, the company also sought deferral authority of the actual $1.9 million that it had incurred during the test year for future recovery through tariff PPA. So what the proposal is for the base amount to be set at $1.9 million, and then tariff PPA will true up that amount over under the base amount based on what the company actually experiences during that period. So if in 2027, the company experiences $0 of gains or losses on sales of gas, that would be a $1.9 million credit to customers.
But the base amount, if the base amount is in base rates, you don't also put the base amount in tariff PPA, right?
No, that's just the basing point for the over-under calculation.
Okay. But you also mentioned deferring the 1.9 also.
Yes.
So what happens to that 1.9?
That 1.9 million, to the extent the deferral authority is approved, would be proposed to be recovered through tariff PPA
Okay, so we would set base rates with the 1.9 in it.
prospectively.
Yeah, prospectively, defer the 1.9, put that in tariff PPA, and then also do an over-under on the 1.9 through tariff PPA.
Yes,
And that would be trued up at the end of each year.
annually, based on normal tariff PPA timeline.
I don't have any other questions, thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Wood?
No questions.
Commissioner Reagan? No. I don't think I do either.
Thank you, Chair.
I have no further questions.
All right. Now may Mr. Wolfram with 2S be excused.
Thank you, Your Honors.
And did you need to recall any other witnesses?
We do not, so we would ask that Ms. Wiseman be excused as well.
Any objections to excusing Ms. Wiseman?
No objection.
All right, thank you, ma'am, your excuse is up.
And that concludes the company's presentation of evidence.
Okay, so we'll move on to interveners. Anybody got a request for a break before we do so?
I was going to. That's just a short break.
Let's do 10 minutes, because I know we still do have some people that are trying to.
Yeah, we're running up against it, so sorry.
Yeah.
Let's do 10 minutes then. Power rate case, and I see that Mr. Collin is already on the stand. Is that your next witness?
He is eager.
All right. Mr. Collin, would you raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury?
I do.
Thank you. Please have a seat. Tell us your full name, business address, and why you're so anxious to leave our beautiful.
I love being here, but my name is Lane Collin. I'm the president and principal of J. Kennedy and Associates Incorporated, 570 Colonial Park Drive, Suite 305, Roswell, Georgia, 30075.
Thank you. Counsel, you may ask.
Mr. Collin, what was your role in this matter?
I addressed various revenue requirement issues and provided a summary of all of our witnesses, the effects on the revenue requirement of all of our witnesses' recommendations.
Okay. Did you cause direct testimony to be filed in this case?
I did.
Did you sponsor responses to data requests from the staff and/or the company?
Yes.
Do you have any corrections to your testimony or responses?
No.
If you're asked the same questions today, would your answers be the same?
Yes.
Witnesses available for cross.
Okay. For applicant.
Yes, thank you. Morning, Mr. Collins, or good afternoon, Mr. Collins.
It is afternoon.
How are you?
Good afternoon.
I've been practicing here at the Public Service Commission, on give or take, for about 15 years, and every time I come here, I feel like you're here as well, so it's good to see you again.
We're almost best friends.
That's right. And I raised that because I want to talk a little bit about your experience doing this, and there was testimony here, you probably heard, about the age of the Mitchell plant.
Yes.
And there was some concern about how the Mitchell plant was almost the age as the chair, and it's almost my age as well. So that's
Very young.
It's
Very
very
young plant.
touchy subject. But you've been testifying at commissions like the Kentucky Commission for close to 40 years now. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yes. And you provide with your testimony as Exhibit 1 your CV, I guess is a good way to describe it, and it has 36 pages of listing all of your expert testimony. Is that
Yes,
correct?
several hundred.
I don't even bother printing it out because it weighs you down. And so you've had probably roughly 500 examples of 500 occasions of testifying, correct?
That may be correct.
Yeah, and
yes.
17 states and FERC.
I haven't counted them up, but that sounds right.
Based on what was in your resume, it looks like it was
Yes.
17 states. And many of those proceedings that you've testified in as an expert relate to evaluation of revenue requirements for utilities. Is that correct? Is that fair to say?
That is correct, yes.
Okay. And so, and then you work for J. Kennedy and Associates, and you've been there for roughly the same amount of time. Is that correct?
Roughly 40 years,
Yeah.
yes.
Okay. And you have a
I
team.
previously worked for Energy Management Associates, and prior to that, the Toledo Edison Company, an electric and natural gas utility. And prior to that, I worked for a private contractor putting in underground cable for different cable vision companies. So started at the ground floor, so to speak, so, yes.
And you have a team that you work with?
That's correct, yes.
Yeah, and I looked at your website, and it looks like it's about 14, 15 people. Is that correct?
That's right, yes, between employees and dedicated contractors.
Okay, great. And so, based on the experience I've had working for Kentucky Power and reviewing testimony that you or your colleagues at J. Kennedy have prepared in these cases, I think I would describe it as very thorough. Is that fair?
Well, thank you. I'll accept that, thank you.
Yeah, I don't know that we necessarily always agree with what you're proposing, but there's no doubt that it's a thorough review. Is that fair?
Well, thank you, fair enough, yes.
And so you review it in considerable detail?
Yes.
Okay. And so you take the information that the company includes in its application, and you review the cost of service studies?
That's correct.
Yeah, you review the proposed rate made and the adjustments to rate base, is that correct?
That's correct. Really, all of the rate-making proposals of the company for new riders, for rate-making recoveries, for deferrals, pretty much everything.
Yeah, I mean, you review the expense levels, cost in the testimony, you review the adjustments?
Yes, that's correct. Rate base, expense, capital structure,
new
all
tariffs,
of the components of the rate-making formula.
new tariffs?
Yes.
You review the revenue allocations?
To some extent, yes.
Someone in your team does, though?
That's correct, yes.
You review the rate design, or someone in your team does?
Yes, that's correct.
So basically, you have a thorough review of the case, is that correct?
We do.
That process was done in this case, correct?
Yes.
Right. And you have 3 of your colleagues here, well, 2 two of your colleagues here, one remotely,
Yes, that's correct.
and I understand you have a plane to catch, so I'll try to keep this as quick as possible. You have your direct testimony in front of you?
I do, yes.
Can you turn to page 5?
Okay.
And then, in addition to thoroughness, I will say again, while disagreeing with maybe some of the proposals, it's very well organized, so it's helpful for
Thank
us
you.
from a settlement perspective. But in this table on page 5, you have outlined what the company's requested revenue requirement increase is of $95.558 million, and that's inclusive of base rate and the new generation rider. Is that correct?
That's correct,
Okay.
yes.
And then you have a series of deductions or changes to the revenue requirements that are identified here. You see those. They start with the aging KIUC base rate issues, and for example, the subtract vendor supplied fuel inventory, and there's a subtraction of $914,000, and then you were the witness for that.
Yes, that's correct.
And some of these were the witness as you go down the list. For example, the first one that I would highlight here is remove post-test year capital increase to TOR vegetation management of $1.646 million. And that was Mr. Futrell.
Yes, that's
Did I
correct.
pronounce his name correct?
Yes.
Okay, good. And there was a series of other operating income deductions or changes that were identified by Mr. Futrell, some more by you. There were some changes there was a change to the proposed return on equity.
Yes.
Right, so.
Mr. Baldino.
Yeah, Mr. Baldino, company proposed 10.0%, and Mr. Baldino's testimony proposed at 9.5%. You've
Correct.
carried this through here, the impact of that. To the
That's right, yeah. This table shows not only the starting point, as you indicated, but each one of these adjustments shown on this table are on a revenue requirement basis. So it's a direct dollar adjustment to either reduce or increase the company's requested rate increase, either a base rate or through the generation rider in this case.
And you've also, in addition to reviewing the company's application, you reviewed the testimony of the other parties in this case?
Most of it.
Maybe not in the same level of detail, but you're
That's correct.
familiar with it?
That's correct.
Do you know, none of the other parties in this case make proposed adjustments to the revenue rider? The revenue requirement.
That's correct, yes.
Okay, so this is the only other evidence in the case regarding the company's requested revenue?
In response to the company's filed case, that's correct, yes.
Okay.
There's other evidence, of course, with respect to the settlement.
Sure.
With the settling, the signatory parties, right?
Excellent. So do you have a copy of the settlement in front of you?
I do.
Okay. Have you reviewed the settlement?
Yes.
Did you review the settlement prior to its execution?
I think I reviewed 2 drafts of the settlement.
And you have, like you said, you have a copy of it in front of you, is that right?
I do.
Okay. Can you turn to Exhibit it's the Settlement Agreement Exhibit 1, which if you have it through Mr. Wolfram's testimony, it's page 21 of 32.
Yes, I have that.
Yep. And so you have what here is essentially a copy of your changes proposed on page 5 of your testimony, correct?
In the first numeric column.
First
that's
column, yeah,
correct.
sorry.
Yes.
First column. And then the settlement position is in the far right column, is that correct?
Yes.
And were you here when Mr. Kurtz walked Mr. Wolfram, with 2 Fs, through this exhibit?
Yes.
Okay. So we won't belabor that because I know you have a flight to catch. But there were 4 things, I think, that were different between what you proposed and what was in the settlement agreement. Is that accurate? And I can walk through them if you.
I think that is accurate.
Yeah. Line 16, the reduce depreciation expense to remove interim retirements and interim net salvage at Big Sandy. That was a proposed reduction that's not in the settlement agreement.
That's correct.
Line 20, increased non-major storm expense was 0 in the original file, but we've included $2 million in the revenue requirement here, and that was discussed by Mr. Wolfram.
Yeah, the settlement agreement increased the company's request. And so the reductions that are also specified in the settlement agreement were netted together, and there's a net reduction compared to the company's request.
And then the last two changes were related to the return on equity. Instead of either the 10 that the company requested and the 9.5 that the AG and KIUC proposed, the settlement for the return on equity for base rate items is 9.8%, correct?
Correct.
And then,
Except for the rider,
and then
generation rider.
And then the generation rider is 9.7%, right? So the settlement, when you do all the math there, the settlement comes up with a settlement revenue requirement of $77.4 million, right?
Yes.
Okay, and that is a 18.67 million reduction in the company's initial request?
Yes.
Yes, and so it's a little less of a request than a little less of a decrease. I'm hoping I'm getting too many double negatives here, but the AG and KIAC proposed a $24.44 million reduction in the revenue requirement. And the settlement position here is about 75% of that reduction, is that right?
I haven't done the math, but it sounds approximately.
2418.
I think it's approximately correct.
Okay. The Attorney General did not sign on this settlement agreement, did they?
That's correct.
Okay. Do you know why?
I do not.
The settlement agreement, though, the revenue requirement doesn't end at $77.4 million, right? There's an additional rate credit in year one, is that correct?
Yes, under the settlement agreement.
Right,
that's
so there's the deferred tax liability amortization timing changes, and the company in the first year reduces the revenue requirement all in by another 25 million. So that's results in a settlement, in a revenue requirement in the first year of 52.4 million. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and then in the next year, that credit decreases to 15 million total.
That's true, yes.
Right, and so then the revenue requirement in the second year is 62.4 million. That math seemed to work.
That's correct,
Yeah,
yes.
and then in the third year, the revenue credits from the amortization of the DTLs advance or go away, and you're back with the $77.4 million revenue requirement from the settlement. Is that correct?
Yes, generally, yes. But there's a little bit of a refinement there, too, because you're getting a recovery of the rate of return on the regulatory asset through the tariff FTC. So that would be a rate increase.
Okay, but it, roughly 77.4. Yeah.
Generally, correct, yes.
Okay, so the first year, and again, I hate to have you do math on the stand, but we're going to. So I apologize. This was the exchange for the kind words at the front, was the math on the stand. So,
I see, okay.
yeah,
Quid pro quo.
Yeah,
Sure,
exactly.
okay.
So in the first year, the revenue requirement through the settlement agreement is $18.718 million less than the revenue requirement in the AG-KIUC position. Is that correct?
I think that's correct. Subject to mathematical accuracy, but I think that's correct, yes.
And then in the second year, the revenue requirement is $8.718 million less than the 71.18 in the AG-KIUC estimate. Is that correct?
Correct, with the additional rate increase through the tariff FTC for the rate of return on the regulatory asset related to the DTL credits.
Sure. And then in the third year, it's actually, the revenue requirement would be 6.282 million more than is in the.
Then would be in the second year.
Well, no, 6.282 million more than the settlement position, right? It goes back to the 77.4.
Correct,
Yeah.
yes.
Okay. So the net, if you add up the revenue requirements for each year, is that it's 21.154 million, subject to the slight rate or the rate increase to the FTC rider. better over the first 3 years after this is enacted than what the AGKIUC position was. Is that correct? Subject to the math.
Again, subject to the math, yes.
18.7 plus 8.7 minus 6.2.
Correct.
Yeah, it's 21.15 million. And so you testify that you've made there's no updates to your testimony, is that correct?
That's correct. Of course, I didn't have a chance to respond to the settlement or the settlement testimony and the other components of the settlement agreement, just to make sure that that's clear. I mean, I have one piece of testimony here.
Sure, but the revenue requirement testimony that you've provided, that is the testimony of the Attorney General, says that that you filed on behalf of the Attorney General.
Correct.
And KIUC, the KIUC is
Correct.
testimony you have provides for a revenue requirement that is $21.154 million more than the revenue requirement over the first 3 years of the settlement agreement. Is that correct?
That's correct, primarily because of the DTL credits, which were not part of the company's application or any of the discovery. That was solely a function of the settlement process.
No further questions.
Point interveners?
No.
KYSCIA? SWVA? Staff?
We just have a really quick few questions. Your testimony regarding the calculation of the net operating loss carry forward deferred tax asset, I know there were kind of at least two parts. One regarding determining when the accelerated depreciation was deducted to assist in calculating to the extent to which the NOLCs were attributable to accelerated depreciation. And then you also had a component for determining when the NOLCs related to the accelerated depreciation were utilized. And I think you utilized the NOLCs attributable to accelerated depreciation first before NOLCs that were attributable to other deductions. Is that accurate?
It is. Yeah, first of all, the net operating loss is calculated on a vintage year basis, as you discussed with witness Hodgson. And those NOL carryforwards are maintained on a vintage year basis. And so to the extent then that tax depreciation in excess of book depreciation in any one of those years, each of which is siloed for that particular vintage, to the extent that the accelerated tax depreciation in excess of the book depreciation was the last dollar deducted, in other words, the with and without for that year, then when you are able to use those NOLC carryforwards in the order of vintage, oldest is used first, to the extent that the NOLC in that vintage year, the oldest vintage year first, was caused by the tax depreciation, then that would be the first dollars of the NOLC utilized, which only makes sense. Otherwise, you just continue to compound the portion of the NOLC. If you put it at the last, both in terms of generating the NOLC and then last in terms of utilizing the NOLC in the years in which there is taxable income, you never bring that balance down, or you bring it down much more slowly. That's incorrect. Back to my days at Toledo Edison Company, we were in a more or less perpetual net operating loss, having brought in a new nuclear unit, and I had the joy of working in the tax department at the time and maintaining these tax net operating loss carryforwards on a vintage year basis. And you always had this sequencing, and that was always the utilization of the NOLC from the vintage year period, okay? But in those days, you weren't required, or there wasn't even any private letter rulings that addressed this last dollar deducted. Everything caused the net operating loss. And so you could simply prorate it across all of the deductions. and say, well, this portion of the loss was attributable to tax depreciation in excess of book. Some of the more recent private letter rulings use this term last dollar deducted. In particular, Mr. Hodgson referred to that. It's not really defined in the PLRs themselves. The requests for PLRs are confidential, but even though the company laid out its case for the with and without, or said this was what the effect would be, the PLR simply reiterates, those PLRs simply reiterate the fact pattern that was provided to them. They don't comment on the veracity of those dollar amounts. But, you know, there's a whole sequence when you generate the NOLCs and then when you use them. And the commission has a great deal of discretion. You know, the company can come in and offer its proposal for utilization, but the proposal that Mr. Hodgson had, or his calculations of it, the balance never would go down. It continues to grow because there's always, every year, tax depreciation in excess of book depreciation, which I think you highlighted in your hypothetical number 2.
And I guess my main question really was, first off, only with respect to utilization. That's really the only questions that I had. With respect to utilization, you would use the oldest vintage year first, and then within that vintage year, you would use the NOLC attributable to accelerated depreciation before you used the NOLC attributable to some other deduction. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. And really, you're required to vintage year all of your NOLC carry forwards. And this dates back to the period of time when you could carry back or carry forward, and the different changes in the tax law that you went through with Mr. Hodgson. But all of those NOLC carry forwards are maintained on a vintage year basis, and the standard rule is that the oldest is used first. They're not just grouped together and then just aggregated out of the balance. And that's important because that then determines when the portion that was attributable to the tax depreciation gets utilized. And if it's the last dollar that was deducted, which maximizes the amount of the NOLC that is created or caused by the tax depreciation, then it seems only logical that the tax depreciation component gets used first. Because
that's really my question. What's the basis for the position that within the vintage year, you're going oldest to newest? What's the basis for the argument that within that vintage year, you use the portion attributable to accelerated depreciation first?
Well, it's because if you consider a year, for example, that has taxable income, that same year is going to have tax depreciation in excess of book depreciation. But since there wasn't a tax loss, none of that tax depreciation caused a loss that year. So you don't have to do anything with that. Okay, but then the prior year, let's say that there was tax depreciation in excess of book depreciation of $3,000, but you had a tax loss of $4,000. So now in that second year, when you had positive taxable income, the question is, which portion of that NOLC, the depreciation-related portion or the non-depreciation-related portion, gets used first in the taxable income year? And if it's the last deduction in the year in which the loss was recognized and carried forward, then it really has to be the first one utilized. You can't have it be the last dollar deducted in both the loss years and the income years. Because the income years are when you use that loss carry forward. And if it was a tax depreciation that created the loss itself in one tax year, one vintage tax year, and you're now using it in another year in which there's positive taxable income, you should use the first dollars that created the normalization issue for the reduction or to monetize the loss carry forward. That's the rationale.
And are you aware of any private letter rulings or opinions or orders on that particular subject?
The answer is no. Because what the private letter rulings do is they simply address the creation of the NOL. They don't address the utilization of it in a future year against taxable income. So, because there are, to my knowledge, there are no PLRs out there that address the utilization, then it's logical to me, rational, that if the depreciation is the last dollar deducted in the loss year, then it's the first dollar utilized in the income year. And because there are no PLRs, there's no general counsel advice, there's no revenue procedure that addresses this. As far as I'm concerned, the commission has complete and absolute discretion, just as that revenue procedure that you went through with Mr. Hodgson, and I have a reference to that in one of my exhibits in information that on behalf of the Louisiana Commission was filed with the IRS on these AEP requests for private letter rulings, and on behalf of the Oklahoma Corporation that was filed with the IRS with respect to these AEP private letter rulings. And I had a role in the one from the Louisiana Commission.
Just a couple more quick questions. With respect to, I guess if Kentucky Power's position, if Kentucky Power receives payments from AEP for its taxable losses under the tax allocation agreement, Kentucky Power, or that NOLC doesn't actually exist on the company's books, correct?
That's correct, and that's an important point that I make in my testimony, because essentially what the company is asking to do is put an NOLC DTA into rate base that it will never record on its accounting books, because it's already been paid for that by AEP. On the consolidated return, it doesn't subsidize the other positive taxable income AEP operating utilities. They have to pay their full thing into AEP. And then AEP takes Kentucky Power's taxable loss in the years in which Kentucky Power has a taxable loss and uses that to reduce its consolidated taxable income, and then it reimburses Kentucky Power for the tax effect of those losses. It's a zero-sum game. And then when Kentucky Power gets that check from AEP, it extinguishes the NOL DTA on its books. There isn't one on its books. And so if you put one then into rate base, it's not something that the company has financed. It doesn't have a cost for that. It's kind of a conceptual construct here. I know that's a little bit redundant, but it's a construct that the company has conceptualized, and I totally disagree with it, and I disagree with the letter rulings. I think they're contrary to other IRS guidance, for example, the revenue procedures, and it's contrary to Supreme Court case law.
The question that I had related to that is there a specific GAAP standard or procedure that specifies the treatment of those tax payments and the recording of a deferred tax asset or loss in the event of payments like that between affiliates?
Yes, and the company's accounting is correct. In other words, when AEP makes the payment, then it extinguishes the NOLC DTA. So there is zero balance on Kentucky Power's accounting books. And they haven't financed the DTA because they've gotten the cash from AEP. But for rate-making purposes, what will the result of the company's, if they're successful with the PLR from the IRS, and if the commission allows us in rate base, that will be something that's not on its accounting books. It's something that's just put into rate base for rate-making purposes. And that's with respect to the NOLC DTA. Now, with respect to the deficient NOLC DTA, that will go onto its books. This is for the tax rate change that occurred as a result of the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act. That will go onto its accounting books as a regulatory asset, or as the company has characterized it, as a reduction to the excess deferred income taxes. So that actually will go on their accounting books. My assessment is, I did a calculation with that vintage year analysis that I think is required by the tax law to utilize the oldest first, and to then utilize, and again, this is, a matter of judgment as far as what portion of the NOLC that is due either to depreciation or to other factors is utilized first. Under the company's methodology, they don't distinguish. So the amount of the NOLC carry forward with all of the years aggregated together never goes down. And under my methodology, everything goes down appropriately. You tie it all together. But under my calculation, there is no deficient NOLC DTA. And there's a substantially diminished quantification of the NOLC DTA. And so it's extremely important, as far as the settlement is concerned and everything, that these quantifications remain open. They're heavily disputed between, a KAUC and the AG and the company on the other hand. And so they need to be addressed before they just magically appear in tariff FTC.
I guess my main question was, what is the accounting standard that applies? Or could I do that as a post-hearing request? Would that be more appropriate?
No, I can answer it. I don't remember the accounting, generally accepted accounting principles has been standardized, but it was previously known as SFAS 109. And that particular accounting pronouncement or statement addresses accumulated deferred income taxes and what's known as interperiod tax allocation. And so payments like that from a parent company that extinguish a DTA, in fact, are used to reduce that amount in account 190. And that's consistent also with the FERC uniform system. And nobody disputes that. The company doesn't dispute that. That's how the company does its accounting and will continue to do its accounting for the NOLC DTA. The change in accounting will come only with respect to the deficient NOLC DTA. And that will be an actual accounting reduction of the excess deferred income taxes.
Okay. One last question. Were you here, or I guess, the settlement, the DTL rider and the creation of the DTL regulatory asset, if a WAC is recovered on the DTL regulatory asset, and there's also short-term interest deferred, to the extent short-term interest, or to the extent short-term debt is used to fund the reimbursement of the DTL credit, would that result in an interest being paid twice or carrying costs being paid twice on the same amount?
I think you've conflated the rate of return on the storm costs. I think that's what bears the 2%, or it bears the short-term debt interest. The regulatory asset from the DTL credits gets a weighted average cost of capital rate of return through the DTL rider. So I don't think there's any double counting. I think they're two separate issues.
I don't have any other questions. Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Wood?
No questions.
Commissioner O'Kane?
I don't.
And I don't have questions either. Redirect?
No redirect.
Okay. Any reason Mr. Cullen couldn't be excused?
No.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Call Randy Futrell.
Would you raise your right hand to be sworn? Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury?
I do.
Thank you very much. Would you have a seat and tell us your full name and business address, please?
My name is Randy A. Futrell. I'm Director of Consulting at J. Kennedy and Associates, Inc., and our address is 570 Colonial Park Drive, Suite 305, Roswell, Georgia, 30075.
Counsel?
Thank you. Mr. Futrell, what was your role in this matter?
I reviewed the company's application and responses to discovery and filed testimony, direct testimony, recommending 8 specific reductions to the company's originally requested revenue requirement.
Okay, so you did file direct testimony in this case, right?
Yes.
And you also sponsored responses to data requests from the staff and/or the company?
Yes.
Okay. Do you have any corrections to those responses or that, in that testimony?
I do not.
Okay, if you were asked the same questions today, would your answers remain the same?
Yes, they would.
Witnesses available.
Okay, and for the applicant?
I have one question, I apologize.
There you go.
I said I would. Do you have Mr. Collins' testimony, Andy?
I don't have it handy. I have the table that's in his testimony.
Oh, the page 5 table?
Yeah, just give me a quick second.
Okay. Okay, on that table, under the column that says AGK IUC witness, there are 8 instances where your name is there. Is that correct?
Officially, there's 9 instances. One of them is a rate base and one's an operating income of the same issue.
Right, fair enough. And these proposed changes reflect all of the proposed changes in your testimony?
They do, dollar for dollar.
Okay, great. No further questions.
Okay. And for joint interveners?
No questions.
KIEC? No questions. Mr. Spinard?
No questions.
That was out of order there. SWVA?
No questions.
Staff?
No.
Mr. Wood?
No questions.
Mr. Regan? I don't either.
No redirect.
Thank you very much. Hope you catch your plane.
We call Leah Wellborn.
And then the remaining 2 witnesses are going
We
to
just
be
have,
remote.
yeah, we have one more.
Yeah, and one more for joint interveners.
Yes, Your Honor.
Good afternoon, Ms. Wellborn. Would you raise your right hand to be sworn? Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Please be seated and tell us your full name and business address.
Leah Wellborn, Director of Consulting at J. Kennedy and Associates, 570 Colonial Park Drive, Suite 305, Roswell, Georgia, 30075.
Okay, counsel?
Ms. Wellborn, what was your role in this matter?
I reviewed the cost of service study and the rate making, rate design issues.
Okay. Did you cause direct testimony to be filed in this case?
Yes, I did.
Did you sponsor any responses to data requests from the staff and/or the company?
Yes, I did.
Do you have any corrections to those responses or that changes to that testimony?
No, I don't.
If you were asked the same questions today, would your answers remain the same?
Yes.
Witnesses available.
Okay, for applicant?
Yeah, thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Wellborn, do you have a copy of the settlement agreement, Andy?
You know, I think one was left up here for me and then it was removed, but I think I can.
Do we have theft?
I do have a copy.
Great, thank you. Can you turn to Settlement Exhibit 3? And if it's the copy that's, that was the exhibit to Mr. Wolfram's testimony, it's page 26 of 32.
Yes,
Okay. And this, are you familiar with this exhibit?
I've seen it.
Okay. And this exhibit shows what the company's as-filed case estimated bill increase by percentage, by customer class. Is that correct? In the second column, I guess.
Well, I think the first column is the request with no class above the 15% target.
Right.
Yep.
Yeah, okay. And then you were here earlier when Mr. Collin and I discussed the settlement agreement revenue requirement.
Yes.
Okay, and then you'll see there that that reduces the increase to 11.9%. Is that correct?
That is what this exhibit says.
Right. Do you have any reason to believe that that's not true?
I don't. I have not reviewed the total work papers, but I have no reason to believe it's not correct.
And then the next column, the year one, is the estimated total bill, including DTL rider. Is that right? And it shows a 8.8% increase over the current rates for all of the customer classes except for residential. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then 7.0% for residential.
Yes.
And then that results in an overall 8% decrease, or sorry, 8% increase, correct? Yeah, and that, the difference between the levelized 8.8% across all classes and the residential is that there's an additional rate credit for the residential classes. Is that correct?
Based on the DTL rider or
Yeah.
just the subsidies of
The rate, the
overall?
rate, the DTL rider rate credits are higher for the residential class than all other classes.
That sounds familiar. I would need to double check, but I'll take your word for it.
Okay. And then similarly, and then in the next year, you see the, it's 9.9% for all non-residential customers. Is that accurate?
Yes.
And then in the residential class, it's 9.1%.
I see that.
Again, because they have an additional DTL rate credit. Is that through the DTL rider? Okay. And you're familiar with the fact that these are, it is not a 7% increase and then a 9% increase. It's a 7% increase as compared to current for the residential customers in year one, and then a 9.1% compared to year two. Is that
The 9% is year two compared to the
current
year, yes.
Yeah, so it's an incremental increase of 2.1%, not an incremental increase. And then again, the third year, the rate credits end and the bill increase is 11.9%, and that's a 2.8% increase from year two to year three, right? You're familiar with that?
I'll take your math.
Okay. Were you involved at all in reviewing the settlement agreement?
I believe I saw the same drafts that Mr. Collins saw, but my primary recommendation on rate design was the IGS rate design, and that review was very limited in terms of the total settlement package.
Sure. And then I'm glad you brought that up, that, why did I apologize? On page 8 of 32, section 3 there.
Yes.
That is the settlement agreement adopts your proposed rate IGS?
Yes.
You testified you testified in direct testimony about don't use the right term, or special charges, is that correct?
Yes, I did testify about the change in the special charges rates.
And the company proposed special charges rates to reflect the actual cost of performing those services, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And you have any reason to disagree with the rates being the actual charges?
No, I think the rates is calculated to reflect actual costs to perform those services is accurate. I think my testimony was just to acknowledge that the current rate to the proposed rate is a significant jump. And so my testimony here was just to acknowledge that jump exists. And if principles of gradualism needed to be considered, then, that was something I wanted to bring forward. But I don't have any alternative recommendations.
So under the current rates, the cost to conduct those activities are borne by all the customers, correct?
That's correct.
I have no further questions.
No questions.
Mr. Spinner, Mr. Kidd.
No questions.
Staff.
Quick question, Your Honor. I'm going to ask you to refer to your direct testimony, page 16, regarding high usage customers.
Yes.
Okay, and especially lines 13 and 14, which discuss a potential automatic mechanism or procedure to enroll customers into budget billing or flex pay programs to help them pay for high usage over time. Can you explain what you mean by the automatic mechanism or procedure?
Yeah, I think I also submitted a data response on this, but I think we've all heard today and over the past few days about the high cost bill months being something that Kentucky Power is looking to address. And so this was really just a broad recommendation to say maybe there's some creative ways to have proactive customer outreach, to consider a mechanism for these customers who are having these really high bills, to be informed of their eligibility onto these other rates. And so this is really just, automatic mechanism is really intended to say that the procedure gets put into place so that it's happening regularly. And it's not necessarily left up to the customer to reach out to the company, but rather the company reaching out to the customer.
And that's all I have.
Okay. Commissioner Woods?
Good questions.
Commissioner Regal? Any redirect?
No redirect.
All right. Any reason Ms. Wellborn couldn't be excused? All right. Thank you, ma'am. You are excused. Safe travels. Oh, one more.
Yeah, Mr. Rick Bodino is available virtually.
All right. Mr. Bodino, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me all right?
Yes, we can hear you fine. Would you raise your right hand to be sworn? Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Would you tell us your full name and business address, please?
Yes, my name is Richard Baldino, and my business address is J. Kennedy and Associates, Inc., 570 Colonial Park Drive, Suite 305, Roswell, Georgia.
Okay, counsel, you may ask.
Mr. Bodino, what was your role in this matter?
I provided testimony regarding the return on equity and capital structure for Kentucky Power Company.
Okay. Did you cause direct testimony to be filed in this case?
Yes, I did.
Did you sponsor responses to data requests from the staff and or the company?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Do you have any corrections to those responses or changes to your testimony?
I do not.
If you were asked the same questions today, would your answers remain the same?
Yes.
Witness is available.
Okay, for the applicant.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Mr. Baldino. I'm Mike Schuler. I'm counsel for Kentucky Power.
Good afternoon.
Since we're doing this virtually, it's not a traditional question I'd ask, but obviously you have your computer in front of you, correct?
Yes.
Do you have any documents that are open right now that you would be accessing for purposes of your testimony today?
I do. I've got my responses to the AG's, the staff and the company's data requests. I've also got Mr. McKenzie's direct testimony and his rebuttal testimony. And I believe I also have his direct testimony from the last case, the last Kentucky Power case.
And sorry if I didn't hear you say this. I'm assuming you also have your testimony open from this case as well?
Yes, I have a paper copy of that in front of me.
Okay, that was going to be my next question, is what paper documents do you have with you today, if I could ask?
I've got my testimony, and I've got excerpts. I have a couple of excerpts from Mr. McKenzie's testimony in the last Kentucky Power case, and his couple of pages from his direct testimony in this case.
Okay, thank you. It's fair to say that you frequently testify in utility filings throughout the country, correct?
Yes.
And you typically testify on return on equity and capitalization issues, correct?
Yes, those are a couple of the areas that I testify in, and I also testify in cost allocation and rate design for gas, electric, and water companies.
And you have a list of those cases in which you've testified attached to your testimony as Exhibit RAB1, correct?
Yes.
Which appears to be over 16 pages dating back to 1983, if I'm reading that correctly?
That sounds right, yes.
Okay, so it's fair to say you have testified in a large number of cases similar to Mr. Collin, right?
Yes.
And you have frequently testified in Kentucky investor-owned utility cases here in Kentucky, correct?
Yes.
So obviously, you're aware that there are three other investor-owned utilities here in Kentucky, KU, LG&E, and Duke, right?
Yes.
And you have testified in Kentucky Power's last three rate cases, including this one in 2025, the 23, and the 2020 case, correct?
Yes.
And you also filed testimony in Duke's recent electric rate case in 2024, right?
That's right.
Duke also has gas rate cases that you've testified in as well, right?
Yes.
Okay. All right. If I refer to Duke later on in this, in your cross-examination today, can we agree that I'll be referring to Duke's electric filings and not their gas filings?
Okay, sure.
Okay. And you also you also testified in Duke's prior electric rate case in 2022 as well, right?
You know, let me just check that. Now, which docket are you referring to?
I'm just asking generally, but I believe it's contained in RAB 1. So Duke's, it would be Duke's electric rate case immediately preceding the 2024 rate case that we just talked about.
So I guess that would be 2022-00372.
Yes.
Okay, yeah, so that's the 2022 rate case. I'm just making sure because my testimony is dated March 2023, so.
Yes, fair.
I'm not sure we're talking about the same one.
Sure. And you also recently testified in the KU and LG&E rate case that was filed here in 2025, shortly before Kentucky Powers, right?
Yes.
And you'd agree that KU and LG&E typically file rate cases together, at least in the recent past, right?
Right.
In fact, those cases are often consolidated together, right?
Right. I mean, my testimony had the headings for both of those, the KU and LG&E dockets.
Sure.
In one piece of testimony.
And you would have testified in the 2020 rate case, I think was the last one for KU and LG&E, right?
You know, I'd have to look that up again. If you don't mind, I want to make sure that I answer you accurately.
Sure.
So if you're referring to 2020-00349, see, that would be for Kentucky Utilities, and then 2020-00350 for LG&E, then yes.
Yes, thank you. So it's fair to say that you have filed testimony in every Kentucky investor-owned utility rate case for the last half decade before the Kentucky Public Service Commission, correct?
Yes.
And actually, some of them, you've also testified, some that even predate 2020 as well. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
So it's fair to say you're familiar with, well, strike that. You would agree that in all of those cases we've just referenced, your testimony was on the same topic. It was return on equity and capitalization, at least for those cases, right? To the best of your recollection?
Yes. Sorry, yes.
Okay. So it's safe to say you're familiar with the returns on equity and capitalization of the Kentucky utilities, to say the least, right?
Yes.
Okay. Could I turn you to page 13 of your testimony?
Yes.
And actually, it will be on the, there's a Q at the end of page 12 there, the question is, did you review recent commission-allowed ROEs as part of your review of current financial and economic conditions? And you respond with yes. Regulatory Research Associates is a group within S&P Global Commodity Insights that compiles and publishes commission-allowed ROEs from across the country. Do you see that?
Yes.
You are not involved with preparing what you refer to as RRA, the Regulatory Research Associates information that you cite here in your testimony, correct?
Right, I didn't prepare that. I just reported from, this document, which I referenced in footnote 9.
That was going to be my next question. So footnote 9 is your citation to the document, right?
Mm-hmm, yes.
You have not included that document with your testimony in this case, have you?
No.
Okay. And there's no link available for that document that you have provided anywhere either? I'm not sure if that's electronically available.
I did not provide that. That is, sensitive and protected information from S&P. So I did not provide that.
Understood. We had similar conversations about that here today about the confidential nature of S&P. But have you reviewed the raw data or that report that you cite in footnote 9?
I didn't review specifically this raw data. I didn't see that included with that publication. I have reviewed raw data from S&P Global and RRA in spreadsheet form. I don't think it ties directly to this report, though.
Okay. Do you know, well, this report is showing commission-allowed ROEs for publicly traded utilities is what presumably is captured in that RRA report?
Right.
You're not aware of what utilities are included in that S&P report, right?
Not right offhand. I can't list all the utilities now.
Okay. In the document, that confidential document that you referenced, is that information contained in there? All of the utilities that comprise these average numbers that you've cited in your testimony?
I'm not sure. I think I would need to go back and look at that. I'm not sure if they cited all of the commission decisions separately. I believe those are reported as averages. I'd say that's subject to check.
Okay. To the best of your recollection, does it include subsets of utilities, or is this all utilities across the United States, regulated utilities?
If you see on page 13, line 5, it's the average allowed ROE for vertically integrated electric utilities. So that's what that is.
So presumably all vertically integrated public utilities are included in that report?
Yeah, the ones that had commission allowed ROEs, yes.
Do you know for certain if all of them are in there, or it could have been a subset?
As far as I know, it was, it would have been all of the utilities, data gathered by RRA that were vertically integrated. And, they also report just utilities, electric utility ROEs generally, and I believe they also report distribution utilities separately. But these vertically integrated companies were separated out from utility, just electric utilities generally.
For instance, like a wires-only utility, for instance, right?
That's right.
Okay. Do you know the date of this data that was included in there, or the sample size or of date ranges for ROEs that were included in that analysis?
Well, that would have been, the date range would have been January through June 2025. And I'm not sure of the number of decisions.
Okay. you're not aware if it looked at credit metrics of those vertically integrated utilities, correct?
Oh, you mean for inclusion in the group, or?
Sure, yes.
No, it didn't report that. I mean, the numbers that I'm reporting here were, from their, just from the average allowed ROEs from commissions, and they didn't, separate that by a bond or credit ratings.
Do you know if any of the Kentucky utilities, including Kentucky Power, were included in that RRA report?
Kentucky Power? Unless, I don't think Kentucky Power had an ROE decision in the January through June 2025 time period, so I doubt they would be included.
Sure, okay, so I can better understand what you're saying is what would have been included in this RRA report would have been any decisions that were issued on ROE by commissions during that time period. And it would only have picked up if a commission decision came out during that time period, correct?
Right.
So if for instance, Duke, I believe, just had an ROE approved in October of 2025, that would not have been included in that report, right?
Right.
Or on the other end, if there was an ROE approved in late 2024, it would not have been included in that report, right?
Right.
Okay. Speaking of which, your testimony does not contain any analysis that does a direct comparison of the authorized returns on equity for the other investor-owned utilities in Kentucky compared to Kentucky Power Company, correct?
I don't have that analysis in this testimony.
Okay. Did you perform that analysis?
No.
We were just talking about Duke, and obviously you testified in Duke's most recent rate case in 2024. I think it was, we referenced case 2024-354. You were a witness in that case, right?
Yes.
And you're familiar in that case that Duke proposed a 10.85% ROE in that case?
I don't recall that completely, but I would accept that subject to check.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you. And if you can recall, in your testimony in that case, you had proposed a 9.65% ROE in Duke's rate case in 2024, correct?
I would accept that subject to check. That sounds about right.
Okay. And you may recall that the commission issued an order in that decision in October of 2025. Are you aware of that?
Again, I will accept that subject to check. I testified in quite a few ROE cases last year, and I don't recall all of them or the dates, but I would accept that subject to check.
Okay. So it's really more about the date. You do recall that there has been a decision in that 2024 Duke rate case before this commission?
Right.
Okay. And that was a fully litigated case, meaning there was no settlement in that case, correct?
That's right.
All right. And you recall that the commission approved a 9.8% ROE in that case?
I do recall that, yes.
Okay. And you also, we talked earlier about you testified in the KU LG&E 2025 rate case as well, right?
Right.
And in that case, you're familiar that the company's proposed a 10.95% ROE, right?
Yes, I'll accept that subject to check.
Sure, thank you. And you recall in that case that you recommended that given the KU and LG&E's credit ratings of an A3 from Moody's and an A- from S&P, that a 9.6% ROE would be just and reasonable in that case. Do you recall that?
I would accept that subject to check, sure.
Okay. Now, that case was ultimately, a stipulation was entered in that case that is currently pending before this commission, correct?
I'm not sure if it's currently pending, but I think there was a settlement.
Okay.
Yes.
So you're aware there was a settlement that was entered in that case, right?
Yes.
And you're aware that both the AG and KIUC signed on to that settlement as signatory parties, correct?
Yes.
And the stipulation in that case adopts a 9.9% ROE, correct?
I will accept that subject to check.
Okay. And you recall there were other provisions in there, including an ROE deadband, as it's referred to. Do you recall this?
I don't recall that right offhand.
Okay. Are you aware that there was a mechanism around the ROE beyond just the straight 9.9% ROE authorized?
You know, I would need to go back and look at that settlement. I can't tell you right offhand about that.
Fair enough.
I'm sorry, I didn't review that before I came.
No worries.
To testify today.
Okay. You're familiar with the concept of a weighted average cost of capital, obviously, right?
Yes.
And hopefully I'm not oversimplifying this, but typically what a weighted average cost of capital will do will weigh debt, the debt rate, debt yield, as well as the return on equity yield to come up with a weighted average cost of capital, correct?
Yes.
And so the percentage of debt multiplied by the debt rate or debt yield would come up with a weighted debt, and the same thing on ROE, correct?
Yes. And then you'd add those together for the total weighted cost of capital.
Exactly. All right, great. So, and you would agree that the cost of equity is generally higher than the cost of debt, right?
Oh, yes, yes.
So a higher equity layer, meaning a larger percentage of equity in a weighted average cost of capital, all things equal, would result in a higher weighted average cost of capital, right?
Yes.
And conversely, a lower equity layer would result in a lower weighted average cost of capital, right?
Right.
And the weighted average cost of capital is applied to the rate base that then ultimately yields a portion of the revenue requirement in a case, right?
Right.
And so a higher weighted average cost of capital, all things being equal, would result in a higher revenue requirement, right?
Right.
Okay. Now, going back to the cases we just talked about, do you recall that in the Duke case that was just approved, we talked about it from the 2024 filing, that there was the approved equity layer was 52.728%?
Yeah, I would accept that, yes.
Okay. And we previously established you testified in that case. You did not oppose the equity layer proposed by the company in that case, right?
No, I did not. I mean, that was in line with, equity layers, as you say, that have been approved by this commission. So no, I did not oppose that.
Okay. So just using Duke as an example there, a 9.8% ROE at a 52.728% equity layer would result in a higher weighted average cost of capital than a 9.8% ROE at a 46.13% equity layer, for instance, holding all else equal on the debt side.
Right, that's right.
And then turning over to the currently pending KU and LG&E case, your testimony that you filed in that case, you agreed with KU's proposed 52.86% equity layer, correct?
Yes, I did.
And similarly, you agreed with LG&E's proposed equity layer 52.93%, correct?
Right.
Okay. Let me switching over a little bit more to the debt side. You're familiar that a lot of corporations have credit ratings, right?
Yes.
And you'd agree that the main credit ratings agencies are Moody's, Fitch, and S&P, correct?
Right.
And I know you've referenced S&P earlier, but I'm assuming you regularly review reports from all three ratings agencies, right?
I have reviewed them. I don't know how regularly, kind of depends on the rate cases I'm involved in, but yes, I've reviewed them, and I reviewed the ones in this case also.
Okay. It's fair to say that you've probably also recently reviewed similar reports on Duke, KU, and LG&E, just given the nature of their rate cases were fairly recent. In fact, one's still pending, right?
Sure, that's reasonable, yes.
Okay. And generally speaking, you'd agree that credit ratings by credit rating agencies like Moody's, Fitch, and S&P indicates risk associated with investing or issuing debt in a certain entity, right?
Right.
And so the lower the credit rating, the higher the risk, correct?
Generally speaking, other things equal, yes. And of course, within each of these credit ratings, say BBB, for example, there's notches. So you'd have, in the case of S&P, you'd have BBB plus, BBB and BBB minus. For Moody's, you'd have BAA1, BAA2, and BAA3, and so forth. So there are grades within those.
Yes.
General categories.
Okay, but like you said, generally speaking, lower credit rating, higher risk, and the inverse is also true. Higher credit rating, lower risk. Is that fair?
Yes.
And you would agree that equity investors do a similar analysis to those of credit ratings agencies that do on the debt side, right?
Oh, yes, they would.
And in fact, you would agree that equity investors often look at credit ratings agencies to inform them of the risk of investing in a certain corporation or company, correct?
Yes.
And you would agree that equity investors would consider those credit ratings from those credit rating agencies as indicative of the equity risk, right?
It can be, yes. Yes.
Okay. Now, you said you reviewed some of the credit ratings of Kentucky Power in preparation for this case, right?
Well, during the discovery phase, not in preparation for the trial today, but I have.
Fair enough. At some point during this case, you reviewed credit ratings agencies' reports and ratings of Kentucky Power, right?
Yes.
And you're aware that Kentucky Power's Moody's credit rating, for instance, is a Baa3, right?
Right.
And that is actually, you mentioned notching earlier, right? That's actually the last notch of investment grade before becoming non-investment grade under the Moody's credit ratings scale, correct?
Correct.
And you would agree that, going back to our prior conversation, with that notching, as the notches go up on the ladder, so from a Baa3, I think the next notch up is a Baa2, right?
Right.
That there's less risk, generally speaking, less risk associated with a corporation that has a Baa2 rating as opposed to a Baa3 rating, right?
Yes, they were somewhat less, yes.
And typically that results in it being less costly to raise money if you have a higher credit rating, right?
It would, yes, there would be it would be probably just a bit less expensive, a bit lower cost on the debt side there. Probably not a lot from BAA2 to BAA3, but I think it's reasonable to assume there would be, a slight increment in the debt cost from those two grades.
Have you tried to quantify strike that. Have you tried to quantify that value of how much it costs per notch on a debt instrument, for instance?
I have not performed that analysis in this case, no.
Okay. Have you performed it in other cases?
I haven't.
Okay. So you can't quantify what that one notch in a credit rating from Moody's, for instance, would yield on. Strike that. So then turning over to S&P, you're aware that Kentucky Power's S&P credit rating is actually, it's a triple B, right?
Right.
Which is actually one notch above the bottom of investment grade, right?
Right.
So then looking to maybe some of the other Kentucky utilities, Kentucky investor-owned utilities, not to be confused with Kentucky, but we'll talk about Kentucky utilities. You're aware that Kentucky Utilities has a Moody's credit rating of A3, right?
I would accept that, subject to check.
And so I know we don't have the scale in front of us right now of their ratings, but you would agree that that's actually 3 notches above Kentucky Power's current Moody's credit rating of Baa3, right?
Yes, I mean, if you compare the two different rating agencies' ratings for Kentucky Power, yes.
No, I'm sorry if I was unclear on my question. I think we established earlier that Kentucky Power's Moody's credit rating.
Oh, Moody's, yes.
Yeah, it's Baa3, right. And so the A3 of Kentucky would be 3 notches above on the same Moody's scale, right?
Yes, that's right.
Okay. Sorry for that confusion there. And
my fault.
No worries. So an A3 rating on the Moody's scale is actually what starts to get into what's called as upper medium grade, right?
I'm not aware that it's called that, upper medium grade.
Okay.
Did you say A3 or A3?
That's not something that you would classify A3 as an upper medium grade.
I mean, I'm not familiar with that term.
Okay. And then turning over, so LG&E also has an A3 credit rating from Moody's, just like KU, right?
Yes.
And then the last investor-owned utility in Kentucky, Duke Energy, actually has a Baa1 credit rating from Moody's, correct?
Well, I would have to accept that subject to check. I haven't reviewed that.
Okay.
I don't recall that.
Okay. If subject to check, that would be 2 notches above Kentucky Power's current Moody's rating of Baa3, right?
Yes.
Okay. And then, sorry, I know it's a bit of a slog. Just switching over to S&P really quick. I think we established that Kentucky Power is a triple B. The credit rating, this S&P credit rating for LG&E is an A minus, correct?
I would accept that subject to checking.
Okay. And that is actually 2 notches above the triple B S&P rating of Kentucky Power, right?
Right.
And similarly for KU, KU is also an A minus, which would be 2 notches above Kentucky Power's triple B, correct?
Yes, that's right.
And then to Duke is currently has a credit rating, an S&P credit rating of a triple B plus, correct?
Again, I would accept that subject to check, yes.
Okay. And so subject to check, that would be 1 notch above the triple B that Kentucky Power is currently at under S&P's credit ratings, right?
Right.
Are you aware that S&P issues a risk ranking of all North American utilities from strongest to weakest?
I'm generally aware of that. I haven't reviewed that recently.
Okay. Would you find something like that to be informative for determining risk value of investor-owned utilities like Kentucky Power?
Well, I think it would be one factor you'd look at in a variety of factors.
Sure, yeah, it wouldn't be the end-all be-all, but it would be an informational point for determining a risk level of a investor-owned utility, right?
Yes.
But even though you're generally aware of it, you have not reviewed that or otherwise benchmarked Kentucky Power compared to other North American utilities that is analyzed by S&P, right?
No, I mean, what I did was, I looked at the, in terms of evaluating and quantifying the investor required return for Kentucky Power in this case, I began with the proxy group of utilities that Mr. McKenzie provided in his testimony, found that to be generally reasonable based on his criteria. And I looked really at his testimony. Here's something that he said from page 23 of his direct. He did do a comparison of risk indicators, and he looked at several there. And on page 23, again, this is line 16, he said, considered together, a comparison of these objective measures indicates that investors would likely conclude that the overall investment risks for the firm in the utility group are generally comparable to those of Kentucky Power. So, my understanding, so I approached that in a very similar way in my evaluation. We have relatively the same proxy group, with the exception of 3 companies I excluded, 2 of which had announced a merger after Mr. McKenzie filed his testimony, and then one, Edison International, which I also excluded. And looking at Mr. McKenzie's testimony, based on the selection criteria and that utility group, he formulated his recommended ROE range 10 to 11%, with a recommended median of 10.5%. So my understanding, anyway, of his analysis is he did not give Kentucky Power any additional ROE consideration, if you will, based on those credit ratings alone. He looked at other indicators as well. So I followed a similar path there, based on my understanding of his testimony.
You ultimately recommend an ROE for Kentucky Power that's 100 basis points lower than Mr. McKenzie's ROE, correct? He recommended 10.5, you recommend 9.5 in this case, right?
That's right, and that's based on my analysis of the most recent data as it applied to that utility proxy group. And I looked at a variety of data, of course, stock price data, growth rate data, the most updated long-term bond yields, and a variety of measures of the market risk premium for the CAPM. And my data showed that 9.5 was reasonable. Now, also I would say my recommended range was about 100 basis points below Mr. McKenzie also. And I address in my testimony why his numbers are, I believe, overstated.
So going back to, so you're not aware if Mr. McKenzie did any sort of adjustment for credit ratings risk, right?
Not that I was able to determine from my reading of his testimony. Now, to be fair, he did go ahead and discuss some other factors, some other risk factors, further on from page 23 that he thought were relevant. But again, it's in looking at his testimony and his recommended range, I don't believe he was arguing for a higher ROE, because he did that range based on the results of the proxy group.
Okay.
Again, and that's my understanding of his testimony.
Sure. You would agree, going back to our conversation about the credit ratings of the other Kentucky utilities, you would agree that Kentucky Power, based on those credit ratings that we just discussed of S&P and Moody's, the Kentucky Power is viewed as a riskier investment than the other Kentucky utilities, Duke, LG, and KU, right?
Well, they have lower credit ratings, which makes them a higher credit risk, yes.
Okay.
However, there are other factors, and of course, Mr. McKenzie did consider those based on the excerpt I just read. So again, I tried to treat Kentucky Power that way, based on my understanding of the utility wasn't asking for a special additional credit risk adjustment for the ROE based on the evaluation of companies in the utility proxy group.
And yeah, I'm just asking about your testimony in here. You didn't do any analysis or factor in benchmarking of Kentucky Power's credit ratings compared to other investor-owned utilities as part of your analysis, right?
Well, I didn't present that in my written testimony. What I did do was evaluate companies in the utility proxy group. I evaluated the credit metrics Mr. McKenzie put in his testimony and approached it from that aspect.
Okay. So you used Mr. McKenzie's proxy group, but for the three that you removed from his proxy group, but did not otherwise benchmark it or pressure test it against other utilities, right? Including other Kentucky utilities.
No, of course I was very aware of the numbers, since I was, Kentucky Power's testimony and analysis came after the other utilities that I evaluated in Kentucky last year. Based on everything I saw, I wasn't expecting the number to come down for that utility proxy group, but in looking at it, 9.5 appeared reasonable based on that most recent evidence and based on that proxy group.
Okay. Can I turn you to page 9, figure 1 of your testimony?
Yes, I have that.
This figure presents historical bond yields, right?
Yes.
And you actually describe it on the page above. Figure 1 below presents a graph that tracks the 30-year Treasury bond yield and the Mergent average utility bond yield. Do you see that on lines 21 and 22, page 8?
Of page 8. Yes.
What is a Mergent utility? What is the Mergent average utility bond yield? What's a Mergent utility bond?
Yes, Mergent is a company that compiles, bond rating data, bond yield data for a wide variety of corporate and utility bonds. It's been published quite a while. It used to be called the Moody's Bond Record, and Mergent took that over. And what Mergent provides is a really kind of handy and a table in its publication showing the various yields for bonds of different ratings, and it will separate out corporate bond yields and utility bond yields, separately, and show those. So that's where I got that. Hope that answers your question. But
Yes, no, that's very helpful, thank you. So Mergent is actually, there's a reason why it's capitalized there. It's actually a company that Mergent, that used to be, I think you said Moody's, right? Compiles this information.
yes,
And so you were not involved with compiling this information that's contained on Figure 1, right?
no, I mean I just reviewed what Merchant did there and accepted that as reasonable.
Do you know what utilities are included in the Mergent information shared on Figure 1?
I do not.
So you would not know if it encompasses all utilities, maybe only certain, kind of similar to the questions to the RRA we said before. You're not sure if it incorporates all utilities, all investor-owned utilities, vertically integrated. You're not aware of what, if any, subsets are included in this Figure 1, right?
Well, I'm not aware of all the specific constituent utilities that go into that average. I can tell you that Mergent also provides this bond yield data for different different credit ratings. So it will provide general averages for, triple B and A and double A rated utilities.
Okay, and so that type of information would be, sorry, do you have Mr. McKenzie's rebuttal testimony in front of you, I think you said?
I do have it.
The information you just referred to, where there can be bond yields, 30-year Treasury bond yields that are tracked by credit metrics of a utility, that's what's contained in Figure AMM-R4, I believe on page 9 of his rebuttal testimony, right?
Hold on just a moment.
Yeah, take your time.
Let me get there. Did you? What page is it?
I think it's page 9. I'm double checking myself here. Yeah, Figure AMM-R4.
Yes. Okay, I'm there now. I have that.
So the blue and red line there on there would represent bond yields for BAA rated utilities, which is a subset of utilities, correct?
Let's see. Yes.
Okay. So presumably, turning back to your testimony, page 9, Figure 1, presumably this does not have subsets. This would be more of an all-inclusive, which could include utilities that would have maybe even higher credit ratings, right? And it's an average of probably more.
It's an average across all credit ratings.
Sure, okay. Now, you talked about this, you kind of get into this a little bit. So as part of your analysis, you did a peer analysis to come up with your ROE recommendation, right?
You mean a utility using a proxy group?
Yes.
Yes.
And you did it
I think we discussed before, I used the same proxy group that Mr. McKenzie used with the 3 exclusions I mentioned earlier.
Sure. And that proxy group, well, let me step back. There are 2 different methodologies that you ultimately end up using in your testimony, the discount cash flow and the CAPM, the DCF, and then the CAPM, right?
Yes.
And you ultimately develop your range based off of both of those analyses, right?
Yes.
Okay. And is it accurate to say that the peer group was kind of the bedrock of both of those analyses, or only the discount cash flow?
I would say both, really, because I used the proxy group to for the beta values in the CAPM. I used the betas for the proxy group.
Okay.
And of course, that would be for the two sources I used. And so that really beta is a bedrock calculation in the CAPM.
Now, you would agree, and I believe you say this in your testimony, that the CAPM calculation or methodology is maybe not as reliable as the discount cash flow methodology, correct?
In my opinion, yes.
Okay. Just one moment, Your Honor, I might almost be done.
Okay.
Sorry, just one more follow-up on that. Part of your, and perhaps maybe your main reason that you find the CAPM to be less reliable is there's more judgment that's involved in the CAPM methodology than the DCF. Would you agree with that?
I would say so, and really, there's not a lot of dispute on beta. Usually, I have found anyway, in my experience. Although Mr. McKenzie disagreed with my use of the S&P Capital IQ betas, it's really how to calculate that market risk premium, and that's very that's a subject to a lot of interpretation and variation, and that's why I use 3 different methods really to calculate that market risk premium, and so yes, I would say the market risk premium portion of that certainly subject to a lot of debate and disagreement, and certainly Mr. McKenzie and I have disagreed strongly on what that is.
Thank you, Mr. Baudino. I actually have no further questions.
Okay, and then.
You're welcome.
Joint innovators?
Yeah, just one quick set of follow-ups for you, Mr. Baudino. Good afternoon. Thank you for sticking with us to the end here. How are you?
I'm fine, thank
Holding
you.
up. So my name is Byron Gary. I represent the joint interveners in this case, which include Appalachian Citizens Law Center, Kentuckians for the Commonwealth, Kentucky Solar Energy Society, and Mountain Association. Do you recognize any of those names by chance?
I do.
Okay. Are you aware some of those same groups were represented in the LG&E and KU case that Mr. Schuler was asking you about just a minute ago?
That's possible. I apologize. I don't really remember.
That's
all the
okay.
names.
I know you said you do a lot of these.
Yes.
I think subject to check, you agreed with Mr. Schuler that there was a settlement in that LG&E, well, I guess it's 2 separate cases, the LG&E and KU cases, correct?
Yes.
And that settlement included a 9.9% ROE, correct? Okay.
Yes.
That settlement also included a stay-out provision, didn't it?
Yes, I believe that's right.
Okay. Would a stay-out contribute to potentially a higher ROE?
I'll give you my opinion on that, because our clients did sign that on, and it certainly would, because with the stay out, it certainly could be argued that there would be some additional risk to the utility company, not being able to come in for a period of time and agreeing to stay out of rate cases during that time, and that very well could increase some of the risk. And so it does, makes common sense that there would be maybe just an increment more in that settlement for LG&E KU for that provision, in my opinion.
And there were a number of other concessions, trade-offs in that settlement, like any settlement, right?
Any settlement that's signed off on by the parties is going to involve give and take on a wide variety of issues, not just ROE.
Okay, and I think you agreed that you're not sure. I can't recall if you agreed or said you weren't sure. That settlement hasn't been approved yet by the commission, though, right?
Sorry, I should know that, but I'm not sure if it's still in process or not. If you say, if you say that the commission is still considering it, I'll accept that subject to check.
Sure. And do you recall your recommendation for the ROE in that case?
We did go over it and, just, I can look it up.
I think you recommended a 9.6%. Does that sound right?
That sounds about right, yes.
Okay. Are you aware of what LG&E and KU's currently authorized ROE is? Their most recent approved ROE? If I told you it was 9.4%, subject to check, does that sound about right?
I would accept that subject to check.
Okay. And are you aware that my clients, who are also joint interveners in those cases, did not sign on to that settlement agreement?
Yes.
Okay. No further questions. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Spinner?
Nothing, Your Honor.
Mr. Kidd?
Nothing, Your Honor.
I
Staff?
have no questions.
No questions? Mr. Wood? Mr.
Counselor,
Wood?
can you tell me what we were just arguing about?
Touche, Your Honor.
I mean, as far as I know, all these companies are all investment grade utilities, right, in terms of their bond rating?
Yes, Kentucky Power would be.
Some are better and some are a little bit worse, but generally they're going to be found in every portfolio across the country. So what are you, Mr. Badina, arguing about?
Do you want to ask Mr. Bodino?
Yeah.
He's the witness.
Sure.
I'm sorry. Could you restate that question? I want to be.
Well, I've been listening to the back and forth about bond ratings and CAPM methodology and things like that. And I just wonder what's the implication of that for the finder of fact to the determiner of what's at issue in this case?
I think perhaps the if I can give you my opinion on this, that the company might think it should get a higher ROE because it has more credit risk as measured by a lower bond rate, lower credit rating from from S&P and from Moody's. I'd add that Fitch credit rating is BBB+, which is at the top of Fitch's range, in the BBB range. So I think maybe that was possibly what the company was coming from. But the thing, as I mentioned, Commissioner, I took the approach that I believe the company witness applied, which was you select a utility proxy group. There are a number of criteria that Mr. McKenzie used for that. I think those were reasonable criteria, and I think it resulted in a reasonable group. Again, my understanding of Mr. McKenzie's testimony is that for purposes of ROE, he looked at some credit metrics. He looked at comparison of risk indicators, actually is what he called it, on his figure AMM4, and included that, as he said, the overall investment risk for the firms in the utility group are generally comparable to those of Kentucky Power. So if that's the case, then my argument would be that even though Kentucky Power has a lower common equity ratio, there would be other compensating factors that would tend to make them roughly comparable to the utility proxy group, and then for that reason, as I said, I approached my ROE analysis and my range similar to the way Mr. McKenzie approached his. Again, based on my understanding, he did not propose an increment to the ROE range or to the ROE for Kentucky Power based on any additional risk. As far as I could understand it, he based his range on the results from the proxy group, picked a point in the middle, 10.5, as what his recommendation would have been.
So the company, as I hear it, the company is saying because our credit rating is a little bit lower, therefore we're entitled to a little bit more of return on equity. Is that the way you're hearing that too?
That's sort of my take on the cross-examination, but, again, that's my opinion.
Very well, thank you.
Okay. Any questions, Commissioner Reagan? I don't have questions either. Any redirect?
No redirect. And that's our final witness for the AG. Mr. Lacy will be subbing in for me, if that's okay, to represent the AG for the rest of the hearing.
Yep, that's fine.
Okay, thank you.
And Mr. Baldino, you are excused, sir.
Thank you very much, and thank you. I really appreciate the commission allowing me to appear virtually.
You're welcome. And I guess we're up to joint interveners witness?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you. Joint interveners, Appalachian Citizens Law Center, Kentucky Solar Energy Society, Kentuckians for Commonwealth and Mountain Association, call Roger Colton. Mr. Colton, are you there?
I am indeed.
Can you hear me okay?
I can.
Thank you. Your Honor, swearing, I think, first? Sorry. No, that's okay. I just wanted to make sure I'm not going out of order.
Yep. Sir, would you raise your right hand to be sworn? Do you swear or affirm the testimony you are about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury?
I do.
Okay. And would you tell us your full name and your business address, please?
My name is Roger, R-O-G-E-R, Colton, C-O-L-T-O-N. My business address is 34 Warwick Road in Belmont, Massachusetts.
Okay, thank you, counsel.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Mr. Colton. Did you cause testimony to be filed in this case?
I did.
And did you cause responses to certain data requests to be filed in this case?
I did.
Okay, and do you have any corrections to either those responses or your testimony?
I do not.
Okay, and if you were asked those same questions today, would your answers be the same?
Yes.
Thank you. The witness is available for cross, Your Honor.
Okay, and for the applicant?
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Colton. My name is Katie Glass. I'm counsel for Kentucky Power. How are you?
Hi, Katie. Very well, thank you.
Good. Before we start, I'll ask you a similar question that Mr. Schuler asked Mr. Baldino. Because you're appearing remotely, do you have any materials in front of you or any electronic documents on your computer that you may reference or review while you give your testimony?
I do. I have a paper copy of my direct testimony and exhibits. I have a paper copy of the responses which I provided to staff data requests to me, a paper copy of my responses of the or to the data requests that the company propounded to me, and then I have a set of what are labeled Appendix B, but they are annual reports to from Kentucky Power Company to the Commission in docket 2019-00366, which presents the participants for the number of participants for the HEART program and the THAW program. Finally, based on the questions that were presented to Rick Baldino, I have pulled up on my computer here my resume or my Vita.
Okay, thank you very much. Have you been present, at least virtually, for all of the previous witness testimony given in this case?
I have been following it off and on, but there were parts of it that I declined to pay real attention to. The discussions of the tax issues, discussions of depreciation are out of my area.
That's fair. Did you hear the entirety of the testimony given at least by Ms. Wiseman and Mr. Wolfram, Mr. Tanner Wolfram?
I did.
And did you also review their pre-filed written testimonies that were filed in this case?
I did.
Are you familiar with any of the testimony given in Kentucky Power's 2023 rate case?
No.
Are you familiar with any of the testimony given in Kentucky Power's 2020 rate case?
No.
Mr. Colton, are you aware of the ways that Kentucky Power currently takes into account and responds to the socioeconomic status of customers in its service territory?
I am aware of it to the extent that I read the testimonies that you just mentioned.
Okay. And given that you've heard Ms. Wiseman and Mr. Wolfram testify and reviewed their testimonies, at least in this case, can you state any of the ways that you're currently aware in which Kentucky Power does so?
Well, as I said, I've pulled up the past reports regarding the HEART and THAW programs, plural. So I am aware of those. I am aware that the company at least offers deferred payment plans, even though those payment plans are largely ineffective and largely default. I'm aware of the fact that the company provides assistance with certain energy efficiency investments or whether income qualified energy efficiency investments.
Okay, thank you. Are you aware that Kentucky Power does some charitable giving through its foundation on an annual basis?
I have read that, yes.
And are you perhaps aware that Kentucky Power gave, for example, $1 million to assist with weatherization in eastern Kentucky last year?
I would have been able to tell you the dollar amount, but I'm aware that the company has provided historically some assistance to help with income qualified weatherization.
Would it surprise you to know that this year Kentucky Power plans to give about $750,000 through its foundation in purely shareholder dollars in charitable giving?
I wouldn't be surprised or not surprised one way or the other.
And would it surprise you that that level of giving is made specifically to its service territory, to charitable organizations that benefit its service territory?
To the extent that it makes contributions, it would not surprise me if those contributions were to agencies that or entities that serve its service territory.
Are you aware that Kentucky Power is also active in the communities in its service territory, for example, by participating in community listening sessions, volunteering with organizations such as housing groups and food pantries, and giving things like senior center presentations?
Yes. Let me qualify. Yes, to the extent that that has been discussed in the company's testimony. I'm not personally aware of that, but I'm aware that those were discussed in the company's direct testimony.
Understood. Are you aware of Kentucky Power's KPEG program, the Kentucky Power Economic Growth Grant Program?
I'm aware that it exists, yes.
Okay. Are you aware of what it does?
Well, I'm aware of the fact that the company matches ratepayer dollars on a dollar-for-dollar basis to provide grants to promote economic development.
And you mentioned earlier that you were aware of the HEART and THAW programs. Can you give me a high-level overview of those programs?
Sure, the HEART program provides a limited amount of financial assistance to a very limited number of income qualified customers during the winter months. The THAW program provides a limited amount of dollars, again, to a very limited number of customers, which many people, including myself, would probably be referred to as a hardship grant, grants that are directed toward retiring arrears.
Are you aware of what the shareholder contribution to the Kentucky Economic Development Surcharge, I'm sorry, let me rephrase what tariff I am referencing. The residential energy assistance tariff, are you aware of what the shareholder contribution is to that, or under that tariff?
The REA tariff provides for a 2-to-1 company match, I believe.
Okay, thank you. And so you've said that you've reviewed Mr. Wolfram's testimony in this case. Are you also aware that prior to filing this case, Kentucky Power took steps to mitigate its ask in this case, to reduce the revenue requirement ask?
To say that I'm aware, yeah, I am sure that I read that, but I could not tell you the specific steps that that he discussed in his direct testimony.
Are you aware then that Kentucky Power also took similar mitigation steps prior to filing its 2020 and 2023 rate cases?
I'm not familiar with either the 2020 or 2023 cases.
Are you aware that the settlement agreement in this case further mitigates the as-filed revenue requirement in this case?
I am aware that the settlement agreement differs from the as-filed revenue requirement request or rate request. I'm not sure that I would agree with your characterization of it as being to mitigate the as-filed request.
When you say you're aware that the revenue requirement included in the settlement agreement is different from the as-filed revenue requirement, do you mean that the settlement revenue requirement is lower?
Yes.
And so you are the only witness providing testimony on behalf of the joint interveners in this case, is that correct?
Yes.
And did the joint interveners make any recommendations with respect to the revenue requirement in this case?
That question would need to be posed to the joint interveners.
Did you make any recommendations with respect to the revenue requirement in this case?
I did not. Well, no, strike that. I had two recommendations which would have involved expenditures of money that I would have expected to be recoverable in rates.
Okay, and those proposals would necessarily increase the revenue requirement in this case?
In this case, yes.
And did you provide any evidence supporting the cost of those programs or their effect on the revenue requirement in this case?
I provided a dollar amount, and when asked in discovery what the impact on rates would be, I provided the impact on rates as well.
Okay, and would it have gone up?
Yes, by a tiny, tiny amount. $200,000 does not affect rates, residential rates to any degree beyond a minimal degree.
Okay, thank you for confirming that fact. Do you acknowledge that the Flex Pay program would be voluntary?
I do.
And if the Flex Pay...
I do to a certain extent. I do also believe, in my experience, would support this, that oftentimes what is, what appears to be a voluntary agreement is done under duress. And so there could be argument about whether a voluntary agreement is always a voluntary agreement.
Are you suggesting that customers may be under duress to enter into this voluntary flex pay program?
Yes.
In what way?
In that if customers are or have been payment troubled and they're provided a choice of entering into, of quote unquote voluntarily entering into the flex pay program or paying a cash security deposit, they may well say, I don't have money to pay my current bill. I certainly don't have money to pay an additional cash security deposit. So I will agree, again, putting quotation marks around that, to enter into the flex pay program.
Would you agree that if a customer decides the flex pay program is not working for them for any reason, they can stop using the flex pay program?
In theory.
Are you aware that prepaid programs like the flex pay program have been recommended by both the commission and community action agencies, or at least encouraged Kentucky Power to promote these kinds of programs or develop these kinds of programs for Kentucky Power's residential customers?
I'm not aware one way or the other.
Mr. Colton, you've been doing this a long time. I've read your CV that was attached to your testimony. You've testified before several state regulatory commissions. You've written a few books and other publications related to utility regulation, utility rate making, and specifically with respect to low-income utility customers. Would you say I've mischaracterized your experience?
No, except the use of several utility commissions. I think that I've now testified before more than 40 utility commissions around the country, so several may understate it.
Okay. Is it generally your practice to make recommendations or proposals in connection with that work that are within the bounds of the law of the state in which you are recommending them?
Your Honor, objection to the extent it calls for a legal conclusion.
I'm not asking for a legal conclusion. Mr. Colton can answer in a factual manner. I can also restate my question.
Yeah, restate it.
Sure. Is it part of your regular practice to research or confirm whether what you're proposing is legal, or in other words, allowed by the law of the state that you are proposing it in?
Same objection, but he can answer to the extent that
He can answer
what his practice
if
is.
that's part of what he does. Mm-hmm.
My role is to provide testimony about reasonable actions that utilities can and should take, both to address low-income affordability or increasingly low and moderate income unaffordability, and the impacts of inability to pay on the ability of utilities to collect the bills that they render. I would assert that whether, in the terms of your question, whether those recommendations, which tend to be factual in nature, are within the bounds of the laws of the state in which I'm appearing, are making that determination is within the province of the attorneys representing the clients that that I work for.
Thank you very much, Mr. Colton. I have no further questions. Thank you for your time.
Okay. Any questions? Mr. Kidd?
No
Staff? Yes, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Mr. Colton.
Good afternoon.
Could you refer to your direct testimony on page 123, please? And specifically lines 7 and 8. And let me know when you get there.
Sorry, did you say 123?
Yes, 123.
I am at page 123, and you asked me to look at lines 7 and 8.
Yes, and this is.
I'm there.
I'm sorry.
I'm there.
Okay, thank you. And this is regarding your residential rate design. And I would ask you to explain whether there's a way to modify the tiers or declining block design that may increase the conservation incentives for low-income users.
I didn't address ways to modify the inclining block rate structure to provide conservation incentives, so to speak, to low-income customers. It's difficult to use rate design to provide conservation incentives to low-income customers. When you have a customer that can't afford to pay a bill, then increasing that bill even at higher rates, even if one were to increase the breakpoint from 2,000 kWh to 3,000 kWh, increasing the bill provides no additional incentive because the customer wasn't able to pay the full bill to begin with. And so if the bill is $100 and the customer has an ability to pay $70, increasing the bill to $110 provides no additional incentive because it's not going to get paid anyway. In addition, low-income customers are so frequently facing arrearages that the arrearages tend to wash out any price signal, if you will, provided through the rate design. So the customer isn't looking at separate bills for the current service and for the arrears. They're looking at a total bill. If a low-income customer has an arrearage of $250 and a bill for current service of $100, a total bill of $350, whether you increase that bill to the bill for current service to $110 or to $120, when you combine that with the arrears, the price signal provided through rate design gets washed out. So I don't know if I would say there is absolutely no way to provide a conservation incentive through rate design for low-income customers in particular, but it is my experience that it is very, very difficult to do. Did that answer your question?
Yes, thank you for that. I want to move on to another part of your testimony, and that is on page 64, and I'm going to start at line 14.
Yes, I'm on page 64 at line 14
And
regarding time of day rates.
Residential time of day?
Yes.
Yes. So would you agree that all customers, regardless of them receiving energy assistance or not, would benefit from Kentucky Power notifying them of the potential cost savings through the residential time of day rate?
Would all customers benefit? No. But there would be customers who would benefit from receiving notice of time of day rates. Yes, I would agree with that.
And going off of that, you mentioned a 2-year pilot program for outreach and education on residential time of day rates. Could you briefly describe a little bit more about that pilot program you discussed?
Yes, you need to read the time of day rate testimony in light of my earlier testimony too. There is, we know two things. We know that LIHEAP, which is the Federal Low-Income Home Energy Assistance Program, the Federal Fuel Assistance Program, and the Community Services Block Grant Program, which is the federal financial program that essentially provides community action agencies with the funds necessary to administer the LIHEAP program, are both under serious challenge in Congress. And the federal budgets are going to get tighter before they get bigger. So there is a great degree of uncertainty in federal dollars. Secondly, we know that the HART program and the THAW program that I discussed earlier with the company are getting increasingly out of date for all the reasons that I explained in my testimony. So there is a need to find ways to deliver additional bill reductions to low-income customers that don't involve spending government money and don't involve spending ratepayer money. And one way that we have found to do that is through transferring income-eligible customers to time of day rates in the instances where they would benefit from time of day rates. The 2-year pilot is simply to determine, will low-income customers want to be on time of day rates? 2, would they benefit from time of day rates? And so rather than simply saying, let's move to that approach forever, I think a more reasonable initial approach is to say, we know we need to do this. We know we need to find bill reduction possibilities, and let's test this to see the extent to which it works.
Thank you, Mr. Colton. That's all that I have.
Okay, Commissioner Wood?
No questions.
I don't have any questions, and Commissioner Regan had another obligation and had to leave. Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Mr. Colton.
All right.
Thank you.
I believe that was our final witness, and Mr. Colton, don't know any reason you couldn't be excused. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay. Any exhibits that anyone needed to move to admit that we didn't already get to? Any motions at this time? Okay, as far as the post-hearing issues, can staff get a written summary of requests out by January 16th? That is tomorrow.
After
don't know why.
consulting, based on the volume of the requests that we're probably going to have, I would ask, see, Monday is a holiday, so Tuesday.
Okay. Still pretty quick.
We're on a very short timeline.
The 20th, January 20th?
Yep.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And then I had down that I would ask that responses be in by the 26th, but that is so soon. What date would you like to request?
We request the 27th? Yeah, we'll get a week.
Yeah, 27th. Briefs, if folks want to submit briefs, not required, simultaneously by February 2nd.
Could we make it the 3rd, so it's a full week from the last,
Don't have a
from the
problem with that.
responses?
That's fine.
That's simultaneous. I didn't necessarily think we'd try to do response briefs, but I'll entertain the idea. And I don't know if we're meeting the suspension date. I don't know if we are. I think that may still be the goal, but I don't know that I can promise that.
Well, if we had another week for response briefs, if
We'll put it by the 10th then.
Simultaneous.
Yes.
Well, thank you.
I don't think we dealt with any confidential information.
During the hearing?
Yeah. So, anything else?
Yes, Your Honor, at this time, if there is question as to whether the commission will be able to meet the March 1 suspension date, I'll just remind the commission that Kentucky Power sought clarification on that issue earlier in this case. The rates haven't actually been suspended. So we would renew or make a motion or renew that motion so that the commission, if it can't get an order out by March 1st, allow us to implement interim rates in accordance with KRS 278-190 subsection 2 at that time.
Staff, response? If you have an opinion.
No,
It's okay. We can rule on that by order. I just don't know if we can make it. So I think your motion is well taken if we can't make it though.
Okay, thank you. I'm also happy to file a written motion, reduce that to writing, provide you with whatever you might need to grant that motion.
Thank you very much. Were you aware of this?
No.
Okay.
Nah, I was aware that they had filed the motion for clarification, that there were some orders, and I wasn't really ready to speak about it. I apologize.
It's okay.
But
We will get you a ruling promptly.
Thank you very much.
Anything else? All right, in that case, it's been a long 3 days, and thank you, everybody, and everybody travel safely, and thank you for a very civil and nice experience. We're adjourned.